Chapter 18 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Kasper. Chapter 18. Now would I give 1,000 furlongs of sea for an acre of barren ground. The wills above be done, but I would fain die a dry death. Tempest. If it should thunder as it did before, I know not where to lay my head. Ibid. On the 14th of March, the flotilla again started down the Mississippi, steaming slowly by Columbus, where Venus followed close upon Mars, in the form of 2 women dispersing pies and some other commodities to sailors and soldiers. The next day we anchored above Island No. 10, where Beauregard had built formidable fortifications. A fast little rebel gunboat, called the Grampus, ran screeching away from the range of our guns. Below her we could read with glasses the names painted upon the many steamers lying in front of the enemy's works, and see the guns upon a great floating battery. Our gunboats fired 1 or 2 experimental shots, and the mortar rafts, with tremendous explosions, began to throw their 10-inch shells, weighing 250 pounds each. Great results were expected from these enormous mortars, but they proved inaccurate. Our shots fell among the batteries and steamboats of the enemy, throwing up clouds of dirt and sheets of water. The rebel guns replied with great puffs of smoke, but their missiles, bounding along the river, fell 3/4 of a mile short. Light skirmishing in closer range continued for several days. My own quarters were on the Benton, Commodore Foote's flagship. She was the largest of the ironclads, 183 feet by 70, and contained quite a little community of 240 men. Standing upon the hurricane roof, directly over our bow guns, we caught the first glimpse of each shot, a few feet from the muzzle, and watched it rushing through the air like a round black meteor, till it exploded 2 or 3 miles away. After we saw the warning puff of smoke, the time seemed very long before each rebel shot struck the water near us, but no more than 10 or 15 seconds ever elapsed. When ready to attack the batteries, Commodore Foote said to me, "You had better take your place with the other correspondents, upon a transport in the rear, out of range. Should any accident befall you here, censure would be cast upon me for permitting you to stay." Haunted by a resistless curiosity to learn exactly how one feels under fire, I persuaded him to let me remain. 2 other ironclads, the St. Louis and the Cincinnati, were lashed upon either side of the Benton. Hammocks were taken down and piled in front of the boilers to protect them. The hose was attached to reservoirs of hot water designed for boarders in close conflict. Surgeons scrutinized the edges of their instruments, while our triple floating battery moved slowly down with the other ironclads a short distance in the rear. We opened fire, and the balls of the enemy soon replied, now and then striking our boats. A deafening noise from the St. Louis shook every plank beneath our feet. A moment after, a dozen men rushed upon her deck, their faces so blackened by powder that they would have been taken for negroes. 2 were carrying the lifeless form of a third. Several others were wounded. Through the din of the cannonade, one of her crew shouted to us from a porthole that an old 42-pounder had exploded, killing and mutilating several men. "Here comes another shot." We obtained the best view from the hurricane deck of the Benton, where there could be no special danger from splinters. While we stood there, one of the party was constantly on the lookout, and seeing a puff of smoke curl up from the rebel battery, he would shout, "Here comes another." Then we all dropped upon our faces behind the iron-plated pilot-house, which rose from the deck like a great umbrella. The screaming shot would sometimes strike our bows, but usually pass over, falling into the water behind us. While the Rebels fired from one battery, there was just sufficient excitement to make it interesting. But when they opened with 2 others, stationed at completely different points in the bend of the river, their range completely covered the pilot-house. Dropping behind that shelter, to avoid the missiles in front, we were exposed to a hail of shot from the side. Thereupon the Commodore peremptorily ordered us below, and we went down upon the gun-deck. A correspondent of the Chicago Times, who chanced to be on board, took a position in the stern of the boat, under the impression that it was entirely safe. A moment after, he came rushing in, with a blanched face and dripping clothing. A shot had struck within 3 feet of him, glancing into the river and drenching everything in the vicinity. That long gun-deck was alive with action. The executive officer, Lieutenant Bishop, a gallant young fellow, fresh from the naval school, superintended everything. Swarthy gunners manned the pieces, little powder boys rushed to and fro with ammunition, and hurrying men crowded the long compartment. There came a tremendous crashing of glass, iron, and wood. An 8-inch solid shot, penetrating the 1/2-inch iron plating and the 5-inch timber near the bows, as if they were paper, buried itself in the deck, and rebounded, striking the roof. In that manner it danced along the entire length of the boat, through the cabin, the wardroom, the machinery, the pantry, where it smashed a great deal of crockery, until at the extreme stern it fell and remained upon the Commodore's writing desk, crushing in the lid. A moment before the noisy, agile visitor arrived, the whole deck seemed crowded with busy men. A moment after, I looked again. A score of undismayed fellows were comfortably blowing splinters from their mouths and beards, and brushing them from their hair and faces, but by a fortunate accident not a single one of them was hurt. As the shot screamed along very near me, my curiosity diminished. I had a dim perception that nothing in this gunboat life could become me like the leaving of it. A mulatto cabin boy, whose face turned almost white when the missile tore through the boat, shared my sensations. "I wish that I was out of it," he said confidentially, "but I put my own neck into this yoke, and I have got to wear it." Toward evening some of the enemy's batteries were silent, and we idlers once more sought the hurricane deck, dodging behind the pilot-house whenever the smoke puffed from the hostile guns. Once someone cried, "There she comes," and we dropped as usual. Looking up, I noticed a second engineer standing beside me. "Lie down, Blakely," I said sharply. He replied laughingly, with his hands in his pockets, "Oh, no, there's no need of it. One is just as safe here." While he spoke, the Rebel shot passed within 15 inches of his bloodless face, shaved a sheet-iron ventilator, tore through the chimney, severed a large wrought-iron rod, struck the deck, plowed through a 1/2-inch iron plate, neatly cutting it in 2, passed under the next plate, and then came out again with its force spent and rolled languidly against a skylight. When he felt the rush of air, Blakely bent back almost double, and thereafter he was among the first to seek the shelter of the pilot-house. From the mortars and the guns on both sides there were sometimes 50 shots to the minute. The jarrings and explosions induced headache for hours afterward. The results of the day's bombardment were not very sanguinary. Our ironclads were struck scores of times, but few men were injured. This desultory fighting was kept up for 2 or 3 weeks. Meanwhile, General Pope, moving across the country from Cairo with great enterprise and activity, had defeated the Rebels and captured their forts at New Madrid, on the Missouri shore of the Mississippi, 8 miles below Island No. 10. He thus held the river in the rear of the enemy, preventing steamboats from ascending to them. But he had not even a skiff or a raft in which he could cross to the Tennessee bank and reach the rear of the fortifications. How to supply him with boats was the great problem. Pope was anxious that the Commodore should send one of the ironclads to him, past the Rebel fortifications. Foote hesitated, as running batteries was then an untried experiment. Pope had an active, hard-working Illinois engineer regiment, which began cutting a canal to open communication between the flotilla and New Madrid, and we waited for results. I found life on the Benton full of novelty. More than half of her crew were old salts, and the discipline was the same as on a man of war. Half-hour bells marked the passage of time. Every morning the deck was holystoned to its utmost possibilities of whiteness. Through each day we heard the shrill whistle of the boatswain amid hoarse calls of "All hands to quarters," "Stand by the hammocks," etc. Even the negro servants caught the naval expressions. One of them, playing on the guitar and singing, broke down from too high a pitch. "Too much elevation there," said he. "I must depress a little." "Yes," replied another, "start again on the gun deck." Exchanging shots with the enemy grew monotonous. Reading, writing, or playing chess in the wardroom, we carelessly noted the reports from the Rebel batteries, and some officer from the deck walked in, saying, "There's another." "Where did it strike?" asked someone quite carelessly. "Near us," or "just over us in the woods," would be the reply, and the idlers returned to their employments. My own stateroom was within 6 feet of a 32-pounder, which fired every 15 minutes during the day. The explosions in no wise disturbed my afternoon naps. On Sunday mornings, after the weekly muster, the men in clean blue shirts and tidy clothing, and the officers in full uniform, with all their bravery of blue and gold, assembled on the gun deck for religious service. Hat in hand, they stood in a half circle around the Commodore, who, behind a high stool, upon which the national flag was spread, read the comprehensive prayer for all who are afflicted in mind, body, or estate, or acknowledged that we have done the things which we ought not to have done, and left undone the things which we ought to have done. Among the groups of worshipers were seen the gaping mouths of the black guns, and the pyramidal piles of grape and canister ready for use. During prayer, the boat was often shaken by the discharge of a mortar, which made the neighboring woods resound with its long rolling echoes. The Commodore extemporized a brief, simple address on Christian life and duty. Then the men were piped down and dispersed. On a dark April night, during a terrific thunder shower, the ironclad Carondelet started to run the gantlet. The undertaking was deemed hazardous in the extreme. The Commodore gave to her commander written instructions how to destroy her should she become disabled, and solemnly commended him to the mercy and protection of Almighty God. The Carondelet crept noiselessly down through the darkness. When the Rebels discovered her, they opened with shot, shell, and bullets. All her ports were closed, and she did not fire a gun. It was too dark to guide her by the insufficient glimpses of the shore obtained from the little peepholes of her pilot-house. Mr. D.R. Hole, an old river pilot, volunteered to remain unprotected on the open upper deck, among the rattling shots and the singing bullets, to give information to his partners within. His daring was promptly rewarded by an appointment as lieutenant in the Navy. Upon the flagship above, intense anxiety prevailed. After an hour, which seemed a day, from far down the river, boomed 2 heavy reports. Then there was silence. Then 2 shots again. All gave a sigh of relief. This was the signal that the Carondelet had lived through the terrible ordeal. The Rebels had made themselves very merry over Pope's Canal, but at daylight on the second morning after this feat of the ironclad, they saw 4 little stern-wheel steamboats lying in front of Pope's camps. The canal was a success. In 2 weeks the indefatigable engineers had brought these steamers from Foote's flotilla 16 miles through cornfields, woods, and swamps, cutting channels from one bayou to another, and felling heavy timber all the way. They were compelled to saw off hundreds of huge trees 3 feet below the water's edge. It was one of the most creditable feats of the war. "Let all the world take notice," said a Confederate newspaper, "that the Southern troops are gentlemen and must be subjected to no drudgery." The loyal troops, like these Illinois engineers, were men of skilled industry, proud to know themselves kings of 2 hands. The Confederates felt that Birnam Wood had come to Dunsinane. Declaring that it was useless to fight men who would deliberately float gunboats by the very muzzles of their heavy guns, and could run steamers 16 miles over dry land, they began to evacuate Island No. 10. But Pope had already ferried the greater part of his army across the river, and he replied to my inquiries, "I will have every mother's son of them." He kept his promise. The Rebels were caged. They fled in haste across the country to Tiptonville, where they supposed their steamboats awaited them. Instead, they found 2 of our ironclads lying in front of the town, and learned that Pope held the river even 10 miles below. The trap was complete. On their front was Tiptonville, with the cavernous eyes of the Carondelet and the Pittsburgh ominously scrutinizing them. At their left was an impossible line of lake and slough. At their right, a dry region, bounded by the river, and held by our troops. In their rear, Pope's army was hotly pursuing them. Some leaped into the lake or plunged into the swamps, trying to escape. 3 times the Rebel forces drew up in line of battle, but they were too much demoralized to fight, and after a weary night they surrendered unconditionally. At sunrise, long files of stained, bedraggled soldiers, in butternut and jeans, began to move sadly into a great cornfield and stack their arms. The prisoners numbered 2,800. We captured upward of 100 heavy guns, 25 field pieces, half a dozen steamboats, and immense supplies of provisions and ammunition. The victory was won with trifling loss of life, and reflected the highest credit both upon the land and water forces. The Army and the Navy, fitting together like the 2 blades of the scissors, had cut the Gordian knot. Pope telegraphed to Halleck that if steamboats could be furnished him, in 4 days he would plant the Stars and Stripes in Memphis. Halleck, as usual, engrossed in strategy, declined to supply the transportation. But the great northern flood rolled on toward the Gulf, and in its resistless torrent was no refluent wave. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Kasper. Chapter 19. Of sallies and retires, of trenches, tents, of palisadoes, frontiers, parapets, of basilisks, of cannon, culverin, and all the currents of a heady fight. King Henry IV. Simultaneously with the capture of Island No. 10 occurred the Battle of Shiloh. The first reports were very wild, stating our loss at 17,000, and asserting that the Union commander had been disastrously surprised, and hundreds of men bayoneted in their tents. It was even added that Grant was intoxicated during the action. This last fiction showed the tenacity of a bad name. Years before, Grant was intemperate, but he had abandoned the habit soon after the beginning of the war. General Albert Sidney Johnson was killed, and Beauregard ultimately driven back, leaving his dead and wounded in our hands. But Jefferson Davis, with the usual Rebel policy, announced in a special message to the Confederate Congress, "It has pleased Almighty God again to crown the Confederate arms with a glorious and decided victory over our invaders." I went up the Tennessee River by a boat crowded with representatives, chiefly women, of the sanitary commissions of Cincinnati, St. Louis, and Chicago. One evening, religious services were held in the cabin. A clergyman exhorted his hearers, when they should arrive at the bloody field, to minister to the spiritual as well as the physical wants of the sufferers. With special infelicity, he added, "Many of them have doubtless been wicked men, but you can at least remind them of divine mercy, and tell them the story of the thief on the cross." The next speaker, a quiet gentleman, wearing the blouse of a private soldier, after some remarks about practical religion, added, "I cannot agree with the last brother. I believe we shall best serve the souls of our wounded soldiers by ministering for the present simply to their bodies. For my own part, I feel that he who has fallen fighting for our country, for your cause and mine, is more of a man than I am. He may have been wicked, but I think room will be found for him among the many mansions above. I should be ashamed to tell him the story of the thief on the cross." Hearty, spontaneous clapping of hands through the crowded cabin followed this sentiment, a rather unusual demonstration for a prayer meeting. The speaker was the Reverend Robert Collier of Chicago. With officers who had participated in the battle, I visited every part of the field. The ground was broken by sharp hills, deep ravines, and dense timber, which the eye could not penetrate. The reports of a surprise were substantially untrue. No man was bayoneted in his tent, or anywhere else, according to the best evidence I could obtain. But the statements, said to come from Grant and Sherman, that they could not have been better prepared, had they known that Beauregard designed to attack, were also untrue. Our troops were not encamped advantageously for battle. Raw and unarmed regiments were on the extreme front, which was not picketed or scouted as it should have been in the face of an enemy. Beauregard attacked on Sunday morning at daylight. The Rebels greatly outnumbered the Unionists, and impetuously forced them back. Grant's army was entirely Western. It contained representatives of nearly every county in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and Wisconsin. Partially unprepared and steadily driven back, often ill-commanded and their organizations broken, the men fought with wonderful tenacity. It was almost a hand-to-hand conflict. Confederates and Loyalists from behind trees, within 30 feet of each other, kept up a hot fire, shouting respectively, "Bull Run!" and "Donelson!" Prentice's shattered division, in that dense forest, was flanked before its commander knew that the supporting forces, McClernand on his right and Hurlbut on his left, had been driven back. Messengers sent to him by those commanders were killed. During a lull in the firing, Prentice was lighting his cigar from the pipe of a soldier, when he learned that the enemy was on both sides of him, half a mile in his rear. With the remnant of his command, he was captured. Remaining in Rebel hands for 6 months, he was enabled to indulge in oratory to his heart's content. Southern papers announced with intense indignation that Prentice, occupying with his officers an entire train, called out by the bystanders, was permitted to make radical Union speeches at many Southern railway stations. Removed from prison to prison, the Illinois general continued to harangue the people, and his men to sing the Star-Spangled Banner, until at last the Rebels were glad to exchange them. Throughout the battle, Grant rode to and fro on the front, smoking his inevitable cigar, with his usual stolidity and good fortune. Horses and men were killed all around him, but he did not receive a scratch. On that wooded field, it was impossible for anyone to keep advised of the progress of the struggle. Grant gave few orders, merely bidding his generals do the best they could. Sherman had many hairbreadth escapes. His bridle rein was cut off by a bullet within 2 inches of his fingers. As he was leaning forward in the saddle, a ball whistled through the top and back of his hat. His metallic shoulder strap warded off another bullet, and a third passed through the palm of his hand. 3 horses were shot under him. He was the hero of the day. All awarded to him the highest praise for skill and gallantry. He was promoted to a major generalship dating from the battle. His official report was a clear, vivid, and fascinating description of the conflict. 5 bullets penetrated the clothing of an officer on McClernand's staff, but did not break the skin. A ball knocked out 2 front teeth of a private in the 17th Illinois Infantry, but did him no further injury. A rifle shot passed through the head of a soldier in the 1st Missouri Artillery, coming out just above his ear, but did not prove fatal. Dr. Cornyn of St. Louis told me that he extracted a ball from the brain of one soldier, who 3 days afterward was on duty with the bullet in his pocket. More than a year afterward, at the Battle of Fredericksburg, Captain Richard Cross of the 5th New Hampshire Infantry noticed one of his men whose skull had been cut open by a fragment of a shell, with a section of it standing upright, leaving the brain exposed. Cross shut the piece of skull down like the lid of a teapot, tied a handkerchief around it, and sent to the rear the wounded soldier, who ultimately recovered. The one truth taught by field experience to army surgeons was that few, if any, wounds are invariably fatal. At Shiloh, Brigadier General Thomas W. Sweeney, who had lost one arm in the Mexican War, received a Minié bullet in his remaining arm and another shot in his foot, while his horse fell riddled with 7 balls. Almost fainting from loss of blood, he was lifted upon another horse and remained on the field through the entire day. His coolness and his marvelous escapes were talked of before many campfires throughout the army. Once, during the battle, he was unable to determine whether a battery whose men were dressed in blue was Rebel or Union. Sweeney, leaving his command, rode at a gentle gallop directly toward the battery, until within pistol shot, saw that it was manned by Confederates, turned in a half circle, and rode back again at the same easy pace. Not a single shot was fired at him, so much was the respect of the Confederates excited by this daring act. I afterward met one of them, who described with great vividness the impression which Sweeney's gallantry made upon them. The steady determination of Grant's troops during that long April Sunday was perhaps unequaled during the war. At night, companies were commanded by sergeants, regiments by lieutenants, and brigades by majors. In several regiments, 1/2 the men were killed and wounded. In some entire divisions, the killed and wounded exceeded 33% of the numbers who went into battle. I have seen no other field which gave indication of such deadly conflict as the Shiloh ridges and ravines, everywhere covered with a very thick growth of timber, shot sown and bladed thick with steel. In one tree I counted 60 bullet holes. Another bore marks of more than 90 balls within 10 feet of the ground. Sometimes, for several yards in the dense shrubbery, it was difficult to find a twig as large as one's finger which had not been cut off by balls. A friend of mine counted 126 dead Rebels lying where they fell upon an area less than 50 yards wide and 1/4 of a mile long. One of our details buried in a single trench 147 of the enemy, including 3 lieutenant colonels and 4 majors. But our forces, overpowered by numbers, fell farther and farther back, while the Rebels took possession of many Union camps. At night, our line, originally 3 miles in length, was shortened to 3/4 of a mile. For weeks the inscrutable Buell had been leisurely marching through Kentucky and Tennessee to join Grant. He arrived at the supreme moment. At 4 o'clock that Sunday afternoon, General Nelson of Kentucky, who commanded Buell's advance, crossed the Tennessee and rode up to Grant and his staff when the battle was raging. "Here we are, General," said Nelson, with the military salute, and pointing to long files of his well-clad, athletic, admirably disciplined fellows, already pouring on the steamboats to be ferried across the river. "Here we are. We are not very military in our division. We don't know many fine points or nice evolutions, but if you want stupidity and hard fighting, I reckon we are the men for you." That night both armies lay upon their guns, and the opposing pickets were often within 100 yards of each other. The groans and cries of the dying rendered it impossible to sleep. Grant said, "We must not give the enemy the moral advantage of attacking tomorrow morning. We must fire the first gun." Just at daybreak, the Rebels were surprised at all points of the line by assaults from the foe whom they had supposed vanquished. Grant's shattered troops behaved admirably, and Buell's splendid army won new laurels. The Confederates were forced back on all points. Their retreat was a stampede, leaving behind great quantities of ammunition, commissary stores, guns, caissons, small arms, supply wagons, and ambulances. They were not vigorously followed, but as no effective pursuit was made by either side during the entire war, until Sheridan in one of its closing scenes captured Lee, perhaps Northern and Southern troops were too equally matched for either to be thoroughly routed. Beauregard withdrew to Corinth, as usual announcing a glorious victory. He addressed a letter to Grant, asking permission under a flag of truce to send a party to the battlefield to bury the Confederate dead. He prefaced the request as follows: "Sir, at the close of the conflict of yesterday, my forces being exhausted by the extraordinary length of the time during which they were engaged with yours on that and the preceding day, and it being apparent that you had received and were still receiving reinforcements, I felt it my duty to withdraw my troops from the immediate scene of the conflict." Grant was strongly tempted to assure Beauregard that no apologies for his retreat were necessary, but he merely replied in a courteous note, declining the request and stating that the dead were already interred. The losses on both sides were officially reported as follows: Union: killed 1,614, wounded 7,721, missing 3,963, total 13,298. Rebel: killed 1,728, wounded 8,012, missing 959, total 10,699. The excess of Rebel wounded was owing to the superiority of the muskets used by the Federal soldiers, and the excess of the Union missing to the capture of Prentice's division. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Kasper. Chapter 20. How use doth breed a habit in a man. Two Gentlemen of Verona. But let me tell the world, if he outlive the envy of this day, England did never owe so sweet a hope, so much misconstrued. Henry IV. It was long after the battle of Shiloh before all the dead were buried. Many were interred in trenches, scores together. A friend who was engaged in this revolting labor told me that after 3 or 4 days he found himself counting off the bodies as indifferently as he would have measured cordwood. General Halleck soon arrived, assuming command of the combined forces of Grant, Buell, and Pope. It was a grand army. Grant nominally remained at the head of his corps, but was deprived of power. He was under a cloud. Most injurious reports concerning his conduct at Shiloh pervaded the country. All the leading journals were represented in Halleck's army. At the daily accidental gatherings of 8 or 10 correspondents, Grant was the subject of angry discussion. The journalistic profession tends to make men oracular and severely critical. Several of these writers could demonstrate conclusively that Grant was without capacity but a favorite of fortune, that his great Donelson victory was achieved in spite of military blunders which ought to have defeated him. The subject of all this contention bore himself with undisturbed serenity. Sherman, while constantly declaring that he cared nothing for the newspapers, was foolishly sensitive to every word of criticism. But Grant, whom they really wounded, appeared no more disturbed by these paper bullets of the brain than by the leaden missiles of the enemy. He silently smoked and waited. The only protest I ever knew him to utter was to the correspondent of a journal which had denounced him with great severity. "Your paper is very unjust to me, but time will make it all right. I want to be judged only by my acts." When the army began to creep forward, I messed at Grant's headquarters with his chief of staff, and around the evening campfires I saw much of the general. He rarely uttered a word upon the political bearings of the war. Indeed, he said little upon any subject. With his eternal cigar, and his head thrown slightly to one side, for hours he would sit silently before the fire, or walk back and forth, with eyes upon the ground, or look on at our whist table, now and then making a suggestion about the play. Most of his pictures greatly idealize his full, rather heavy face. The journalists called him stupid. One of my confrères used to say, "How profoundly surprised Mrs. Grant must have been when she woke up and learned that her husband was a great man." He impressed me as possessing great purity, integrity, and amiability, with excellent judgment and boundless pluck. But I should never have suspected him of military genius. Indeed, nearly every man of whom at the beginning of the war I prophesied a great career proved inefficient, and vice versa. Military men seem to cherish more jealousies than members of any other profession except physicians and artistes. At almost every general headquarters one heard denunciations of rival commanders. Grant was above this mischievous foul sin of chiding. I never heard him speak unkindly of a brother officer. Still, the soldier's taint had slightly poisoned him. He regarded Rosecrans with peculiar antipathy, and finally accepted the command of our combined armies only on condition that he should be at once removed. Hooker once boasted that he had the best army on the planet. One would have declared that Grant commanded the worst. There was little of that order, perfect drill, or pride, pomp, and circumstance seen among Buell's troops and in the Army of the Potomac. But Grant's rough, rugged soldiers would fight wonderfully, and were not easily demoralized. If their line became broken, every man, from behind a tree, rock, or stump, blazed away at the enemy on his own account. They did not throw up their hats at the sight of their general, but were wont to remark with a grim smile, "There goes the old man. He doesn't say much, but he's a pretty hard nut for Johnny Reb to crack." Unlike Halleck, Grant did not pretend to familiarity with the details of military textbooks. He could not move an army with that beautiful symmetry which McClellan displayed. But his pontoons were always up, and his ammunition trains were never missing. Though not occupied with details, he must have given them close attention; for while other commanding generals had 40 or 50 staff officers, brilliant with braid and buttons, Grant allowed himself but 6 or 7. Within 10 days after the battle of Shiloh, 19 large steamers, crowded with the wounded, passed down the river. In the long rows of cots which filled their cabins and crowded their guards, Rebel and Union soldiers were lying side by side, and receiving the same attendance. Scores of volunteer physicians aided the regular army surgeons. Hundreds of volunteer nurses, many of them wives, sisters, and mothers, came from every walk of life to join in the work of mercy. Hands hardened with toil, and hands that leisure and luxury had left white and soft, were bathing fevered brows, supporting wearied heads, washing repulsive wounds, combing matted and bloody locks. Patient forms kept nightly vigils beside the couches, gentle tones dropped priceless words of sympathy, and when all was over, tender hands closed the fixed eyes and smoothed the hair upon the white foreheads. thousands of poor fellows carried to their homes, both North and South, grateful memories of those heroic women. Thousands of hearts, wrung with the tidings that loved ones were gone, found comfort in the knowledge that their last hours were soothed by those self-denying and blessed ministrations. One man, who had received several bullets, lay undiscovered for 8 days in a little thicket, with no nourishment except rain water. After discovery he lived nearly 2 weeks. At some points the ground was so closely covered with mutilated bodies that it was difficult to step between them. One soldier, rigid in death, was found lying upon his back, holding in his fixed hand, and regarding with stony eyes, the daguerreotype of a woman and child. It was terribly suggestive of the desolate homes and bleeding hearts, which almost force one to Cicero's conclusion that any peace is better than the justest war. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Giordano. Chapter 21. They are the abstract and brief chronicles of the time. Hamlet. An interview with General Sherman. General Sherman was very violent toward the press. Some newspapers had treated him unjustly early in the war. While he commanded in Kentucky, his eccentricities were very remarkable, and a journalist started the report that Sherman was crazy, which obtained wide credence. There was, at least, method in his madness, for his supposed insanity, which declared that the government required 200,000 troops in the West, though hooted at the time, proved wisdom and prophecy. Nevertheless, he was very erratic. When I first saw him in Missouri, during Fremont's administration, his eye had a half-wild expression, probably the result of excessive smoking. From morning till night he was never without his cigar. To the nervous, sanguine temperament, indicated by his blond hair, light eyes, and fair complexion, tobacco is peculiarly injurious. While many insisted that no correspondent could meet Sherman without being insulted, I sought him at his tent in the field. He was absent with the scouting party, but soon returned, with one hand bandaged from his Shiloh wound. A staff officer introduced me. "General, this is Mr. Blank." "How do you do, Mr. Blank?" inquired Sherman, with great suavity, offering me his uninjured hand. "Correspondent of the New York Tribune," added the lieutenant. His complaints about the press. The general's manner changed from Indian summer to a Texas norther, and he asked in freezing tones, "Have you not come to the wrong place, sir?" "I think not. I want to learn some facts about the late battle from your own lips. You complain that journalists misrepresent you. How can they refuse it, when you refuse to give them proper information? Some officers are drunkards and charlatans, but you would think it unjust if we condemned all on that account. Is it not equally absurd to anathematize every man of my profession for the sins of a few unworthy members?" "Perhaps it is. Sit down. Will you have a cigar? The trouble is that you of the press have no responsibilities. Some worthless fellow, wielding a quill, may send falsehoods about me to thousands of people who can never hear them refuted. What can I do? His readers do not know that he is without character. It would be useless to prosecute him. If he would even fight, there would be some satisfaction in that, but a slanderer is likely to be a coward as well." "True, but when some private citizen slanders you on the street or in a drinking saloon, you do not find it necessary to pull the nose of every civilian whom you meet. Reputable journalists have just as much pride in their profession as you have in yours. This tendency to treat them superciliously and harshly, which encourages flippant young staff officers to insult them, tends to drive them home in disgust, and leave their places to be supplied by a less worthy class, so you only aggravate the evil you complain of. Sherman's personal appearance. After further conversation on this subject, Sherman gave me a very entertaining account of the battle. Since I first saw him, his eye had grown much calmer, and his nervous system healthier. He is tall, of bony frame, spare in flesh, with thin, wrinkled face, sandy beard and hair, and bright, restless eyes. His face indicates great vitality and activity. His manner is restless, his discourse rapid and earnest. He looks rather like an anxious man of business than an ideal soldier, suggesting the exchange and not the camp. He has great capacity for labor, sometimes working for 20 consecutive hours. He sleeps little, nor do the most powerful opiates relieve his terrible cerebral excitement. Indifferent to dress and to fare, he can live on hard bread and water, and fancies anyone else can do so. Often irritable and sometimes rude, he is a man of great originality and daring, and a most valuable lieutenant for a general of coolness and judgment, like Grant or Thomas. With one of them to plan or modify, he is emphatically the man to execute. His purity and patriotism are beyond all question. He did not enter the army to speculate in cotton, or to secure a seat in the United States Senate, but to serve the country. Military weaknesses are often amusing. A prominent officer on Halleck's staff, who had served with Scott in Mexico, had something to do with fortifying Island No. 10 after its capture. An obscure country newspaper gave another officer the credit. Seeking the agent of the Associated Press at Halleck's headquarters, the aggrieved engineer remarked, "By the way, Mr. Weir, I have been carrying a paper in my pocket for several days, but have forgotten to hand it to you. Here it is." And he produced a letter page of denial, upon which the ink was not yet dry, stating that the island had been fortified under the immediate direction of General , the well-known officer of the regular army, who served upon the staff of Lieutenant General Scott during the Mexican War, and was at present and upon the staff of General Halleck. "I rely upon your sense of justice," said this ornament of the staff, "to give this proper publicity." Humors of the telegraph. Mr. Weir, with a keen sense of the ridiculous, sent the long dispatch word for word to the Associated Press, adding, "You may rest assured that this is perfectly reliable, because every word of it was written by the old fool himself." All the newspaper readers in the country had the formal dispatch, and all the telegraph corps had their merriment over this confidential addendum. Halleck's command contained 80,000 effective men, who were nearly all veterans. His line was 10 miles in length, with Grant on the right, Buell in the center, and Pope on the left. The Grand Army was like a huge serpent, with its head pinned on our left, and its tail sweeping slowly around toward Corinth. Its majestic march was so slow that the rebels had ample warning. It was large enough to eat up Beauregard at one mouthful, but Halleck crept forward at the rate of about 3/4 of a mile per day. Thousands and thousands of his men died from fevers and diarrhea. There was great dissatisfaction at his slow progress. Pope was particularly impatient. One day he had a very sharp skirmish with the enemy. Our position was strong. General Palmer, who commanded on the front, reported that he could hold it against the world, the flesh, and the devil. But Halleck telegraphed to Pope 3 times within an hour not to be drawn into a general engagement. After the last dispatch, Pope retired, leaving the enemy in possession of the field. How he did storm about it! The little army which Pope had brought from the capture of Island No. 10 was perfectly drilled and disciplined, and he handled it with rare ability. Much of his subsequent unpopularity arose from his imprudent and violent language. He sometimes indulged in the most unseemly profanity, in Billingsgate within hearing of 100 people. Weaknesses of sundry generals. But his personal weaknesses were pardonable compared with those of some other prominent officers. During Fremont's Missouri campaign, I knew one general who afterward enjoyed a well-earned national reputation for skill and gallantry. His headquarters were the scenes of nightly orgies, where whiskey punches and draw poker reigned from dark until dawn. In the morning his tent was a strange museum of bottles, glasses, sugar bowls, playing cards, gold, silver, and bank notes. I knew another Western officer, who, during the heat of a Missouri battle, according to the newspaper reports, inspirited his men by shouting, "Go in, boys! Remember Lyon! Remember the old flag!" He did use those words, but no enemy was within a half a mile, and he was lying drunk on the ground, flat upon his back. Afterward, repenting in sackcloth and ashes, he did the state some service, and his delinquency was never made public. At Antietam, a general, well known both in Europe and America, was reported disabled by a spent shell, which struck him in the breast. The next morning he gave me a minute history of it, assuring me that he still breathed with difficulty and suffered greatly from internal soreness. The fact was that he was disabled by a bottle of whiskey, having been too hospitable to that seductive friend. John Pope, Major General Commanding. After the evacuation of Corinth, Pope's reputation suffered greatly from a false dispatch, asserting that he had captured 10,000 prisoners. Halleck alone was responsible for the report. Pope was in the rear. One of his subordinates on the front telegraphed him substantially as follows: "The woods are full of demoralized and flying rebels. Some of my officers estimate their number as high as 10,000. Many of them have already come into my lines." Pope forwarded this message, which said nothing about taking prisoners, to Halleck, without erasing or adding a line, and Halleck, smarting under his mortifying failure at Corinth, telegraphed that Pope reported the capture of 10,000 rebels. Pope's reputation for veracity was fatally wounded, and the newspapers burlesqued him mercilessly. One of my comrades lay sick and wounded at the residence of General Clinton B. Fisk, of St. Louis. On a Sunday afternoon, the general was reading to him from the Bible an account of the first contraband. This historic precedent was the servant of an Amalekite, who came into David's camp and proposed, if assured of freedom, to show the king of Israel a route which would enable him to surprise his foes. The promise was given, and the king fell upon the enemy, whom he utterly destroyed. While our host was reading the list of the spoils, the prisoners, slaves, women, flocks, and herds captured by David, the sick journalist lifted his attenuated finger, and in his weak, piping voice said, "Stop, General. Just look down to the bottom of that list, and see if it is not signed John Pope, Major General Commanding." Halleck's faux pas at Corinth. At last Halleck's army reached Corinth, but the bird had flown. No event of the war reflected so much credit upon the rebels and so much discredit upon the Unionists as Beauregard's evacuation. He did not disturb himself until Halleck's Parrott guns had thrown shots within 14 feet of his own headquarters. Then, keeping up a vigorous show of resistance on his front, he deserted the town, leaving behind not a single gun or ambulance or even a sick or wounded man in the hospital. Halleck lost thenceforth the name of Old Brains, which some imaginative person had given him, and which tickled for a time the ears of his soldiers. The only good thing he ever did, in public, was to make 2 brief speeches. When he first reached St. Louis, upon being called out by the people, he said, "With your help, I will drive the enemy out of Missouri." Called upon again, on leaving St. Louis for Washington, to assume the duties of general-in-chief, he made an equally brief response: "Gentlemen, I promise to drive the enemy out of Missouri. I have done it." Halleck's Army before Corinth, April 23, 1862. Heavy reinforcements are arriving. The woods, in luxuriant foliage, are spiced with a dream of forest sweets, of odorous blossoms and sweet contents, and the deserted orchards are fragrant with apple and cherry blossoms. Out on the Front, May 11. Still we creep slowly along. Pope's headquarters are now within the borders of Mississippi. Out on his front you find several hundred acres of cotton field and sward, ridged with graves from a recent hot skirmish. Carcasses of 100 horses, killed during the battle, are slowly burning under piles of rails, covered with a layer of earth, that their decay may not taint the atmosphere. Beyond, our infantry pickets presented muskets and order you to halt. If you are accompanied by a field officer, or bear a pass by order of Major General Halleck, you can cross this Rubicon. A third of a mile farther are our vedettes, some mounted, others lying in the shade beside their grazing horses, but keeping a sharp lookout in front. In a little rift of the woods, half a mile away, you see through your field glass a solitary horseman clad in butternut. 2 or 3 more, and sometimes 40 or 50, come out of the woods and join him, but they keep very near their cover, and soon go back. Those are the enemy's pickets. You hear the drum beat in the rebel lines, and the shrill whistle of the locomotives at Corinth, which is 3 miles distant. May 19. Along our entire front, almost daily, the long roll is sounded, and the ground jarred by the dull rumble of cannonade. The little attention paid to these skirmishes, where we lose from 50 to 100 men, illustrates the magnitude of the war. We feel the earth vibrate, and look inquiringly into the office of the telegraph which accompanies every corps. "It is on Buell's center, or on Grant's right," the operator replies. If it does not become rapid and prolonged, no further questions are asked. At night, awakened by the sharp rattle of musketry, we raise our heads, listen for the alarm drum, and, not hearing it, roll over in our blankets to court again the drowsy god. Ride out with me to the front, 5 miles from Halleck's headquarters. The country is undulating and woody, with a few cotton fields and planters' houses. The beautiful groves open into delicious vistas of green grass or rolling wheat. Luxuriant flowers perfume the vernal air, and the rich foliage already seems to display the taintings and the fingerings of June, as she blossoms into beauty and sings her summer tune. Here is a deserted camp of a division which has moved forward. 3 or 4 adjacent farmers are gathering up the barrels, boxes, provisions, and other debris left behind by the troops. Drilling, digging, and skirmishing. Here is a division on drill, advancing in line of battle, the skirmishers thrown out in front, deploying, gathering in groups, or falling on their faces at the word of command. Beyond those white tents, our soldiers, in gray shirts and blue pants, are busily plying the spade. They throw up a long rampart notched with embrasures for cannon. We have already built 50 miles of breastworks. A little in the rear are the heavy siege guns. They can be brought up quickly. A little in front, the field artillery, with the horses harnessed and tied to trees, ready for use at a moment's notice. Near the workmen, their comrades, who do the more legitimate duty of the soldier, are standing on their arms, to repel any sortie from the enemy. Their guns, with the burnished barrels and bayonets glistening in the sun, are stacked in long rows, while the men stand in little groups, or sit under the trees, playing cards, reading letters or newspapers. More than 20,000 copies of the daily papers of the western cities and New York are sold in the army at 10 cents each. The number of letters which go out from the camps in each day's mail is nearly as large. When this parapet is completed, we shall go forward a few hundred yards, and throw up another, and thus we advance slowly toward Corinth. Ride still farther, and you find the infantry pickets. The vedettes are drawn in, if there is any skirmishing going on. From the extreme front you can catch an occasional glimpse of the rebels, butternuts, as they are termed in camp, from their cinnamon-hued homespun, dyed with butternut extract. They are dodging among the trees, and, if you are wise, you will get behind a tree yourself, and beware how you show your head. Experiences among the sharpshooters. Already one of their sharpshooters notices you. Puff comes a cloud of smoke from his rifle. In the same breath you hear the explosion and the sharp, ringing ping of the bullet through the air. Capital shots are many of these long, lank, loose-jointed Mississippians and Texans, whose rifles are sometimes effective at 10 and 1,200 yards. Yesterday, one of them concealed himself in the dense foliage of a tree branch, and picked off several of our soldiers. At last, one of our own sharpshooters took him in hand, and at the 6th discharge brought him down to the ground. This sharpshooting is a needless aggravation of the horrors of war, but if the enemy indulges in it, you have no recourse but to do likewise. Horses stolen every day. Stealing is the inevitable accompaniment of camp life. Convey the wise, call it. I have a steed, cadaverous and bony, but with good locomotive powers. There was profound policy in my selection. For 5 consecutive nights that horse was stolen, but no thief ever kept him after seeing him by daylight. In the morning he would always come browsing back. My friend and tent mate, Carleton, of the Boston Journal, had a more vaulting ambition. He procured a showy horse, which proved the most expensive luxury in all his varied experience. The special aptitude of the animal was to be stolen. Regularly, 7 mornings in the week, our African factotum would thrust his woolly head into the tent and awaken us with this salutation: "Breakfast is ready. Mr. Coffin, your horse is gone again." By hard search and liberal rewards, he would be reclaimed during the day from some cavalry soldier, who averred that he had found him running loose. After being impaled and nearly killed upon a rake handle, the poor brute, hardly able to walk 10 paces, was stolen again, and never reappeared. My friend now remembered his showy steed, and the last $5 note which he sent in fruitless pursuit, among many blessings which brightened as they took their flight. Cairo, Illinois, May 21. Halleck expels the war correspondents. General Halleck has expelled all the correspondents from the army, on the plea that he must exclude unauthorized hangers-on to keep spies out of his camps. His refusal to accept any guarantees of their loyalty and prudence, even from the President himself, proves that this plea was a shallow subterfuge. The real trouble is that Halleck is not willing to have his conduct exhibited to the country through any other medium than official reports. As false as a bulletin has passed into a proverb. The journalist received invitations to remain from friends holding commissions in the army, from major generals down to lieutenants, but believing their presence just as legitimate and needful as that of any soldier or officer, they determined not to skulk about camp like felons, but all left in a body. Their individual grievances are nothing to the public, but this is a grave issue between the military power and the rights of the press and the people. End of Chapter 21. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 22 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Greg Giordano. Chapter 22. Whose tongue outvenoms all the worms of Nile? Cymbeline. Bloodthirstiness of rebel women. No history of the war is likely to do full justice to the bitterness of the rebel women. Female influence tempted thousands of young men to enter the Confederate service against their own wishes and sympathies. Women sometimes evinced incredible rancor and bloodthirstiness. The most startling illustration of the brutalizing effect of slavery appeared in the absence of that sweetness, charity, and tenderness toward the suffering which is the crowning grace of womanhood. A Southern Unionist, the owner of many slaves, said to me, "I suppose I have not struck any of my negroes for 10 years. When they need correcting, my wife always does it." If he had a horse or a mule requiring occasional whipping, would he put the scourge in the hands of his little daughter, and teach her to wield it from her tender years? How infinitely more must it brutalize and corrupt her when the victim is a man, the most sacred thing that God has made, his earthly image and his human temple. The Battle of Memphis. Before we captured Memphis, the sick and wounded Union prisoners were in a condition of great want and suffering. Women of education, wealth, and high social position visited the hospitals to minister to Rebel patients. Frequently entering the Federal wards from curiosity, they used toward the groaning patients expressions like this: "I would like to give you one dose. You would never fight against the South again." In what happy contrast to this shone the self-denying ministrations of Northern women to friend and enemy alike! In Memphis, on the evening of June 5th, General Jeff Thompson, commanding the Rebel cavalry, and Commodore Edward Montgomery, commanding the Rebel flotilla, stated at the Gayoso House that there would be a battle the next morning, in which the Yankee fleet would be destroyed in just about 2 hours. Just after daylight, the Rebel flotilla attacked ours, 2 miles above the city. We had 5 ironclads and several rams, which were then experimental. They were light, agile little stern-wheel boats, whose machinery was not at all protected against shots. The battle occurred in full view of the city. Though it began soon after daylight, it was witnessed by 10,000 people upon the high bluff, an anxious, excited crowd. The Rebels dared not be too demonstrative, and the Unionists dared not whisper a word of their long-cherished and earnest hopes. Gallant Exploits of the Rams. While the two fleets were steaming toward each other, Colonel Ellet, determined to succeed or to die, daringly pushed forward with his little rams, the Monarch and Queen of the West. With these boats, almost as fragile as pasteboard, he steamed directly into the Rebel flotilla. One of his rams struck the great gunboat Sterling Price with a terrific blow, crushing timbers and tearing away the entire larboard wheelhouse. The Price drifted helplessly down the stream and stranded. Another of Ellet's rams ran at full speed into the General Lovell, cutting her in twain. The Rebel boat filled and sunk. From the shore it was a most impressive sight. There was the Lovell, with holiday decorations, crowded with men and firing her guns, when the little ram struck her, crushing in her side, and she went down like a plummet in 3 minutes. Even the tops of her tall chimneys disappeared under water. Scores of swimming and drowning Rebels in the river were rescued by boats from the Union fleet. One of the rams now ran alongside and grappled the Beauregard, and, through hose, drenched her decks with scalding water, while her cannoneers dared not show their heads to Ellet's sharpshooters, who were within a few feet of them. Another Rebel boat came up to strike the ram, but the agile little craft let go her hold and backed out. The blow intended for her struck the Beauregard, which instantly went down, hoist with his own petar. The Sumter and the Little Rebel, both disabled, were stranded on the Arkansas shore. The Jeff Thompson was set on fire, and abandoned by her crew. In a few minutes there was an enormous dazzling flash of light, a measureless volume of black smoke, and a startling roar, which seemed to shake the earth to its very center. For several seconds the air was filled with falling timbers. Exploding her magazine, the Rebel gunboat expired with a great pyrotechnic display. The General Bragg received a 50-pound shot, which tore off a long plank under her watermark, and she was captured in a sinking condition. The Van Dorn, the only Rebel boat which survived the conflict, turned and fled down the river. The battle lasted just 1 hour and 3 minutes. It was the most startling, dramatic, and memorable display of the whole war. On our side, No one was injured except Colonel Ellet, who had performed such unexampled feats with his little rams. A splinter, which struck him in the leg, inflicted a fatal wound. As our fleet landed, a number of newsboys sprang on shore, and a moment after were running through the street shouting, "Here's your New York Tribune and Herald, only 10 cents in silver." The correspondents, before the city was formally surrendered, had strolled through the leading streets. At the Gayoso House, they registered their names immediately under those of the fugacious Rebel general, and ordered dinner. The Memphis Rebels, who had predicted a siege rivaling Saragossa and Londonderry, were in a condition of stupor for 2 weeks after our arrival. They rubbed their eyes wonderingly to see Union officers and abolition journalists at large without any suggestions of hanging or tarring and feathering. Remembering my last visit, it was with peculiar satisfaction that I appended in enormous letters to my signature upon the hotel register the name of the journal I served. A Sailor on a Lark. On the day of the capture, an intoxicated seaman from one of the gunboats, who had been shut up for several months, went on shore skylarking. Offering his arms to the first 2 negro women he met, he promenaded the whole length of Main Street. The Memphis Rebels were suffering for an outrage, and here was one just to their mind. "If that is the way, sir," remarked one of them, "that your people propose to treat Southern gentlemen and ladies, if they intend to thrust upon us such a disgusting spectacle of negro equality, it will be perilous for them. Do they expect to conciliate our people in this manner?" I mildly suggested that the era of conciliation ceased when the era of fighting began. The sailor was arrested and put in the guard house. Appearance of the captured city. Our officers mingled freely with the people. No citizens insulted our soldiers in the streets. No woman repeated the disgraceful scenes of New Orleans by spitting in the faces of the invaders. The Unionists received us as brothers from whom they had long been separated. One lady brought out from its black hiding place in her chimney a national flag, which had been concealed there from the beginning of the war. A Loyalist told me that, coming out of church on Sunday, he was thrilled with the news that the Yankees had captured Fort Donelson; but, with a grave face, he replied to his informant, "That is sad business for us, is it not?" Reaching home with his wife and sister, they gave vent to their exuberant joy. He could not huzza, and so he relieved himself by leaping 2 or 3 times over a center table. There were many genuine Rebels whose eyes glared at us with the hatred of caged tigers. Externally decorous, they would remark, ominously, that they hoped our soldiers would not irritate the people, lest it should deluge the streets with blood. They proposed fabulous wagers that Sterling Price's troops could whip the whole Union army. Circulated daily reports that the Confederates had recaptured New Orleans and Nashville, and talked mysteriously about the fatality of the yellow fever, and the prospect that it would soon break out. Gladness shone from the eyes of all the negroes. Their dusky faces were radiant with welcome, and many women, turbaned in bright bandanas, thronged the office of the provost marshal, applying for passage to the North. We found Memphis as torpid as Syria, where Yusuf Brown declared that he saw only one man exhibit any sign of activity, and he was engaged in tumbling from the roof of a house. But stores were soon opened, and traders came crowding in from the North. Most of them were Jews. Everywhere we saw the deep eyes and pronounced features of that strange, enterprising people. I observed one of them, with the Philistines upon him, marching to the military prison. The pickets had caught him with $10,000 worth of boots and shoes, which he was taking into Dixie. He bore the miscarriage with great philosophy, bewailing neither his ducats nor his daughter, his boots nor his liberty, smiling complacently and finding consolation in the vilest of cigars. But in his dark, sad eye was a gleam of latent vengeance, which he doubtless wreaked upon the first unfortunate customer who fell into his clutches after his release. Glancing at the guests who crowded the dining hall of the Gayoso, one might have believed that the lost tribes of Israel were gathering there for the millennium. Grant orders away the Jews. Many of them engaged in contraband traffic, supplying the rebels with food and even with ammunition. Some months after, these very gross abuses induced Grant to issue a sweeping ukase expelling all Jews from his department, an order which the President wisely countermanded. The rebel authorities had destroyed all the cotton, sugar, and molasses they could find, but these articles now began to emerge from novel hiding places. One gentleman had 50 bales of cotton in his closed parlor. Hundreds of bales were concealed in the woods, in lofts, and in cellars. Much sugar was buried. One man, entombing 15 hogsheads, neglected to throw up a mound to turn off the water when he dug for his sugar. Its linked sweetness was too long drawn out. The hogsheads were empty. On the 17th of June, a little party of Union officers came galloping into the city from the country. They were evidently no gala day soldiers. Their sun-browned faces, dusty clothing, and jaded horses bespoke hard campaigns and long marches. One horseman, in a blue cap and plain blouse, bore no mark of rank, but was noticeable for the peculiar brilliancy of his dark, flashing eye. This modest soldier was Major General Lew. Wallace and his division arrived a few hours after. He established his quarters at the Gayoso, in the same apartments which had been occupied successively by 4 rebel commanders, Pillow, Polk, Van Dorn, and Price. A rebel paper supervised. The Memphis Argus, a bitter secession sheet, had been allowed to continue publication, though its tone was very objectionable. General Wallace at once addressed to the proprietors the following note: "As the closing of your office might be injurious to you pecuniarily, I send Messrs. Richardson, of the New York Tribune, and Knox, of the New York Herald, 2 gentlemen of ample experience, to take charge of the editorial department of your paper. The business and management will be left to you." The publishers, glad to continue upon any terms, acquiesced, and thereafter every morning, before the Argus went to press, the proof sheets were sent to us for revision. The first dress parade of Wallace's original regiment, the 11th Indiana Infantry, was attended by hundreds of Memphians, curious to see Northern troops, drawn up in line. They wore no bright trappings or holiday attire. Their well-kept arms shone in the fading sunlight. A line of polished steel, but their soiled uniforms had left their brightness behind in many hard-fought battles. They went through the drill with rare precision. The rebel bystanders clapped their hands heartily, with a certain unconscious pride that these soldiers were their fellow Americans. The spectacle dimmed their faith in their favorite 5-to-1 theory. "Well, John," asked one of them beside me, "how many regiments like that do you think one of ours could whip?" "I think that whipping one would be a pretty hard day's work," was the reply. A damn black-hearted abolitionist. Months before our arrival, a Union employee of the Memphis and Ohio Railroad sold a watch to a secession comrade. Vainly attempting to collect the pay, he finally wrote a pressing letter. The debtor sent back the dun with this reply: "Sir, my private opinion is public express is that you are a damn black-hearted abolitionist, and if I ever hear of you open you mouth again, you will get you head shave and sent back to you free nigger land where you belong. These are fackles, and you now I can prove them, and I will do it." The Loyalist pocketed the affront, abolitionists and all, and nursed his wrath to keep it warm. Meeting his debtor on the street, after the arrival of our forces, he administered to him a merciless flagellation. Before our provost marshal, it was decided to be a case of justifiable assault, and the prisoner was discharged from custody. Challenge from a Southern woman. In the deserted office of the Appeal was found the following manuscript: A challenge, where, as the wicked policy of the President, making war upon the South for refusing to submit to wrong too palpable for Southerners to do, and where, as it has become necessary for the young men of our country, my brother, in the number to enlist to do the dirty work of driving the mercenaries from our sunny South, whose soil is too holy for such wretches to tramp, and whose atmosphere is too pure for them to breathe. For such an indignity, a forward to civilization, I merely challenge any abolition or black Republican lady of character, if there can be such a one found among the negro equality tribe, to meet me at Mason's and Dixon Line, with a pair of Colt's repeaters or any other weapon they may choose, that I may receive satisfaction for the insult. Victoria E. Goodwin, Springdale, Mississippi, April 27, 1861. Confederate currency was a curiosity of literature and finance. Dray tickets and checks marked "good for 25 cents," and a great variety of shin plasters were current. One, issued by a baker, represented 25 cents in drayage or confectionery, at the option of the holder. Another guaranteed to the bearer the sum of 5 cents from the Mississippi and Tennessee Railroad Company, in freight or passage. A droll species of currency. One of my acquaintances had purchased in Chicago, at 10 cents a dozen, lithographic facsimiles of the regular Confederate notes, promising to pay to the bearer $10, 6 months after a treaty of peace between the United States and the Confederate States. A Memphis merchant, knowing that they were counterfeit, manufactured only to sell as curiosities, considered their execution so much better than the originals, that he gladly gave Tennessee bank notes in exchange for them. My friend subsisted at his hotel for several days upon the proceeds of these facsimiles, and thought it cheap boarding. While Curtis's army was in northern Arkansas, our officers found at a village druggist's several large sheets of his printed promises to pay, neither cut nor signed. At the next village, one of them purchased a canteen of whiskey, and offered the grocer a national treasury note in payment. The trader refused it. It was, doubtless, good, but might cause him trouble after the army had left. He would receive either gold or Confederate money. The officer exhibited one of these blanks, and asked if he would take that. "Oh, yes," he replied, "it is as good money as I want." And he actually sold 250 canteens of whiskey for those unsigned shin plasters, cut off from the sheets in his presence. Late in June, General Grant, accompanied only by his personal staff, often rode from Corinth to Memphis, 90 miles, through a region infested by guerrillas. The guests at the Gayoso House regarded with much curiosity the quiet, slightly stooping, rural-looking man in cotton coat and broad-brimmed hat, talking little and smoking much, who was already beginning to achieve world-wide reputation. A party of native Arkansans, including a young lady, arrived in Memphis, coming up the Mississippi in an open skiff. On leaving home, they expected to encounter some of our gunboats in a few hours, and provided themselves only with one day's food and an ample supply of champagne. Accustomed to luxury, and all unused to labor, in the unpitying sun they rode for 5 days against the strong current of the Mississippi, burnt, sick, and famishing. For 5 nights they slept upon the ground on the swampy shore, half devoured by mosquitoes. At last they found an ark of safety in the iron-clad St. Louis. During a fight at St. Charles, on the White River, the steam drum of the gunboat Mound City was exploded by a Rebel shot. The terrified gunners and seamen, many of them horribly scalded, jumped into the water. The Confederates, from behind trees on the bank, deliberately shot the scalded and drowning wretches. A clever Rebel trick. Halleck continued in command at Corinth. From some cause, his official telegrams to General Curtis in Arkansas and Commodore Davis on the Mississippi were not transmitted in cipher, and the line was unguarded, though leading through an intensely Rebel region. In July, the Memphis operators, from the difficult working of their instruments, surmised that some outsider must be sharing their telegraphic secrets. One day the transmission of a message was suddenly interrupted by the ejaculation, "Pshaw! Hurrah for Jeff Davis!" Individuality reveals itself as clearly in telegraphing as in the footstep or handwriting. Mr. Hall, the Memphis operator, instantly recognized the performer, by what the musicians would call his "time," as a former telegraphic associate in the North, and sent him this message: "Saville, if you don't want to be hung, you had better leave. Our cavalry is closing in on all sides of you." After a little pause, the surprised Rebel replied, "How in the world did you know me? I have been here 4 days, and learned about all your military secrets; but it is becoming a rather tight place, and I think I will leave. Good-bye, boys." He made good his escape. In the woods he had cut the wire, inserted one of his own, and by a pocket instrument perused our official dispatches, stating the exact number and location of United States troops in Memphis. Reinforcements were immediately ordered in to guard against a Rebel dash. A bit of Sherman's waggery. Later in July, Sherman assumed command. One day a bereaved man owner visited him to learn how he could reclaim his runaway slaves. "I know of only one way, sir," replied the general, "and that is through the United States Marshal." The unsuspecting planter went up and down the city inquiring for that civil officer. "Have you any business with him?" asked a Federal captain. "Yes, sir. I want my negroes. General Sherman says he is the proper person to return them." "Undoubtedly he is. The law proscribes it." "Is he in town?" "I rather suspect not." "When do you think he left?" "About the time Sumter was fired on, I fancy." At last it dawned upon the planter's brain that the fugitive slave law was void after the people drove out United States officers. He went sadly back to Sherman, and asked if there was no other method of recovering his chattels. "None within my knowledge, sir." "What can I do about it?" "The law provided a remedy for you slaveholders in cases like this, but you were dissatisfied, and smashed the machine. If you don't like your work, you had better set it to running again." On the 7th and 8th of March, 1862, occurred the battle of Pea Ridge, in Arkansas. Our troops were commanded by General Curtis. Vandeveer's brigade made a forced march of 41 miles between 2:00 a.m. and 10 p.m., in order to participate in the engagement. The fight was very severe, but the tenacity of the Western soldiers finally routed the Rebels. There chanced to be only one New York correspondent with Curtis's command. During the battle he was wounded by a fragment of shell. He sent forward his report with calm complacency, presuming that it was exclusive. Fictitious Battle Reports. But 2 other New York journalists in St. Louis, hearing of the battle, at once repaired to Rolla, the nearest railway point, though 195 miles distant from Pea Ridge. Perusing the very meager official dispatches, knowing what troops were engaged, and learning from an old countryman the topography of the field, they wrote elaborate accounts of the 2 days' conflict. Indebted to their imagination for their facts, they gave minute details and a great variety of incidents. Their reports were plausible and graphic. The London Times reproduced one of them, pronouncing it the ablest and best battle account which had been written during the American War. For months the editors who originally published these reports did not know that they were fictitious. They were written only as a Bohemian freak, and remained the only accounts manufactured by any reputable journalist during the war. After the battle, Curtis's army, 15,000 strong, pursued its winding way through the interior of Arkansas. It maintained no communications, carrying its base of supplies along with it. When out of provisions, it would seize and run all the neighboring corn mills, until it obtained a supply of meal for 1 or 2 weeks, and then move forward. Curtis's Great March through Arkansas. Day after day the Memphis Rebels told us, with ill-concealed glee, that Curtis's army, after terrific slaughter, had all been captured, or was just about to surrender. For weeks we had no reliable intelligence from it. But suddenly it appeared at Helena, on the Mississippi, 75 miles below Memphis, having marched more than 600 miles through the enemy's country. Despite the unhealthy climate, the soldiers arrived in excellent sanitary condition, weary and ragged, but well, and with an immense train of followers. It was a common jest that every private came in with 1 horse, 1 mule, and 2 negroes. The army correspondents, disgusted with the hardships and unwholesome fare of Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee, and Mississippi, often predicted, with what they thought extravagant humor, "When Cincinnati or Chicago becomes the seat of war, all this will be changed. We will take our ease at our inn, and view battles aesthetically." But in September this jest became the literal truth. Bragg, leaving Buell far behind in Tennessee, invaded Kentucky and seriously threatened Cincinnati. Martial law was declared, and all Cincinnati began arming, drilling, or digging. In one day 25,000 citizens enrolled their names, and were organized into companies. 4,000 worked upon the Covington fortifications. Newspaper proprietors were in the trenches. Congressmen, actors, and artists carried muskets or did staff duty. A few sneaks were dragged from their hiding places in back kitchens, garrets, and cellars. One fellow was found in his wife's clothing, scrubbing away at the wash-tub. He was suddenly stripped of his crinoline by the German guard, who, with shouts of laughter, bore him away to a working party. New regiments of volunteers came pouring in from Indiana, Michigan, and the other northwestern states. The farmers, young and old, arrived by thousands, with their shotguns and their old squirrel rifles. The market houses, public buildings, and streets were crowded with them. They came even from New York and Pennsylvania, until General Wallace was compelled to telegraph in all directions that no more were needed. One of these country boys had no weapon except an old Revolutionary sword. Quite a crowd gathered on one morning upon Sycamore Street, where he took out his rusty blade, scrutinized its blunt edge, knelt down, and carefully whetted it for half an hour upon a door stone. Then, finding it satisfactorily sharp, placed it in the scabbard, and turned away with a satisfied look. His gravity and solemnity made it very ludicrous. Buell, before starting northward in pursuit of Bragg, was about to evacuate Nashville. Andrew Johnson, military governor of Tennessee, implored, expostulated, and stormed, but without effect. He solemnly declared that, if all the rest of the army left, he would remain with his 4 Middle Tennessee regiments, defend the city to the last, and perish in its ashes, before it should be given up to the enemy. Buell finally left a garrison, which, though weak in numbers, proved sufficient to hold Nashville. The Siege of Cincinnati. The siege of Cincinnati proved of short duration. Buell's veterans and the enthusiastic new volunteers soon sent the Rebels flying homeward. Then, as though the whole war, their appearance north of Tennessee and Virginia was a sure index of disaster to their arms. Southern military genius did not prove adapted to the establishment of a navy or to fighting on Northern soil. Gloomiest days of the war. Maryland invaded, Frankfort abandoned, Nashville evacuated, Tennessee and Kentucky given up almost without a fight, the Rebels threatening the great commercial metropolis of Ohio. These were the disastrous, humiliating tidings of the hour. These were, perhaps, the gloomiest days that had been seen during the war. We were paying the bitter penalty of many years of national wrong. God works no otherwise. No mighty birth but comes with throes of mortal agony. No man-child among nations of the earth but findeth its baptism in a stormy sea. End of chapter 22. Recording by Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 23 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Giordano. Chapter 23. He that outlives this day and comes safe home will stand a tiptoe when this day is named. King Henry V. Much work for tears in many an English mother, whose sons lie scattered on the bleeding ground. King John. Ordered to Washington. During the siege of Cincinnati, the managing editor telegraphed me thus: "Repair to Washington without any delay." An hour afterward I was upon an Eastern train. At the capital I found orders to join the Army of the Potomac. It was during Lee's first invasion. In Pennsylvania, the governor and leading officials nearly doubled the Confederate army, estimating it at 200,000 men. Reaching Frederick, Maryland, I found more Union flags proportionately in that little city than I had ever seen elsewhere. The people were intensely loyal. 4 miles beyond, in a mountain region, I saw winding, fertile valleys of clear streams, rich in broad cornfields, and white vine-covered farmhouses, half hidden in old apple orchards, while great hay and grain stacks surrounded. The gray barns, looking from their hazy hills o'er the dim waters widening in the vales. The roads were full of our advancing forces, with bronzed faces and muscles compacted by their long campaigning. They had just won the victory of South Mountain, where Hooker found exercise for his peculiar genius in fighting above the clouds, and driving the enemy by an impetuous charge from a dizzy and apparently inaccessible height. On the warpath. The heroic Army of the Potomac, which had suffered more, fought harder, and been defeated oftener than any other national force, was now marching cheerily under the unusual inspiration of victory. But what fearful loads the soldiers carried! Gun, canteen, knapsack, haversack, pack of blankets and clothing, often must have reached 50 pounds to the man. These modern atlases had little chance in a race with the rebels. There were crowds of sorry-looking prisoners marching to the rear, long trains of ambulances filled with our wounded soldiers, some of them walking back with their arms in slings or bloody bandages about their necks or foreheads. Rebel hospitals, where unfortunate fellows were groaning upon the straw, with arms or legs missing, 11 of our lost, resting placidly side by side, while their comrades were digging their graves hard by. The unburied dead of the enemy, lying in pairs or groups, behind rocks or in fence corners, and then a rebel surgeon, in bluish-gray uniform, coming in with a flag of truce to look after his wounded. All the morning I heard the pounding of distant guns, and at 4 p.m., near the little village of Keedysville, I reached our front. On the extreme left I found an old friend whom I had not met for many years, Colonel Edward E. Cross, of the 5th New Hampshire Infantry, formerly a Cincinnati journalist, afterward a miner in Arizona, and then a colonel at the head of a Mexican regiment. His life had been full of interest and romance. A novel kind of duel. While living in Arizona, he incurred the displeasure of the pro-slavery politicians who ruled the territory. Maury, their self-styled delegate to Congress, challenged him, probably upon the hypothesis that, as a Northerner, he would not recognize the code. But Cross was an ugly subject for that experiment. He promptly accepted, and named Burnside rifles at 10 paces. Maury was probably ready to say with Falstaff, "And I thought he had been valiant, and so cunning in fence, I'd have seen him damned ere I had challenged him." Both were dead shots. Their seconds placed them across the strong prairie wind to interfere with their aim. At the first fire, a ball grazed Maury's ear. At the second, a lock of Cross's hair was cut off. "Rather close work, is it not?" he calmly asked of a bystander. At the third fire, Maury's rifle missed. His friends insisted that he was entitled to his fire. Those of the other party declared that this was monstrous, and that he should be killed if he attempted it. But Cross settled the difficulty by deciding that Maury was right, and stood serenely, with folded arms, to receive the shot. The would-be delegate was wise enough to fire into the air. Thus ended the bloodless duel, and the journalist was never challenged again. A year or two later, I chanced to be in El Paso, Mexico, shortly after Cross had visited that ancient city. An old cathedral, still standing, was built before the landing of the Pilgrims on Plymouth Rock. Ascending to the steeple, Cross pocketed and brought away the clapper of the old Spanish bell, which was hung there when the edifice was erected. The devout natives were greatly exasperated at this profanation, and would have killed the relic-hunting Yankee had they caught him. I heard from them a great deal of swearing and bad Spanish on the subject. Now, when I greeted him, his men were deployed in a cornfield, skirmishing with the enemy's pickets. He was in a barn, where the balls constantly whistled and occasionally struck the building. He had just come in from the front, where Confederate bullets had torn 2 rents in the shoulder of his blouse, without breaking the skin. A straggling soldier passed us, strolling down the road toward the rebel pickets. "My young friend," said Cross, "if you don't want a hole through you, you had better come back." Just as he spoke, ping, came a bullet, perforating the hat of the private, who made excellent time toward the rear. A moment after, a shell exploded on a bank near us, throwing the dirt into our faces. How correspondents avoided expulsion. We spent the night at the house of a Union resident of Keedysville. General Marcy, McClellan's father-in-law and chief of staff, who supped there, inquired, with some curiosity, how we had gained admission to the lines, as journalists were then nominally excluded from the army. We assured him that it was only by strategy, the details whereof could not be divulged to outsiders. One of the Tribune correspondents had not left the army since the Peninsular Campaign, and, remaining constantly within the lines, his position had never been questioned. Another, who had a nominal appointment upon the staff of a major general, wore a saber and passed for an officer. I had an old pass, without date, from General Burnside, authorizing the bearer to go to and fro from his headquarters at all times, which enabled me to go by all guards with ease. Marcy engaged lodgings at the house for McClellan, but an hour after, a message was received that the general thought it better to sleep upon the ground near the bivouac fires, as an example for the troops. Shameful surrender of Harper's Ferry. Last night came intelligence of the surrender to Stonewall Jackson of Harper's Ferry, including the impregnable position of Maryland Heights and our army. Colonel Miles, who commanded, atoned for his weakness with his life, being killed by a stray shot just after he had capitulated. Colonel Thomas H. Ford, ex-lieutenant governor of Ohio, who was stationed on the Heights, professed to have a written order from Miles, his superior officer, to exercise his own discretion about evacuating, but he could not exhibit the paper, and stated that he had lost it. He gave up that key to the position without a struggle. It was like leaving the rim of a teacup to go down to the bottom for a defensive point. He was afterward tried before a court-martial, but saved from punishment and permitted to resign through the clemency of President Lincoln. In any other country he would have been shot. On September 16th, General McClellan established his headquarters in a great shaded brick farmhouse. Under one of the old trees sat General Sumner, at 64, erect, agile, and soldierly, with snow-white hair. A few yards distant, in an open field, a party of officers were suddenly startled by two shells which dropped very near them. The group broke up and scattered with great alacrity. "Why," remarked Sumner, with a peculiar smile, "the shells seem to excite a good deal of commotion among those young gentlemen." It appeared to amuse and surprise the old war horse that anybody should be startled by bullets or shots. Lying upon the ground near by, with his head resting upon his arm, was another officer wearing the two stars of a major general. "Who is that?" I asked of a journalistic friend. "Fighting Joe Hooker," was the answer. With his side whiskers, rather heavy countenance, and transparent checks, which revealed the blood like those of a blushing girl, he hardly looked all my fancy had painted him. A cavalry stampede. Toward evening, at the head of his corps, preceded by the pioneers tearing away fences for the column, Hooker led a forward movement across Antietam Creek. His milk-white horse, a rare target to Rebel sharpshooters, could be seen distinctly from afar against the deep green landscape. I could not believe that he was riding into battle upon such a steed, for it seemed suicidal. In an hour we halted, and the cavalry went forward to reconnoiter. A few minutes after, Mr. George W. Smalley, of the Tribune, said to me, "There will be a cavalry stampede in about 5 minutes. Let us ride out to the front and see it." Galloping up the road, and waiting 2 or 3 minutes, we heard 3 6-pound shots in rapid succession, and a little fifer who had climbed a tree shouted, "There they come, like the devil, with the Rebels after them!" From a vast cloud of dust emerged soon our troopers in hot haste and disorder. They had suddenly awakened a Rebel battery, which opened upon them. "We will stir them up," said Hooker, as the cavalry commander made his report. "Why, General," replied the major, "they have some batteries up there." "Well, sir," answered Hooker, "haven't we got as many batteries as they have? Move on." Fighting Joe Hooker in battle. McClellan, who had accompanied the expedition thus far, rode back to the rear. Hooker pressed forward, accompanied by General Meade, then commanding a division, a dark-haired, scholarly-looking gentleman in spectacles. The grassy fields, the shining streams, and the vernal forests stretched out in silent beauty. With their bright muskets, clean uniforms, and floating flags, Hooker's men moved on with assured faces. 'Twere worth 10 years of peaceful life, one glance at their array. With a very heavy force of skirmishers, we pushed on, finding no enemy. Our line was 3/4 of a mile in length. Hooker was on the extreme right, close upon the skirmishers. As we approached a strip of woods, 100 yards wide, far on our extreme left, we heard a single musket. Then there was another, then another, and in an instant Our whole line blazed like a train of powder in one long sheet of flame. Right on our front, through the narrow belt of woods, so near that it seemed that we might toss a pebble to them, rose a countless horde of Rebels, almost instantly obscured by the fire from their muskets and the smoke of the batteries. My confrère and myself were within a few yards of Hooker. It was a very hot place. We could not distinguish the ping of the individual bullets, but their combined and mingled hum was like the din of a great Lowell factory. Solid shot and shell came shrieking through the air, but over our heads, as we were on the extreme front. Hooker, commonplace before, the moment he heard the guns, loomed up into gigantic stature. His eyes gleamed with the grand anger of battle. He seemed to know exactly what to do, to feel that he was master of the situation, and to impress every one else with the fact. Turning to one of his staff, and pointing to a spot near us, he said, "Go and tell Captain to bring his battery, and plant it there at once." The lieutenant rode away. After giving one or two further orders with great clearness, rapidity, and precision, Hooker's eye turned again to that mass of Rebel infantry in the woods, and he said to another officer, with great emphasis, "Go and tell Captain to bring his battery here instantly." Sending more messages to the various divisions and batteries, only a single member of the staff remained. Once more scanning the woods with his eager eye, Hooker directed the aide, "Go and tell Captain to bring that battery here without 1 second's delay. Why, my God, how he can pour it into their infantry!" By this time, several of the body guard had fallen from their saddles. Our horses plunged wildly. A shell plowed the ground under my roaring steed, and another exploded near Mr. Smalley, throwing great clouds of dust over both of us. Hooker leaped his white horse over a low fence into an adjacent orchard, whither we gladly followed. Though we did not move more than 30 yards, it took us comparatively out of range. The Rebels waver and break. The desired battery, stimulated by 3 successive messages, came up with smoking horses, at a full run, was unlimbered in the twinkling of an eye, and began to pour shots into the enemy, who were also suffering severely from our infantry discharges. It was not many seconds before they began to waver. Through the rifting smoke, we could see their line sway to and fro. Then it broke like a thaw in a great river. Hooker rose up in his saddle, and in a voice of suppressed thunder exclaimed, "There they go! G.D.'em! Forward!" Our whole line moved on. It was now nearly dark. Having shared the experience of Fighting Joe Hooker quite long enough, I turned toward the rear. Fresh troops were pressing forward, and stragglers were ranged in long lines behind rocks and trees. Riding slowly along a grassy slope, as I supposed quite out of range, my meditations were disturbed by a cannon ball, whose rush of air fanned my face, and made my horse shrink and rear almost upright. The next moment came another behind me, and by the great blaze of a fire of rails, which the soldiers had built, I saw it ricochet down the slope like a football, and pass right through a column of our troops in blue, who were marching steadily forward. The gap which it had made was immediately closed up. Men with litters were groping through the darkness, bearing the wounded back to the ambulances. A night among the pickets. At 9 o'clock, I wandered to a farmhouse, occupied by some of our pickets. We dared not light candles, as it was within range of the enemy. The family had left. I tied my horse to an apple tree, and lay down upon the parlor floor, with my saddle for a pillow. At intervals during the night, we heard the popping of musketry, and at the first glimpse of dawn, the picket officer shook me by the arm. "My friend," said he, You had better go away as soon as you can. This place is getting rather hot for civilians. The Battle of Antietam. I rode around through the field, for shot and shell were already screaming up the narrow lane. Thus commenced the long, hotly contested Battle of Antietam. Our line was 3 miles in length, with Hooker on the right, Burnside on the left, and a great gap in the middle, occupied only by artillery, while Fitz John Porter, with his fine corps, was held in reserve. From dawn until nearly dark, the two great armies wrestled like athletes, straining every muscle, losing here, gaining there, and at many points fighting the same ground over and over again. It was a fierce, sturdy, indecisive conflict. 5,000 spectators viewed the struggle from a hill comparatively out of range. Not more than 3 persons were struck there during the day. McClellan and his staff occupied another ridge half a mile in the rear. By heaven, it was a goodly sight to see for one who had no friend or brother there. No one who looked upon that wonderful panorama can describe or forget it. Every hill and valley, every cornfield, grove, and cluster of trees was fiercely fought for. The artillery was unceasing. We could often count more than 60 guns to the minute. It was like thunder, and the musketry sounded like the patter of raindrops in an April shower. On the great field were riderless horses and scattering men, clouds of dirt from solid shot and exploding shells, long dark lines of infantry swaying to and fro, with columns of smoke rising from their muskets, red flashes and white puffs from the batteries, with the sun shining brightly on all this scene of tumult, and beyond it, upon the dark, rich woods and the clear blue mountains south of the Potomac. Fearful slaughter in the cornfield. We saw clearly our entire line, except the extreme left, where Burnside was hidden by intervening ridges, and at times the infantry and cavalry of the Rebels. We could see them press our men, and hear their shrill yells of triumph. Then our columns in blue would move forward, driving them back with loud, deep-mouthed, sturdy cheers. Once a great mass of Rebels, in brown and gray, came pouring impetuously through a cornfield, forcing back the Union troops. For a moment both were hidden under a hill, and then up over the slope came our soldiers, flying in confusion, with the enemy in hot pursuit. But soon after, up rose and opened upon them 2 long lines of men in blue with shining muskets, who, hidden behind a ridge, had been lying in wait. The range was short, and the fire was deadly. The Rebels instantly poured back, and were again lost for a moment behind the hill, our troops hotly following. In a few seconds they reappeared, rushing tumultuously back into the cornfield. While they were so thick they looked like swarming bees, one of our batteries, at short range, suddenly commenced dropping shots among them. We could see with distinctness the explosions of the shells, and sometimes even thought we detected fragments of human bodies flying through the air. In that field, the next day, I counted 64 of the enemy's dead, lying almost in one mass. Hooker, wounded before noon, was carried from the field. Had he not been disabled, he would probably have made it a decisive conflict. Realizing that it was one of the world's great days, he said, "I would gladly have compromised with the enemy by receiving a mortal wound at night, could I have remained at the head of my troops until the sun went down." On the left, Burnside, who had a strong, high stone bridge to carry, was sorely pressed. McClellan denied his earnest requests for reinforcements, though the best corps of the army was then held in reserve. The 15th Massachusetts Infantry took into the battle 550 men, and brought out only 156. The 19th Massachusetts, out of 406 men, lost all but 147, including every commissioned officer above a first lieutenant. The 5th New Hampshire, 300 strong, lost 110 privates and 14 officers. Colonel Cross, who seldom went into battle without receiving wounds, was struck in the head by a piece of shell early in the day. But with face crimsoned and eyes dimmed with blood, he led his men until night closed for the indecisive conflict. Best Battle Report of the War. At night, the 4 Tribune correspondents, who had witnessed the battle, met at a little farmhouse. They prepared hasty reports by a flickering tallow candle in a narrow room crowded with wounded and dying. Mr. Smalley had been with Hooker from the firing of the first gun. Twice his horse had been shot under him, and twice his clothing was cut by bullets. Without food, without sleep, greatly exhausted physically and mentally, he started for New York, writing his report on a railway train during the night by a very dim light. Reaching New York at 7 in the morning, he found the printers awaiting him, and an hour later his account of the conflict, filling 5 Tribune columns, was being cried in the streets by the newsboys. Notwithstanding the adverse circumstances of its preparation, it was vivid and truthful, and was considered the best battle report of the war. End of Chapter 23. Recording by Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 24 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Giordano. Chapter 24. Our doubts are traitors, and make us lose the good we oft might win, by fearing to attempt. Measure for measure. In a lull of the musketry, during the battle of Antietam, McClellan rode forward toward the front. On the way he met a Massachusetts general, who was his old friend and classmate. "Gordon," he asked, "how are your men?" "They have behaved admirably," replied Gordon, "but they are now somewhat scattered." "Collect them at once. We must fight to-night, and fight to-morrow. This is our golden opportunity. If we cannot whip the rebels here, we may just as well all die on the field." The day after the battle. That was the spirit of the whole army. It was universally expected that McClellan would renew the attack at daylight the next morning. But, though he had many thousand fresh men, and defeat could only be repulsed to him, while to the enemy, with the river in his rear, it would be ruin, his constitutional timidity prevented. It was the costliest of mistakes. Thursday proved a day of rest, such rest as can be found with 3 miles of dead men to bury, and thousands of wounded to bring from the field. It was a day of standing on the line where the battle closed, of intermittent sharpshooting and discharges of artillery, but no general skirmishing, or attempt to advance on either side. Riding out to the front of General Couch's line, I found the rebels and our own soldiers mingling freely on the disputed ground, bearing away the wounded. I was scanning a rebel battery with my field glass, at the distance of 1/4 of a mile, when one of our pickets exclaimed, "Put up your glass, sir. The Johnnies will shoot in a minute, if they see you using it." In front of Hancock's lines, a flag of truce was raised. Hancock, erect and soldierly, with smooth face, light eyes, and brown hair, the finest-looking general in our service, accompanied by Meagher, rode forward into a cornfield, and met the young fire-eating brigadier of the rebels, Roger A. Pryor. Pryor insisted that he had seen a white flag on our front, and asked if we desired permission to remove our dead and wounded. Hancock indignantly denied that we had asked for a truce, as we claimed the ground, stating that, through the whole day, we had been removing and ministering to both Union and Rebel wounded. He suggested a cessation of sharpshooting until this work could be completed. Pryor declined this, and in 10 minutes the firing reopened. "A great victory," said Wellington, "is the most awful thing in the world, except a great defeat." Antietam, though not an entire victory, had all its terrific features. Our casualties footed up to 12,352, of whom about 2,000 were killed on the field. Down among the dead men. Between the fences of a road immediately beyond the cornfield, in a space 100 yards long, I counted more than 200 Rebel dead, lying where they fell. Elsewhere, over many acres, they were strewn singly, in groups, and occasionally in masses, piled up almost like cordwood. They were lying, some with the human form undistinguishable, others with no outward indication of wounds, in all the strange positions of violent death. All had blackened faces. There were forms with every rigid muscle strained in fierce agony, and those with hands folded peacefully upon the bosom, some still clutching their guns, others with arm upraised, and one with a single open finger pointing to heaven. Several remained hanging over a fence which they were climbing when the fatal shot struck them. It was several days before all the wounded were removed from the field. Many were shockingly mutilated, but the most revolting spectacle I saw was that of a soldier, with 3 fingers cut off by a bullet, leaving ragged, bloody shreds of flesh. Lee permitted to escape. On Thursday night the sun went down with the opposing forces face to face, and their pickets within stone's throw of each other. On Friday morning the Rebel army was in Virginia, the National army in Maryland. Between dark and daylight, Lee evacuated the position and carried his whole army across the river. He had no empty breastworks with which to endow us, but he left the field plowed with shot, watered with blood, and sown thick with dead. We found the debris of his late camps, 2 disabled pieces of artillery, a few hundred of his stragglers, 2,000 of his wounded, and as many more of his unburied dead, but not a single field piece or caisson, ambulance or wagon, not a tent, a box of stores, or a pound of ammunition. He carried with him the supplies gathered in Maryland, and the rich spoils of Harper's Ferry. It was a very bitter disappointment to the army and the country. The John Brown Engine House, Bolivar Heights, Maryland, September 25, 1862. Adieu to Western Maryland, with the staunch loyalty of its suffering people. Adieu to Sharpsburg, which, cut to pieces by our own shot and shell, as no other village in America ever was, gave us the warm welcome that comes from the heart. Adieu to the drenched field of Antietam, with its glorious Wednesday, writing for our army a record than which nothing brighter shines through history, with its fatal Thursday, permitting the clean, leisurely escape of the foe down into the valley, across the difficult ford, and up the Virginia heights. Our army might have been driven back; it could never have been captured or cut to pieces. Failure was only repulse. Success was crowning, decisive, final victory. The enemy saw this, and walked undisturbed out of the snare. 3 days ago our army moved down the left bank of the Potomac, climbing the narrow, tortuous road that winds around the foot of the mountains, under Maryland Heights, across the long, crooked ford, above the blackened timbers of the railroad bridge, then up among the long, bare, deserted walls of the ruined government armory, past the engine house, which old John Brown made historic, up through the dingy, antique, oriental-looking town of Harper's Ferry, sadly worn, almost washed away by the ebb and flow of war, up through the village of Bolivar to these heights, where we pitched our tents. Behind and below us rushed the gleaming river, till its dark, shining surface was broken by rocks. Across it came a line of our stragglers, wading to the knees with staggering steps. Beyond it, the broad forest-clad Maryland heights rose gloomy and somber. Down behind me to the river, winding across it like a slender S, then extending for half a mile on the other side. Far up along the Maryland hill stretched a division train of snowy wagons, standing out in strong relief from the dark background of water and mountain. 2 weeks ago, shots exchanged between the Army of Slavery and the Army of Freedom shrieked and screamed over the engine house, where, for 2 days, old John Brown held the state of Virginia at bay. A week ago its walls were again shaken by the thunders of cannonade, when the armies met in fruitless battle. Last night, within rifle shot of it, the President's proclamation of emancipation was heard gladly among 30,000 soldiers. President Lincoln reviews the Army. October 2. President Lincoln arrived here yesterday and reviewed the troops, accompanied by McClellan, Sumner, Hancock, Meagher, and other generals. He appeared in black, wearing a silk hat, and his tall, slender form and plain clothing contrasted strangely with the broad shoulders and the blue and gold of the Major General commanding. He is unusually thin and silent, and looks weary and careworn. He regarded the old engine house with great interest. It reminded him, he said, of the Illinois custom of naming locomotives after fleet animals, such as the reindeer, the antelope, the Flying Dutchman, etc. At the time of the John Brown raid, a new locomotive was named the Scared Virginians. The troops everywhere cheered him with warm enthusiasm. October 13. The cavalry raid of the rebel General Stuart around our entire army into Maryland and Pennsylvania and back again, crossing the Potomac without serious loss, is the one theme of conversation. It was audacious and brilliant. On his return, Stuart passed within 5 miles of McClellan's headquarters, which were separated from the rest of the troops by half a mile, and guarded only by a New York regiment. Some of the staff officers are very indignant when they are told that Stuart knew the interest of the rebels too well to capture our commander. Charlestown, Virginia, October 16. A reconnaissance to the front, commanded by General Hancock. The column moved briskly over the broad turnpike, through ample fields rich with shocks of corn, past stately farmhouses, with deep shade trees and orchards, by gray barns, surrounded by hay and grain stacks, beyond our lines, over the debatable ground, past the rebel picket stations, in sight of Charlestown, and yet no enemy appeared. Dodging rebel cannon balls. We began to think Confederates a myth, but suddenly a gun belched forth in front of us, another and yet another, and rifled shot came singing by, cutting through the tree branches with sharp, incisive music. 2 of our batteries instantly unlimbered and replied. Our column filled the road. Nearly all the rebel missiles struck in an apple orchard within 20 yards of the turnpike, but our men would persist in climbing the trees and gathering the fruit, in spite of the shrieking shells. I have not yet learned to avoid bowing my head instinctively as a shot screams by, but some old stagers sit perfectly erect, and laughingly remind me of Napoleon's remark to a young officer, "My friend, if that shell were really your fate, it would hit you and kill you if you were 100 feet underground." We could plainly see the rebel cavalry. Far in advance of all others was a rider on a milk-white horse, which made him a conspicuous mark. The sharpshooters tried in vain to pick him off, while he sat viewing the artillery drill as complacently as if enjoying a pantomime. Some of our officers declare that they have seen that identical steed and rider on the rebel front in every fight from Yorktown to Antietam. After an artillery fire of an hour, in which we lost 8 or 10 men, the rebels evacuated Charlestown, and we entered. His soul is marching on. The troops take a very keen interest in everything connected with the historic old man, who, 2 years ago, yielded up his life in a field which is near our camp. They visit it by hundreds, and pour into the courthouse, now open and deserted, where he was tried, and made that wonderful speech which will never die. They scan closely the jail, where he wrote and spoke so many electric words. As our column passed it, one countenance only was visible within, that of a negro, looking through a grated window. How his dusky face lit up behind its prison bars at the sight of our column, and the words, "His soul is marching on," sung by a Pennsylvania regiment. An eminently intelligent contraband. Our pickets described a solitary horseman with a basket on his arm, jogging soberly toward them. He proved a dark mulatto of about 35, and halted at their order. "Where are you from?" "Southern Army, Cap'n." "Where are you going?" "Goin' to use all." "What do you want?" "Protection, boss. You won't send me back, will you?" "No, come in." "Whose servant are you?" "Cap'n Rhett's, of South Caroliny. You's heard of Mr. Barnwell Rhett, editor of the Charleston Mercury. Cap'n is his brother, and commands a battery." "How did you get away?" "Cap'n gave me $15 this morning. He said, 'John, go out and forage for butter and eggs.' So you see, boss," with a broad grin, "I's out foragin'." I pulled my hat over my eyes, and jogged along on the cap'n's horse, with this basket on my arm, right by our pickets. They never challenged me once. If they had, I should have shown them this." And he produced from his pocket an order in pencil from Captain Rhett to pass his servant John on horseback in search of butter and eggs. "Why did you expect protection?" "Heard so in Maryland before the proclamation." "What do you know about the proclamation?" "Read it, sir, in a Richmond paper." "What is it?" "That every slave is to be emancipated after the first day of next January. Isn't that it, boss?" "Something like it. How did you learn to read?" "A New York lady stopping at the hotel taught me." "Did you ever hear of old John Brown?" "Heard of him? Lord bless you, yes. I've his life now in my trunk in Charleston. I've read it to heaps of colored folks. They think John Brown was almost a god. Just say you are a friend of his, and any slave will kiss your feet, if you will let him. They think, if he was only alive now, he would be king. How he did frighten the white folks! It was Sunday morning. I was waiter at the Mills House, in Charleston. A lady from Massachusetts breakfasted at my table. 'John,' she says, 'I want to see a negro church. Where is the best one?' 'Not any open today, missus,' I told her. 'Why not?' 'Because a Mr. John Brown has raised an insurrection in Virginny, and they don't let the negroes go into the street today.' 'Well,' she says, 'they had better look out, or they will get their white churches shut up too, one of these days.'" The Lord bless you, General. This truly intelligent contraband, being taken to McClellan, replied very modestly and intelligently to questions about the numbers and organization of the Rebel army. At the close of the interview, he asked anxiously, "General, you won't send me back, will you?" "Yes," replied McClellan with a smile, "I believe I will." "I hope you won't, General," with great earnestness. "I come to yous all for protection, and I hope you won't." "Well, then, John, you are at liberty to stay with the army if you like, or to go where you please. No one can ever make you a slave again." "May the Lord bless you, General! I thought you wouldn't drive me out. You're the best friend I ever had. I shall never forget you till I die." Boulevard Heights, October 25. "The view from the mountains at Harper's Ferry," said Thomas Jefferson, "is worth a journey across the Atlantic." Curiosities of the Signal Corps. Let us approach it at the lower price of climbing Maryland Heights. The air is soft and wooing to-day. It is the time. Just ere the frost prepares to pave old winter's way, when autumn, in a reverie lost, the mellow daylight dreams away, when summer comes in musing mind, to gaze once more on hill and dell, to mark how many sheaves they bind, and see if all are ripened well. Half-way up the mountain you rest your panting horse at a battery among bottle-shaped Dahlgrens, sure at 3,500 yards, and capable, at their utmost elevation, of a range of 3 miles and a half. Black, solemn Parrotts, with iron-banded breech, and shining howitzers of brass. Far up, accessible only to footmen, is a long breastwork, where 2 of our companions repulsed a rebel regiment. How high the tide of war must run, when its waves wash this mountain top! Here, on the extreme summit, is an open tent of the Signal Corps. It is labeled, "Don't touch the instruments. Ask no questions." Inside, 2 operators are gazing at the distant heights through fixed telescopes, calling out, "45, 169, 81, etc., which the clerk records. Each number represents a letter, syllable, or abbreviated word. Looking through the long glass toward one of the 7 signal stations, from 4 to 20 miles away, communicating with this, you see a flag, with some large black figure upon a white foreground. It rises, so many waves to the right, so many to the left. Then a different flag takes its place, and rises and falls in turn. By these combinations, from 1 to 3 words per minute are telegraphed. The operator slowly reads the distant signals to you. 200, rebel, cavalry, riding out of Charlestown. This way, field piece, on road. And it occupies 5 minutes. 5 miles is an easy distance to communicate, but messages can be seen 20 miles. The Signal Corps keep on the front. Their services are of great value. Several of the members have been wounded and some killed. Beautiful view from Maryland Heights. You are on the highest point of the Blue Ridge, 4,000 feet above the sea, 1,000 above the Potomac. Along the path by which you come climbs a pony. On the pony's back a negro. On the negro's head a bucket of water. Then a mule bearing a coffee sack, containing at each end a keg of water. Thus all provisions are brought up. Here, in the early morning, you could only look out upon a cold, shoreless sea of white fog. Now you look down upon all the country within a radius of 20 miles, as you would gaze into your garden from your own housetop. You see the Potomac winding far away in a thread of silver, broken by shrubs, rocks, and islands. At your feet lies Pleasant Valley, a great furrow, 2 miles across, from edge to edge, plowed through the mountains. It is full of camps, white villages of tents, and black groups of guns. You see cozy dwellings, with great, well-filled barns, red brick mills, straw-colored fields dotted with shocks of corn, and reaching far up into the dark, hillside woods, green sward fields, mottled with orchards, and a little shining stream. A dim haze rests upon the mountain-guarded picture, and the soft wind seems to sing with Whittier. Yet calm and patient Nature keeps her ancient promise well, though o'er her bloom and greenness sweeps the battle's breath of hell. And still she walks in golden hours through harvest-happy farms, and still she wears her fruits and flowers like jewels on her arms. Still in the cannon's pause we heard her sweet thanksgiving psalm. Too near to God for doubt or fear, she shares the eternal calm. She sees with clearer eye than ours the good of suffering born, the hearts that blossom like her flowers and ripen like her corn. See the regiments on dress parade, long lines of dark blue, with bayonets that flash brightly in the waning sunlight. When dismissed, each breaks into companies, which move toward their quarters like monster antediluvian reptiles with myriads of blue legs. Burnside at his tent. On that distant hillside, just at the forest's edge, in the midst of a group of tents, are Burnside's headquarters. Through your field glass, you see standing in front of them the military man whose ambition has a limit. He has twice refused to accept the chief command of the army. There stands Burnside, the favorite of the troops, in blue shirt, knit jacket, and riding boots, with frank, manly face and full, laughing eyes. Under your feet are Bolivar Heights, crowned with the tents of Couch's Corps, dingy by reason of long service, like a spring snowdrift through which the dirt begins to sift. You see the quaint old village of Harper's Ferry, and glimpses of the Potomac, gold in the sunset, with trees and rocks mirrored in its mellow face. The sun goes down, and the glory of the western hills fades as you slowly descend, but the picture you have seen is one which memory paints in fast colors. End of Chapter 24. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 25 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Kasper. Chapter 25. A woman moved is like a fountain troubled, muddy, ill-seeming, thick, bereft of beauty. Taming of the Shrew. When the army left Harper's Ferry on a forced march, it moved with incredible celerity, 30 miles in 9 days. The Virginians east of the Blue Ridge were nearly all hot secessionists. The troops, who had behaved well among the Union people of Maryland, saw the contrast, and spoiled the Egyptians accordingly. I think if Pharaoh had seen his homestead passed over by a hungry, hostile force, he would have let the people go. In the presence of the army, many professed a sort of loyal neutrality, or neutral loyalty, but I did not hear a single white Virginian of either sex claim to be an unconditional Unionist. At Woodgrove one evening, finding that we should not go into camp before midnight, I sought supper and lodging at a private house of the better class. My middle-aged host and his 2 young unmarried sisters were glad to entertain someone from the army to protect their dwelling against stragglers. The elder girl, of about 18, was almost a monomaniac upon the war. She declared she had no aspiration for heaven if any Yankees were to be there. She would be proud to kiss the dirtiest, raggedest soldier in the Rebel army. I refrained from discussing politics with her, and we talked of other subjects. During the evening, Generals Gorman and Burns reached the house to seek shelter for the night. The officers, discovering the sensitiveness of the poor girl, expressed the most ultra sentiments. Well educated, and with a tongue like a rapier, she was at times greatly excited, and the blood crimsoned her face, but she out-talked them all. "By the way," asked Burns, mischievously, "do you ever read the Tribune?" She replied, with intense indignation, "Read it? I would not touch it with a pair of tongs. It is the most infamous abolition, negro equality sheet in the whole world." "So a great many people say," continued Burns. "However, here is one of its correspondents." "In this room?" "Yes, madam." "He must be even worse than you, who come down here to murder us. Where is he?" "Sitting in the corner there, reading letters." "I thought you were deceiving me. That is no Tribune correspondent. I do not believe you." To me, "This Yankee officer says that you write for the New York Tribune. You don't, do you?" "Yes, madam." "Why, you seem to be a gentleman. It is not true. It's a jest between you, just to make me angry." At last convinced, she withheld altogether from me the expected vituperation, but assailed Burns in a style which made him very glad to abandon the unequal contest. She relentlessly persisted that he should always wear his star, for nobody would suspect him of being a general if he appeared without his uniform, that he was the worst type, a most obnoxious Yankee, etc. At Upperville the next day, I inquired of a woman who was scrutinizing us from her door, "Have you seen any Rebel pickets this morning?" She replied indignantly, "No. Why do you call them Rebels?" "As you please, madam. What do you call them?" "I call them Southern heroes, sir." The negroes poured into our lines whenever permitted. "Well, uncle," I asked of a white-haired patriarch who was tottering along the road, "are you a Rebel like everybody else?" "No, sir. What should I be a Rebel for? I have been wanting to come to you all a heap of times, but I just watched and waited." Watching and waiting. 4 millions of negroes were watching and waiting from the beginning of the war until President Lincoln's proclamation. On the march, Major O'Neill, of General Meagher's staff, started with a message to Burnside, who was a few miles on our left. Unsuspectingly, he rode right into a squad of cavalry dressed in United States uniform. He found that they were Stuart's Rebels in disguise, and that he was a captive. O'Neill had only just been exchanged from Libby Prison, and his prospect was disheartening. The delighted Rebels sent him to their headquarters in Bloomfield, under guard of a lieutenant and 2 men. But on reaching the village, they found the headquarters closed. "I wonder where our forces are gone," said the Rebel officer. "Oh, here they are. Men, guard the prisoner while I ride to them." And he galloped down the street to a company of approaching cavalry. Just as he reached them, they leveled their carbines and cried, "Surrender!" He had made precisely the same mistake as Major O'Neill, and ridden into our cavalry instead of his own. So, after spending 3 hours in the hands of the Rebels, O'Neill found himself once more in our lines, accompanied by 3 Rebel prisoners. The slaveholders complained greatly of the depredations of our army. A wealthy planter, who had lost nothing of much value, drew for me a frightful picture of impending starvation. "I could bear it myself," exclaimed this Virginian Pecksniff, "but it is very hard for these little negroes, who are almost as dear to me as my own children." He had one of the young Africans upon his knee, and it was quite as white as "his own children," who were running about the room. The only perceptible difference was that its hair was curly, while theirs was straight. At Warrenton, on the 7th of November, McClellan was relieved from the command of the Army of the Potomac. He issued the following farewell: "An order from the President devolves upon Major General Burnside the command of this army. In parting from you, I cannot express the love and gratitude I bear you. As an army, you have grown under my care. In you I have never found doubt or coldness. The battles you have fought under my command will brightly live in our nation's history. The glory you have achieved, our mutual perils and fatigues, the graves of our comrades fallen in battle and by disease, the broken forms of those whom wounds and sickness have disabled, make the strongest associations which can exist among men. United still by an indissoluble tie, we shall ever be comrades in supporting the Constitution of our country and the nationality of its people." McClellan's political and personal friends were aggrieved and indignant at his removal in the midst of a campaign. 3 of his staff officers even made a foolish attempt to assault a Tribune correspondent on account of the supposed hostility of that journal toward their commander. General McClellan, upon hearing of it, sent a disclaimer and apology, and the officers were soon heartily ashamed. The withdrawal was worked up to its utmost dramatic effect. Immediately after reading the farewell order to all the troops, there was a final review, in which the outgoing and incoming generals, with their long staffs, rode along the lines. Salutes were fired and colors dipped. At some points the men cheered warmly, but the new regiments were heroically reticent. McClellan's chief strength was with the rank and file. Burnside pushed the army rapidly forward to the Rappahannock. The rebels held Fredericksburg on the south bank. The men conversed freely across the stream. One day I heard dialogue like this: "Hallo, Butternut!" "Hallo, Bluebelly!" "What was the matter with your battery Tuesday night?" "You made it too hot. Your shots drove away the cannoneers, and they haven't stopped running yet. We infantrymen had to come out and withdraw the guns." "You infantrymen'll run too one of these fine mornings." "When are you coming over?" "When we get ready to come." "What do you want?" "Want Fredericksburg." "Don't you wish you may get it?" Here an officer came up and ordered our men away. The army halted for some weeks in front of Fredericksburg. By this time, war correspondence was employing hundreds of pens. The Tribune had from 5 to 8 men in the Army of the Potomac, and 12 west of the Alleghanies. My own local habitation was the headquarters of Major General O. Howard, who afterward won wide reputation in Tennessee and Georgia, and who is an officer of great skill, bravery, and personal purity. My dispatches were usually prepared, and those of my associates sent to me, at night. Before dawn, a special messenger called at my tent for them, and bore them on horseback, or by railway and steamer, to Washington, whence they were forwarded to New York by mail or telegraph. Correspondents usually lived at the headquarters of some general officer, bearing their due proportion of mess expenditures, but they were compelled to rely upon the bounty of quartermasters for forage for their horses and transportation for their baggage. Having no legal and recognized positions in the army, they were sometimes liable to supercilious treatment from young members of staff. They were sure of politeness and consideration from generals, yet, particularly in the regular army, there was a certain impression that they deserved Halleck's characterization of unauthorized hangers-on. To encourage the best class of journalists to accompany the army, there should be a law distinctly authorizing representatives of the press, who are engaged in no other pursuit, to accompany troops in the field, and purchase forage and provisions at the same rates as officers. They should, of course, be held to a just responsibility not to publish information which could benefit the enemy. Nightly, around our great division campfire, negroes of all ages pored over their spelling books with commendable thirst for learning. One boy of 14 was considered peculiarly stupid, and had seen hard work, rough living, and no pay during his 12-month sojourn with the army. I asked him, "Did you work as hard for your old master as you do here?" "No, sir." "Did he treat you kindly?" "Yes, sir." "Were you as well clothed as now?" "Better, sir." "And had more comforts?" "Yes, sir. Always had a roof over me, and was never exposed to rain and cold." "Would you not have done better to stay at home?" "If I thought so, I would not have come away, sir." "Would you come again, knowing what hardships were before you?" "Yes, sir. I'd rather be free." He was not stupid enough to be devoid of human instinct. In December occurred the Battle of Fredericksburg. The enemy's position was very strong, almost impregnable. Our men were compelled to lay their pontoons across the river in a pitiless rain of bullets from the Rebel sharpshooters. But they did it without flinching. Our troops, rank, file, and officers, marched into the jaws of death with stubborn determination. We attacked in 3 columns, but the original design was that the main assault should be on our left, which was commanded by General Franklin. A road which Franklin wished to reach would enable him to come up in the rear of Fredericksburg, and compel the enemy to evacuate his strong works or be captured.
Franklin was very late in starting. He penetrated once to this road, but did not know it and fell back again. Thus the key to the position was lost. In the center, our troops were flung upon very strong works and repulsed with terrible slaughter. It proved a massacre rather than a battle. Our killed and wounded exceeded 10,000. I was not present at that battle, but returned to the army 2 or 3 days after. Burnside deported himself with rare fitness and magnanimity. As he spoke to me about the brave men who had fruitlessly fallen, there were tears in his eyes, and his voice broke with emotion. When I asked him if Franklin's slowness was responsible for the slaughter, he replied, "No, I understand perfectly well that when the general commanding an army meets with disaster, he alone is responsible, and I will not attempt to shift that responsibility upon anyone else. No one will ever know how near we came to a great victory. It almost seems to me now that I could have led my old Ninth Corps into those works." Indeed, Burnside had desired to do this, but was dissuaded by his lieutenants. The Ninth Corps would have followed him anywhere, but that would have been certain death. Burnside was at least great in his earnestness, his moral courage, and perfect integrity. The battle was better than squandering precious lives in fevers and dysentery during months of inaction. Better a soldier's death on the enemy's guns than a nameless grave in the swamps of the Chickahominy or the trenches before Corinth. Ordered to move, Burnside obeyed without quibbling or hesitating, and flung his army upon the rebels. The result was defeat, but that policy proved our salvation at last. By that sign we conquered. Every private soldier knew that the Battle of Fredericksburg was a costly and bloody mistake. And yet, I think, on the day or the week following it, the soldiers would have gone into battle just as cheerfully and sturdily as before. The more I saw of the Army of the Potomac, the more I wondered at its invincible spirit, which no disasters seemed able to destroy. In January, among the lookers-on in Virginia, was the Honorable Henry J. Raymond of the Times. He had a brother in the service, and one day he received this telegram: "Your brother's corpse is at Belle Plain." Hastening to the army as fast as steam could carry him to perform the last sad offices of affection, he found his relative not only living, but in vigorous health. Through the eccentricities of the telegraph, the word corps had been changed into corpse. On the 22nd of January, Burnside attempted another advance, designing to cross the Rappahannock in 3 columns. The weather for a long time had been fine, but a few hours after the army started, the heavens opened and converted the Virginia roads into almost fathomless mire. Advance seemed out of the question, and in 2 days the troops came back to camp. The Rebels understood the cause, and prepared an enormous sign, which they erected on their side of the river, in full view of our pickets, bearing the inscription, "Stuck in the Mud." Army of Potomac, near Falmouth, Virginia, Monday, November 24th. Still on the north bank of the Rappahannock. Upon the high bluffs, along a line of 3 miles, 24 of our guns point threateningly toward the enemy. In the ravines behind them, 100 more wait, ready to be wheeled up and placed in position. Upon the hills south of the river, distant from them 1,000 to 5,000 yards, Rebel guns confront them. Some peer blackly through hastily built earthworks. Some are just visible over the crests of sharp ridges. Some almost hidden by great piles of brush. Already we count 18. The cannonading will unmask many more. Ah, what a sound will rise, how wild and dreary, when the death angel touches these swift keys! What loud lament and dismal miserere will mingle with their awful symphonies! In front of our right batteries, but far below and hidden from them, the antique, narrow, half-ruined village of Falmouth hugs the river. In front of the Rebel batteries, in full view of both sides, the broad, well-to-do town of Fredericksburg, with its great factories, tall spires, and brick buildings, is a tempting target for our guns. The river which flows between, though Fredericksburg is half a mile below Falmouth, is now so narrow that a lad can throw a stone across. Behind our batteries and their protecting hills rests the infantry of the Grand Division. General Couch's corps occupies a crescent-shaped valley, a symmetric natural amphitheater. It is all aglow nightly with 1,000 campfires, and from the proscenium hill of General Howard's headquarters forms a picture mocking all earthly canvas. Behind the rebel batteries, in the dense forest, their infantry occupies a line 5 miles long. By night we just detect the glimmer of their fires. By day we see the tall, slender columns of smoke curling up from their camps. All the citizens ask to have guards placed over their houses, but very few obtain them. "I will give no man a guard," replied General Howard to one of these applicants, "until he is willing to lose as much as I have lost in defending the government." The Virginian cast one long, lingering look at the general's loose, empty coat sleeve (he lost his right arm while leading the brigade at Fair Oaks), and went away, the picture of despair. Army of the Potomac, Sunday, December 21st. The general tone of the army is good, far better than could be expected. There is regret for our failure, sympathy for our wounded, mourning for our honored dead, but I find little discouragement and no demoralization. This is largely owing to the splendid conduct of all our troops. The men are hopeful because there are few of the usual jealousies and heartburnings. No one is able to say, "If this division had not broken, or if that regiment had done its duty, we might have won." The concurrence of testimony is universal, that our men in every division did better than they ever did before, and made good their claim to being the best troops in the world. We have had victories without merit, but this was a defeat without dishonor. In many respects, in all respects but the failure of its vital object, the Battle of Fredericksburg was the finest thing of the war. Laying the bridge, pushing the army across, after the defeat withdrawing it successfully, all were splendidly done, and redound alike to the skill of the general and the heroism of the troops. And those men and officers of the 7th Michigan, the 19th and 20th Massachusetts, and the 89th New York, who eagerly crossed the river in open boats in the teeth of that pitiless rain of bullets, and dislodged the sharpshooters who were holding our whole army at bay, what shall we say of them? Let the name of every man of them be secured now and preserved in a roll of honor. Let Congress see to it that by medal or ribbon to each the Republic gives token of gratitude to all who do such royal deeds in its defense. To the living, at least, we can be just. The fallen, who were left by hundreds in line of battle, dead on the field of honor, we cannot reward. But he who permits no sparrow to fall to the ground unheeded will see to it that no drop of their precious blood has been shed in vain. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Kasper. Chapter 26. He hath borne his faculties so meek, hath been so clear in his great office, that his virtues will plead like angels trumpet-tongued against the deep damnation of his taking off. Macbeth. The assassination of President Lincoln, while these chapters are in press, attaches a sad interest to everything connected with his memory. During the great canvass for the United States Senate between Mr. Lincoln and Mr. Douglas, the right of Congress to exclude slavery from the territories was the chief point in dispute. Kansas was the only region where it had any practical application, and we who were residing there read the debates with peculiar interest. No such war of intellects on the rostrum was ever witnessed in America. Entirely without general culture, More ignorant of books than any other public man of his day, Douglas was christened the Little Giant by the unerring popular instinct. He who, without the learning of the schools and without preparation, could cope with Webster, Seward, and Sumner, surely deserved that appellation. He despised study. Rising after one of Mr. Sumner's most scholarly and elaborate speeches, he said, "Mr. President, this is very elegant and able, but we all know perfectly well that the Massachusetts senator has been rehearsing it every night for a month before a looking-glass, with a negro holding a candle." Douglas was, beyond all contemporaries, a man of the people. Lincoln, too, was distinctly of the masses, but he represented their sober second thought, their higher aspirations, their better possibilities. Douglas embodied their average impulses, both good and bad. Upon the stump, his fluency, his hard common sense, and his wonderful voice, which could thunder like the cataract or whisper like the breeze, enabled him to sway them at his will. Hitherto invincible at home, he now found a foeman worthy of his steel. All over the country people began to ask about this honest Abe Lincoln, whose inexhaustible anecdotes were so droll, yet so exactly to the point, whose logic was so irresistible, whose modesty, fairness, and personal integrity won golden opinions from his political enemies, who, without trimming, enjoyed the support of the many-headed opposition in Illinois, from the abolition Owen Lovejoys of the northern counties down to the conservative old Whigs of the Egyptian districts, who still believed in the divinity of slavery. Those who did not witness it will never comprehend the universal and intense horror at everything looking toward negro equality which then prevailed in southern Illinois. Republican politicians succumbed to it. In their journals and platforms they sometimes said distinctly, "We care nothing for the negro. We advocate his exclusion from our state. We oppose slavery in the territories only because it is a curse to the white man." Mr. Lincoln never descended to this level. In his plain, moderate, conciliatory way, he would urge upon his simple auditors that this matter had a right and a wrong, that the great Declaration of their fathers meant something, and, always his strong point, he would put this so clearly to the common apprehension, and so touch the people's moral sense, that his opponents found their old cries of abolitionist and negro worshiper hollow and powerless. His defeat, by a very slight majority, proved victory in disguise. The debates gave him a national reputation. Republican executive committees in other states issued verbatim reports of the speeches of both Douglas and Lincoln, bound up together in the order of their delivery. They printed them just as they stood, without one word of comment, as the most convincing plea for their cause. Rarely, if ever, has any man received so high a compliment as was thus paid to Mr. Lincoln. In Kansas, his stories began to stick like chestnut burrs in the popular ear, to pass from mouth to mouth and from cabin to cabin. The young lawyers, physicians, and other politicians who swarm in the new country began to quote from his arguments in their public speeches, and to regard him as the special champion of their political faith. Late in the autumn of 1859, he visited the Territory for the first and last time. With Marcus J. Parrott, delegate in Congress, A. Carter Wilder, afterward representative, and Henry Villard, a journalist, I went to Troy, in Doniphan County, to hear him. In the imaginative language of the frontier, Troy was a town, possibly a city. But, save a shabby frame courthouse, a tavern, and a few shanties, its urban glories were visible only to the eye of faith. It was intensely cold. The sweeping prairie wind rocked the crazy buildings and cut the faces of travelers like a knife. Mr. Wilder froze his hand during our ride, and Mr. Lincoln's party arrived wrapped in buffalo robes. Not more than 40 people assembled in that little bare-walled courthouse. There was none of the magnetism of a multitude to inspire the long, angular, ungainly orator who rose up behind a rough table. With little gesticulation, and that little ungraceful, he began, not to declaim, but to talk. In a conversational tone, he argued the question of slavery in the territories in the language of an average Ohio or New York farmer. I thought, if the Illinoisans consider this a great man, their ideas must be very peculiar. But in 10 or 15 minutes I was unconsciously and irresistibly drawn by the clearness and closeness of his argument. Link after link, it was forged and welded like a blacksmith's chain. He made few assertions, but merely asked questions. Is not this true? If you admit that fact, is not this induction correct? Give him his premises, and his conclusions were inevitable as death. His fairness and candor were very noticeable. He ridiculed nothing, burlesqued nothing, misrepresented nothing. So far from distorting the views held by Mr. Douglas and his adherents, he stated them with more strength probably than any one of their advocates could have done. Then, very modestly and courteously, he inquired into their soundness. He was too kind for bitterness, and too great for vituperation. His anecdotes, of course, were felicitous and illustrative. He delineated the tortuous windings of the democracy upon the slavery question, from Thomas Jefferson down to Franklin Pierce. Whenever he heard a man avow his determination to adhere unswervingly to the principles of the Democratic party, it reminded him, he said, of a little incident in Illinois. A lad plowing upon the prairie asked his father in what direction he should strike a new furrow. The parent replied, "Steer for that yoke of oxen standing at the further end of the field." The father went away, and the lad obeyed. But just as he started, the oxen started also. He kept steering for them, and they continued to walk. He followed them entirely around the field, and came back to the starting point, having furrowed a circle instead of a line. The address lasted for an hour and 3/4. Neither rhetorical, graceful, nor eloquent, it was still very fascinating. The people of the frontier believe profoundly in fair play and in hearing both sides. So they now called for an aged ex-Kentuckian, who was the heaviest slaveholder in the territory. Responding, he thus prefaced his remarks: "I have heard during my life all the ablest public speakers, all the eminent statesmen of the past and the present generation. And while I dissent utterly from the doctrines of this address, and shall endeavor to refute some of them, candor compels me to say that it is the most able and the most logical speech I ever listened to." I have alluded in earlier pages to remarks touching the reports that Mr. Lincoln would be assassinated, which I first heard in the South on the day of his first inauguration. Afterward, in my presence, several persons of the wealthy slaveholding class alluded to the subject, some having laid wagers upon the event. I heard but one man condemn the proposed assassination, and he was a Unionist. Again and again, leading journals, which were called reputable, asked, "Is there no Brutus to rid the world of this tyrant?" Rewards were openly proposed for the President's head. If Mr. Lincoln had then been murdered in Baltimore, every thorough secession journal in the South would have expressed its approval, directly or indirectly. Of course, I do not believe that the masses, or all secessionists, would have desired such a stain upon the American name. But even then, as afterward, when they murdered our captured soldiers, and starved, froze, and shot our prisoners, the men who led and controlled the Rebels appeared deaf to humanity and to decency. Charity would fain call them insane, but there was too much method in their madness. Their last great crime of all was perhaps needed for an eternal monument of the influence of slavery. It was fitting that they who murdered Lovejoy, who crimsoned the robes of young Kansas, who aimed their gigantic treason at the heart of the Republic, before the curtain went down, should crown their infamy by this deed without a name. It was fitting that they should seek the lives of President Lincoln, General Grant, and Secretary Seward, the three officers most conspicuous of all for their mildness and clemency. It was fitting they should assassinate a chief magistrate so conscientious that his heavy responsibility weighed him down like a millstone, so pure that partisan rancor found no stain upon the hem of his garment, so gentle that even his failings leaned to virtue's side, so merciful that he stood like an averting angel between them and the nation's vengeance. The Rebel newspapers represented him, a man who used neither spirits nor tobacco, as in a state of constant intoxication. They ransacked the language for epithets. Their chief hatred was called out by his origin. He illustrated the democratic idea, which was inconceivably repugnant to them, that a man who sprang from the people, worked with his hands, actually split rails in his boyhood, should rise to the head of a government which included Southern gentlemen, was bitter beyond description. On the 28th of December, 1862, Sherman fought the Battle of Chickasaw Bayou, one of our first fruitless attempts to capture Vicksburg. Grant designed to cooperate by an attack from the rear, but his long supply line extended to Columbus, Kentucky, though he might have established a nearer base at Memphis. Van Dorn cut his communications at Holly Springs, Mississippi, and Grant was compelled to fall back. Sherman's attack proved a serious disaster. Our forces were flung upon an almost impregnable bluff, where we lost about 2,500 men, and were then compelled to retreat. In the old quarrel between Sherman and the press, as usual, there was blame upon both sides. Some of the correspondents had treated him unjustly, and he had not learned the quiet patience and faith in the future which Grant exhibited under similar circumstances. At times he manifested much irritation and morbid sensitiveness. A well-known correspondent, Mr. Thomas W. Knox, was present at the battle, and placed his report of it, duly sealed and addressed to a private citizen, in the military mail at Sherman's headquarters. One Colonel A.H. Markland of Kentucky, United States postal agent, on mere surmise about its contents, took the letter from the mail and permitted it to be opened. He insisted afterward that he did this by Sherman's express command. Sherman denied giving any such order, but said he was satisfied with Markland's course. Markland should have been arrested for robbing the government mails, which he was sworn to protect. There was no reasonable pretext for asserting that the letter would give information to the enemy. Therefore, it did not imperil the public interest. If General Sherman deemed it unjust to himself individually, he had his remedy like any other citizen or soldier in the courts of the country and the justice of the people. The purloined dispatch was left for 4 or 5 days lying about Sherman's headquarters, open to the inspection of officers. Finally, upon Knox's written request, it was returned to him, though a map which it contained was kept, as he rather pungently suggested, probably for the information of the military authorities. Knox's letter had treated the generalship of the battle very tenderly, but after this proceeding he immediately forwarded a second account, which expressed his views on the subject in very plain English. Its return in print caused great excitement at headquarters. Knox was arrested and tried before a military tribunal on these charges: 1. Giving information to the enemy. 2. Being a spy. 3. Violating the 57th Article of War, which forbids the writing of letters for publication from any United States Army without submitting them to the commanding general for approval. The court-martial sat for 15 days. It acquitted Knox upon the first and second charges. Of course, he was found guilty of the third. After some hesitation between sentencing him to receive a written censure or to leave Grant's department, the latter was decided upon, and he was banished from the army lines. When information of this proceeding reached Washington, the members of the press at once united in a memorial to the President, asking him to set aside the sentence, inasmuch as the violated article of war was altogether obsolete, and the practice of sending newspaper letters without any official scrutiny had been universal with the full sanction of the government from the outset of the rebellion. It was further represented that Mr. Knox was thoroughly loyal, and the most scrupulously careful of all the army correspondents to write nothing which by any possibility could give information to the enemy. Colonel John W. Forney headed the memorial, and all the journalists in Washington signed it. One evening, with Mr. James M. Winchell of the New York Times and Mr. H. P. Bennett, congressional delegate from Colorado, I called upon the President to present the paper. After General Sigel and Representative John B. Steele had left, he chanced to be quite at liberty. Upon my introduction, he remarked, "Oh, yes, I remember you perfectly well. You were out on the prairies with me on that winter day when we almost froze to death. You were then correspondent of the Boston Journal. That German from Leavenworth was also with us. What was his name?" "Hatterscheit," I suggested. "Yes, Hatterscheit. By the way," motioning us to seats, and settling down into his chair with one leg thrown over the arm, "that reminds me of a little story which Hatterscheit told me during that trip. He bought a pony of an Indian who could not speak much English, but who, when the bargain was completed, said, 'Oats, no. Hay, no. Corn, no. Cottonwood, yes, very much.' Hatterscheit thought this was mere drunken maundering, but a few nights after he tied his horse in a stable built of cottonwood logs, fed him with hay and corn, and went quietly to bed. The next morning he found the grain and fodder untouched, but the barn was quite empty, with a great hole on one side, which the pony had gnawed his way through. Then he comprehended the old Indian's fragmentary English." This suggested another reminiscence of the same Western trip. Somewhere in Nebraska the party came to a little creek, the Indian name of which signified Weeping Water. Mr. Lincoln remarked with a good deal of aptness that as Laughing Water, according to Longfellow, was Minnehaha, the name of this rivulet should evidently be Minnie-Boo-hoo. These inevitable preliminaries ended, we presented the memorial, asking the President to interpose in behalf of Mr. Knox. He promptly answered he would do so if Grant coincided. We reminded him that this was improbable, as Sherman and Grant were close personal friends. After a moment's hesitancy, he replied, with courtesy but with emphasis, "I should be glad to serve you or Mr. Knox or any other loyal journalist, but just at present our generals in the field are more important to the country than any of the rest of us or all the rest of us. It is my fixed determination to do nothing whatever which can possibly embarrass any one of them. Therefore I will do cheerfully what I have said, but it is all I can do." There was too much irresistible good sense in this to permit any further discussion. The President took up his pen and wrote, reflecting a moment from time to time, the following: "Executive Mansion, Washington, March 20th, 1863. Whom it may concern. Whereas it appears to my satisfaction that Thomas W. Knox, a correspondent of the New York Herald, has been, by the sentence of a court-martial, excluded from the military department under command of Major General Grant, and also that General Thayer, president of the court-martial which rendered the sentence, and Major General McClernand, in command of a corps of the department, and many other respectable persons, are of the opinion that Mr. Knox's offense was technical rather than willfully wrong, and that the sentence should be revoked. Now, therefore, said sentence is hereby so far revoked as to allow Mr. Knox to return to General Grant's headquarters, and to remain if General Grant shall give his express assent, and to again leave the department if General Grant shall refuse such assent. A. Lincoln. Reading it over carefully, he handed it to me, and gave a little sigh of relief. General conversation ensued. Despondent and weighed down with his load of care, he sought relief in frank speaking. He said with great earnestness, "God knows that I want to do what is wise and right, but sometimes it is very difficult to determine." He conversed freely of military affairs, but suddenly remarked, "I am talking again. Of course you will remember that I speak to you only as friends, that none of this must be put in print." Touching an attack upon Charleston, which had long been contemplated, he said that DuPont had promised some weeks before, if certain supplies were furnished, to make the assault upon a given day. The supplies were promptly forwarded. The day came and went without any intelligence. Some time after, he sent an officer to Washington asking for 3 more ironclads and a large quantity of deck plating as indispensable to the preparations. "I told the officer to say to Commodore DuPont," observed Mr. Lincoln, "that I fear he does not appreciate at all the value of time." The Army of the Potomac was next spoken of. The great Fredericksburg disaster was recent, and the public heart was heavy. In regard to General McClellan, the President spoke with discriminating justice. "I do not, as some do, regard McClellan either as a traitor or as an officer without capacity. He sometimes has bad counselors, but he is loyal, and he has some fine military qualities. I adhered to him after nearly all my constitutional advisers lost faith in him. But do you want to know when I gave him up? It was after the Battle of Antietam. The Blue Ridge was then between our army and Lee's. We enjoyed the great advantage over them which they usually had over us. We had the short line, and they the long one to the Rebel capital. I directed McClellan peremptorily to move on Richmond. It was 11 days before he crossed his first man over the Potomac. It was 11 days after that before he crossed the last man. Thus he was 22 days in passing the river, at a much easier and more practicable ford than that where Lee crossed his entire army between dark one night and daylight the next morning. That was the last grain of sand which broke the camel's back. I relieved McClellan at once. As for Hooker, I have told him 40 times that I fear he may err just as much one way as McClellan does the other, may be as over-daring as McClellan is over-cautious. We inquired about the progress of the Vicksburg campaign. Our armies were on a long expedition up the Yazoo River, designing, by digging canals and threading bayous, to get in the rear of the city and cut off its supplies. Mr. Lincoln said, "Of course, men who are in command and on the spot know a great deal more than I do. But immediately in front of Vicksburg, where the river is a mile wide, the Rebels plant batteries, which absolutely stop our entire fleets. Therefore, it does seem to me that upon narrow streams like the Yazoo, Yallabusha, and Tallahatchie, not wide enough for a long boat to turn around in, if any of our steamers which go there ever come back, there must be some mistake about it. If the enemy permits them to survive, it must be either through lack of enterprise or lack of sense." A few months later, Mr. Lincoln was able to announce to the nation, "The Father of Waters again flows unvexed to the sea." Our interview left no grotesque recollections of the President's lounging, his huge hands and feet, great mouth, or angular features. We remembered, rather, the ineffable tenderness which shone through his gentle eyes, his childlike ingenuousness, his utter integrity, and his absorbing love of country. Ignorant of etiquette and conventionalities, without the graces of form or of manner, his great reluctance to give pain, his beautiful regard for the feelings of others, made him worthy to bear without reproach the grand old name of gentleman. Strong without symmetry, humorous without levity, religious without cant, tender, merciful, forgiving, a profound believer in divine love, an earnest worker for human brotherhood, Abraham Lincoln was, perhaps, the best contribution which America has made to history. His origin among humble laborers, his native judgment better than the wisdom of the schools, his perfect integrity, his very ruggedness and angularities, made him a fit representative of the young nation which loved and honored him. No more shall sound above our tumultuous rejoicing his wise caution, "Let us be very sober." No more shall breathe through the passions of the hour his tender pleading that judgment may be tempered with mercy. His work is done. Nothing could have assured and enlarged his posthumous fame like this tragic ending. He goes to a place in history where his peers will be very few. The poor wretch who struck the blow has gone to be judged by infinite justice, and also by infinite mercy. So have many others indirectly responsible for the murder, and directly responsible for the war. Let us remember them in no Pharisaic spirit, thanking God that we are not as other men, but as warnings of what a race with many generous and manly traits may become by being guilty of injustice and oppression. Some of the President's last expressions were words of mercy for his enemies. A few hours before his death, in a long interview with his trusted and honored friend, Schuyler Colfax, he stated that he wished to give the Rebel leaders an opportunity to leave the country and escape the vengeance which seemed to await them here. America is never likely to feel again the profound universal grief which followed the death of Abraham Lincoln. Even the streets of her great metropolis forgot to roar. Hung were the heavens in black. For miles every house was draped in mourning. The least feeling was manifested by that sham aristocracy which had the least sympathy with the Union cause and with the democratic idea. The deepest was displayed by the plain people and the poor. What death is happier than thus to be wept by the lowly and oppressed as a friend and protector? What life is nobler than thus to be filled, in his own golden words, with charity for all, with malice toward none? End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Kasper. Chapter 27. It is held that valor is the chiefest virtue, and most dignifies the haver. If it be, the man I speak of cannot in the world be singly counterpoised. Coriolanus. During the month of March, Major General Edwin V. Sumner was in Washington, apparently in vigorous health. He had just been appointed to the command of the Department of the Missouri. One Saturday evening, having received his final orders, he was about leaving for his home in Syracuse, New York, where he designed spending a few days before starting for St. Louis. I went into his room to bid him adieu. Allusion was made to the allegations of speculation against General Curtis, his predecessor in the West. "I trust," said he, "they are untrue. No general has a right to make $1 out of his official position
beyond the salary which his government pays him. He talked somewhat in detail of the future, remarking, "For the present I shall remain in St. Louis, but whenever there is a prospect of meeting the enemy, I shall take the field, and lead my troops in person. Some men can fight battles over a telegraph wire, but you know I have no talent in that direction." With his friendly grasp of the hand and his kindly smile, he started for home. It proved to him home indeed. A week later the country was startled by intelligence of his sudden death. He who for 48 years had braved the hardships of campaigning and the perils of battle until he seemed to have a charmed life, was abruptly cut down by disease under his own roof, surrounded by those he loved. The breast that trampling death could spare, his noiseless shafts assail. For almost half a century Sumner had belonged to the Army of the United States, but he steadfastly refused to be put on the retired list. Entering the service from civil life, he was free from professional traditions and narrowness. Senator Wade once asked him, "How long were you at the military academy?" He replied, "I was never there in my life." The bluff Ohioan sprang up and shook him fervidly by the hand, exclaiming, "Thank God for one general of the regular army who was never at West Point." During the early Kansas troubles, Sumner, then a colonel, was stationed in the Territory with his regiment of dragoons. Unscrupulous as were the administrations of Pierce and Buchanan in their efforts to force slavery upon Kansas, embittered as were the people against the troops, generally mere tools of Missouri ruffians, their feelings toward Sumner were kindly and grateful. They knew he was a just man who would not willingly harass or oppress them, and who sympathized with them in their fiery trial. From the outbreak of the slaveholders' rebellion, his name was one of the brightest in that noble but unfortunate army, which illustrated Northern discipline and valor on so many bloody fields, but had never yet gathered the fruits of victory. He was always in the deadliest of the fighting. He had the true soldierly temperament. He snuffed the battle afar off. He felt the rapture of the strife, and went into it with boyish enthusiasm. In exposing himself, he was imprudence personified. It was the chronic wonder of his friends that he ever came out of battle alive. At last they began to believe with him that he was invincible. He would receive bullets in his hat, coat, boots, saddle, horse, and sometimes have his person scratched, but without serious injury. His soldiers related with great relish that in the Mexican War a ball which struck him square in the forehead fell flattened to the ground without breaking the skin, as the bullet glances from the forehead of the buffalo. This anecdote won for him the sobriquet of Old Buffalo. At Fair Oaks his troops were trembling under a pitiless storm of bullets, when he galloped up and down the advance line, more exposed than any private in the ranks. "What regiment is this?" he asked. "The 15th Massachusetts," replied 100 voices. "I, too, am from Massachusetts. 3 cheers for our old Bay State." And swinging his hat, the general led off, and every soldier joined in 3 thundering cheers. The enemy looked on in wonder at the strange episode, but was driven back by the fierce charge which followed. This was no unusual scene. Whenever the guns began to pound, his mild eye would flash with fire. He would remove his artificial teeth, which became troublesome during the excitement of battle, and place them carefully in his pocket, raise his spectacles from his eyes, and rest them upon his forehead, that he might clearly see objects at a distance, give his orders to subordinates, and then gallop headlong into the thick of the fight. Hundreds of soldiers were familiar with the erect form, the snowy, streaming hair, and the frank face of that wonderful old man who, on the perilous edge of battle, while they were falling like grass before the mower, would dash through the fire and smoke, shouting, "Steady, men, steady! Don't be excited. When you have been soldiers as long as I, you will learn that this is nothing. Stand firm and do your duty." Never seeking a dramatic effect, he sometimes displayed a quiet heroism worthy of history's brightest pages. Once, quite unconsciously reproducing a historic scene, he repeated almost word for word the address of the great Frederick to his officers before the battle of Leuthen. It was on the bloody field of Fair Oaks at the end of the second day. He commanded the forces which had crossed the swollen stream. But before the other troops came up, the bridges were swept away. The army was then cut in twain, and Sumner, with his 3 shattered corps, was left to the mercy of the enemy's entire force. On that Sunday night, after making his dispositions to receive an attack, he sent for General Sedgwick, his special friend and a most trusty soldier. "Sedgwick, you perceive the situation. The enemy will doubtless open upon us at daylight. Reinforcements are impossible. He can overwhelm and destroy us. But the country cannot afford to have us defeated. There is just one thing for us to do. We must stand here and die like men. Impress it upon your officers that we must do this to the last man, to the last man. We may not meet again. Goodbye, Sedgwick." The 2 grim soldiers shook hands and parted. Morning came, but the enemy, failing to discover our perilous condition, did not renew the attack. New bridges were built, and the sacrifice was averted. But Sumner was the man to carry out his resolution to the letter. Afterward, he retained possession of a house on our old line of battle, and his headquarter tents were brought forward and pitched. They were within range of a Rebel battery, which awoke the general and his staff every morning by dropping shot and shell all about them for 2 or 3 hours. Sumner implored permission to capture or drive away the hostile battery, but was refused on the ground that it might bring on a general engagement. He chafed and stormed. "It is the most disgraceful thing of my life," he said, "that this should be permitted." But McClellan was inexorable. Sumner was directed to remove his headquarters to a safer position. He persisted in remaining for 14 days, and at last only withdrew upon a second peremptory order. The experience of that fortnight exhibited the ever-recurring miracle of war, that so much iron and lead may fly about men's ears without harming them. During the whole bombardment, only 2 persons were injured. A surgeon was slightly wounded in the head by a piece of shell which flew into his tent, and a private, while lying behind a log for protection, was instantly killed by a shot which tore a splinter from the wood, fracturing his skull, but not another man received even a scratch. After Antietam, McClellan's ever-swift apologists asserted that his corps commanders all protested against renewing the attack upon the second morning. I asked General Sumner if it were true. He replied with emphasis, "No, sir, my advice was not asked, and I did not volunteer it. But I was certainly in favor of renewing the attack. Much as my troops had suffered, they were good for another day's fighting, especially when the enemy had that river in his rear, and a defeat would have ruined him forever." At Fredericksburg, by express order of Burnside, Sumner did not cross the river during the fighting. The precaution saved his life. Had he ridden out on that fiery front, he had never returned to tell what he saw. But he chafed sadly under the restriction. As the sun went down on that day of glorious but fruitless endeavor, he paced to and fro in front of the Lacey house, with one arm thrown around the neck of his son, his face haggard with sorrow and anxiety, and his eyes straining eagerly for the arrival of each successive messenger. He was a man of high but patriotic ambition. Once, hearing General Howard remark that he did not aspire to the command of a corps, he exclaimed, "General, you surprise me. I would command the world if I could." He was called arbitrary, but had great love for his soldiers, especially for old companions in arms. A New York colonel told me a laughable story of applying to him for a 10-days' furlough when the rule against them was imperative. Sumner peremptorily refused it, but the officer sat down beside him and began to talk about the Peninsular Campaign, the battles in which he had done his duty immediately under Sumner's eye, and it was not many minutes before the general granted his petition. If he had only waited, said the narrator, until I recalled to his memory some scenes at Antietam, I am sure he would have given me 20 days instead of 10. His intercourse with women and children was characterized by peculiar chivalry and gentleness. He revived the old ideal of the soldier, terrible in battle, but with an open and generous heart. To his youngest son, a captain upon his staff, he was bound by an unusual affection. Sammy was his constant companion. In private he leaned upon him, caressed him, and consulted him about the most trivial matters. It was a touching bond which united the gray, war-worn veteran to the child of his old age. We have had greater captains than Sumner, but no better soldiers, no braver patriots. The words which trembled upon his dying lips, "May God bless my country, the United States of America," were the keynote to his life. Green be the turf above him. Louisville, Kentucky, April 5th, 1863. For the last week I have been traveling through the States of the Northwest. The tone of the people on the war was never better. Now that the question has become simply one of endurance, their Northern blood tells. "This is hard pounding, gentlemen," said Wellington at Waterloo, "but we will see who can pound the longer." So, in spite of the copperheads, merely the dust and chaff on God's thrashing floor, the overwhelming sentiment of the people is to fight it out to the last man and the last dollar. You have been wont to say, "The West can be depended on for the war. She will never give up her great outlet, the Mississippi." But the inference that her loyalty is based upon a material consideration is untrue and unjust. The West has poured out its best blood, not on any petty question of navigation or of trade, but upon the weightier issues of freedom and nationality. The New Yorker or Pennsylvanian may believe in the greatness of the country. The Kansan or Minnesotian, who has gone 1,000 or 2,000 miles to establish his prairie home, walks by sight and not by faith. To him, the great republic of the future is no rhetorical flourish or flight of fancy, but a living verity. His instinct of nationality is the very strongest, his belief the profoundest. May he never need Emerson's pungent criticism: "The American eagle is good, protect it, cherish it, but beware of the American peacock." Have you heard Prentice's last, upon the bursting of the Rebel bubble that cotton is king? He says, "They went in for cotton, and they got worsted." Murfreesboro, Tennessee, April 10th. A visit to Rosecrans's army. I rode yesterday over the historical battleground of Stone River, among rifle pits and breastworks, great oaks with scarred trunks and tops and branches torn off, and smooth fields thickly planted with graves. It is interesting to hear from the soldiers reminiscences of the battle. Rosecrans may not be strong in planning a campaign, but the thundering guns rouse him to the exhibition of a higher military genius than any other general in our service has yet displayed. The grand anger of battle makes him see at a glance the needs of the occasion, and stimulates those quick intuitions which enable great captains at the supreme moment to wrest victory from the very grasp of defeat. Peculiarly applicable to him is Addison's description of Marlborough: "In peaceful thought the field of death surveyed, To fainting squadrons sent the timely aid, Inspired repulsed battalions to engage, And taught the doubtful battle where to rage." During the recent great conflict, which began with disaster that would have caused ordinary generals to retreat, he seemed omnipresent. A devout Catholic, he performed, before entering the battle, the solemn rites of his church. A profound believer in destiny, he appeared like a man who sought for death. A few feet from him, a solid shot took off the head of Garache, his loved and trusted chief of staff. "Brave men must die," he said, and plunged into the battle again. He had a word for all. Of an Ohio regiment lying upon the ground, he asked, "Boys, do you see that strip of woods?" "Yes, sir." "Well, in about 5 minutes the Rebels will pour out of it and come right toward you. Lie still until you can easily see the buttons on their coats. Then drive them back. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "Well, it's just as easy as rolling off a log, isn't it?" They laughingly assented, and Old Rosy, as the soldiers call him, rode along the line to encourage some other corps. This is an army of veterans. Every regiment has been in battle, and some have marched 3,000 miles during their checkered campaigning. Their garments are old and soiled, but their guns are bright and glistening, and on review their evolutions are clockwork. They are splendidly disciplined, of unequaled enthusiasm, full of faith in their general and in themselves. Rosecrans is an erect, solid man of 175 pounds weight, whose 43 years sit lightly on his face and frame. He has a clear, mild blue eye, which lights and flashes under excitement, an intensified Roman nose, high cheekbones, florid complexion, mouth and chin hidden under dark brown beard, hair faintly tinged with silver, and growing thin on the edges of the high, full, but not broad forehead. In conversation, a winning, mirthful smile illumines his face. As Hamlet would take the ghost's word for 1,000 pounds, so you would trust that countenance in a stranger as indicating fidelity, reserved power, an overflowing humor, and imperious will. Memphis, Tennessee, April 20th. Riding near the Elmwood Cemetery yesterday, I witnessed a curious feature of Southern life. It was a negro funeral, the cortege a third of a mile in length, just entering the city of the dead. The carriages were filled with negro families, and, almost without exception, they were driven by white men. If such a picture were exhibited in Boston, would those who clangor in our ears about negro equality ever permit us to hear the last of it? End of Section 27.
Chapter 28 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Giordano. Part 3. The Dungeon. Chapter 28. We were all sea-swallowed, though some cast again, and by that destined to perform an act, whereof what's past is prologue. Tempest. On Sunday evening, May 3d, accompanied by Mr. Richard T. Colburn of the New York World, I reached Milliken's Bend on the Mississippi River, 25 miles above Vicksburg. Grant's headquarters were at Grand Gulf, 55 miles below Vicksburg. Fighting had already begun. Running the Vicksburg batteries. We joined my associate, Mr. Junius H. Brown, of the Tribune, who for several days had been awaiting us. The insatiate hunger of the people for news, and the strong competition between different journals, made one day of battle worth a year of camp or siege to the war correspondent. Duty to the paper we represented required that we should join the army with the least possible delay. We could go overland, down the Louisiana shore, and, if we safely ran the gauntlet of rebel guerrillas, reach Grand Gulf in 3 days. But a little expedition was about to run the Vicksburg batteries. If it survived the fiery ordeal, it would arrive at Grant's headquarters in 8 hours. Thus far, 3/4 of the boats attempting to run the batteries had escaped destruction, and yielding to the seductive doctrine of probabilities, we determined to try the short, or water route. It proved a very long one. Expedition badly fitted out. At 10 o'clock our expedition started. It consisted of 2 great barges of forage and provisions, propelled by a little tug between them. For some days Grant had been receiving supplies in this manner, cheaper and easier than by transportation over rough Louisiana roads. The lives of the men who fitted out the squadron being as valuable to them as mine to me, I supposed that all needful precautions for safety had been adopted. But, when under way, we learned that they were altogether inadequate. Indeed, we were hardly on board when we discovered that the expedition was so carelessly organized as almost to invite capture. The night was one of the lightest of the year. We had only 2 buckets, and not a single skiff. 2 tugs were requisite to steer the unwieldy craft, and enable us to run 12 or 15 miles an hour. With one, we could accomplish only 7 miles, aided by the strong Mississippi current. There were 35 persons on board, all volunteers. They consisted of the tug's crew, Captain Ward and Surgeon Davidson of the 47th Ohio Infantry, with 14 enlisted men, designed to repel possible boarders and other officers and citizens en route for the army. For 2 or 3 hours we glided silently along the glassy waters between banks festooned with heavy, drooping foliage. It was a scene of quiet, surpassing beauty. Captain Ward suddenly remembered that he had some still Catawba in his valise. He was instructed to behead the bottle with his sword, that the wine might not in any event be wasted. From a soldier's cup of gutta percha we drank to the success of the expedition. Into the jaws of death. At 1 o'clock in the morning, on the Mississippi shore, a rocket shot up and pierced the sky, signaling the Rebels of our approach. 10 minutes later, we saw the flash and heard the boom of their first gun. Much practice on similar expeditions had given them excellent range. The shell struck one of our barges and exploded upon it. We were soon under a heavy fire. The range of the batteries covered the river for nearly 7 miles. The Mississippi here is very crooked, resembling the letter S, and at some points we passed within 200 yards of 10-inch guns, with point-blank range upon us. As we moved around the bends, the shots came toward us at once from right and left, front and rear. Inclination had joined with duty in impelling us to accompany the expedition. We wanted to learn how one would feel looking into the craters of those volcanoes as they poured forth sheets of flame and volleys of shells. I ascertained to my fullest satisfaction, as we lay among the hay bales, slowly gliding past them. I thought it might be a good thing to do once, but that, if we survived it, I should never feel the least desire to repeat the experiment. We embraced the bales in Bottom's belief that "good hay, sweet hay, hath no fellow." Discretion was largely the better part of my valor, and I cowered close in our partial shelter. But 2 or 3 times I could not resist the momentary temptation to rise and look about me. how the great sheets of flame leaped up and spread out from the mouths of the guns, how the shells came screaming and shrieking through the air, how they rattled and crashed, penetrating the sides of the barges, or exploding on board in great fountains of fire. A moment of suspense. The moment hardly awakened serene meditations or sentimental memories, but every time I glanced at that picture, Tennyson's lines rang in my ears. Cannon to right of them, cannon to left of them, cannon in front of them, volleyed and thundered, stormed at by shot and shell. Boldly they rode and well, into the jaws of death, into the mouth of hell, rode the 600. Junius persisted in standing, all exposed, to watch the coming shots. Once, as a shell exploded near at hand, he fell heavily down among the hay bales. Until that moment I never knew what suspense was. I could find no voice in which to ask if he lived. I dared not put forth my hand in the darkness, lest it should rest on his mutilated form. At last he spoke, and relieved my anxiety. He had only slipped and fallen. Each time, after being struck, we listened for the reassuring puff, puff, puff of our little engine, and hearing it, said, "Thus far, at least, we are all right." Now we were below the town, having run 5 miles of batteries. 10 minutes more meant safety. Already we began to felicitate each other upon our good fortune, when the scene suddenly changed. A terrific report, like the explosion of some vast magazine, left us breathless, and seemed to shake the earth to its very center. It was accompanied by a shriek, which I shall never forget, though it seemed to occupy less than a quarter of the time consumed by one tick of the watch. It was the death cry, wrung from our captain, killed as he stood at the wheel. For his heedlessness in fitting out the expedition, his life was the penalty. Disabled and drifting helplessly. We listened, but the friendly voice from the tug was hushed. We were disabled and drifting helplessly in front of the enemy's guns. For a moment all was silent. Then there rose from the shore the shrill, sharp, ragged yell, so familiar to the ears of every man who has been in the front, and clearly distinguishable from the deep, full chest tones in which our own men were wont to give their cheers. Many times had I heard that rebel yell, but never when it was vociferous and exultant as now. Seeing fire among the hay bales about us, Colburn and myself carefully extinguished it with our gloved hands, lest the barge should be burnt. Then, creeping out of our refuge, we discovered the uselessness of our care. That shot had done wonderful execution. It had killed the captain, exploded the boiler, then passed into the furnace, where the shell itself exploded, throwing up great sheets of glowing coals upon both barges. At some stage of its progress, it had cut in twain the tug, which went down like a plummet. We looked for it, but it had disappeared altogether. There was some debris, chairs, stools, and parts of machinery, buoyed up by timbers, floating upon the surface, but there was no tug. The barges, covered with bales of dry hay, had caught like tinder, and now, at the stern of each, a great sheet of flame rose far toward the sky, filling the night with a more than noonday glare. Upon the very highest bale, where the flames threw out his pale face and dark clothing in very sharp relief, stood Junius, in a careless attitude, looking upon the situation with the utmost serenity. My first thought was that the one thing he required to complete the picture was an opera glass. To my earnest injunction to leave that exposed position, he replied that, so far as safety was concerned, there now was little choice of places. Meanwhile, we were under hotter fire than at any previous moment. In the confusion caused by our evolutions in the eddies, I had quite lost the points of the compass, and asked, "In which direction is Vicksburg?" "There," replied Junius, pointing out into the lurid smoke. "I think it must be on the other shore." "Oh, no. Wait here a moment, and you will see the flash of the guns." Just then I did see the flash of more guns than I coveted, and 4 or 5 shots came shrieking toward us. Colburn and myself instinctively dropped behind the nearest hay bales. A moment after, we were amused to observe that we had sought shelter on the wrong side of the bales, the side facing the Rebel guns. Our barge was so constantly changing position that our geographical ideas had become very confused. Bombarding, scalding, burning, drowning. It does not often happen to men, in 1/4 of an hour, to see death in as many forms as confronted us, by bombarding, scalding, burning, and drowning. It was uncomfortable, but less exciting than one might suppose. The memory impresses me far more deeply than did the experience. I remember listening, during a little cessation of the din, for the sound of my own voice, wondering whether its tones were calm and equable. There was hurrying to and fro, and groans rent the air. "I suppose we can surrender," cried a poor, scalded fellow. "Surrender, the devil!" replied Colburn. "I suppose we will fight them." It was very creditable to the determination of our confrère, but, to put it mildly, our fighting facilities just then were somewhat limited. Taking to a hay bale. My comrades assisted nearly all wounded and scalded men down the sides of the barge to the water's edge, and placed them carefully upon hay bales. Remaining there, we had everything to lose and nothing to gain, and I urged, "Let us take to the water." "Oh, yes," my friends replied, "we will after a while." Soon I repeated the suggestion, and they repeated the answer. It was no time to stand upon forms. I jumped into the river, 12 or 15 feet below the top of our barge. They rolled over a hay bale for me. I climbed upon it, and found it a surprisingly comfortable means of navigation. At last, free from the instinctive dread of mutilation by splinters, which had constantly haunted me, I now felt that if wounded at all it must, at least, be by a clean shot. The thought was a great relief. With a dim suspicion, not the ripe and perfect knowledge afterward obtained, that clothing was scarce in the Southern Confederacy, I removed my boots, tied them together with my watch guard, and fastened them to one of the hoops of the bale. Taking off my coat, I secured it in the same manner. Overturned by a shot. I was about swimming away in a vague, blundering determination not to be captured, when, for the first time in my life, I saw a shot coming toward me. I had always been skeptical on this point. Many persons had averred to me they could see shots approaching, but remembering that such a missile, flying toward a man with a scream and a rush, would not quicken his vision, and judging from my own experience, I supposed they must be deceived. Now, far up the river, I saw a shot coming with vivid distinctness. How round, smooth, shining, and black it looked, ricocheting along, plunging into the water, throwing up great jets of spray, bounding like a schoolboy's ball, and then skimming the river again. It struck about 4 feet from my hay bale, which was now a few yards from the burning barge. The great sheet of water which dashed up quite obscured me from Colburn and Junius, who upon the bows of the barge were just bidding me adieu. At first they thought the shot an extinguisher, but it did me no greater harm than partially to overturn my hay bale and dip me into the river. A little more or less dampness just then was not of much consequence. It was the last shot which I saw or heard. The Rebels now ceased firing and shouted, "Have you no boats?" Learning that we had none, they sent out a yawl. I looked about for a plank, but could find none adapted to a long voyage. Rebel pickets were on both sides of the river, and Rebel batteries lined it 10 or 12 miles below, at a point which, by floating, one could reach at daylight. surrender seemed the only alternative. At Memphis, 2 days before, I had received a package of letters, including 2 or 3 from the Tribune office, and some which treated of public men and military strength, movements, and prospects with great freedom. One of them, from Admiral Foote, containing some very kind words, I sorely regretted to lose. But the package was quite too valuable to be submitted to the scrutiny of the enemy. I kept it until the last moment, but when the Rebel yawl approached within 20 feet, tore the letters in pieces and threw them into the Mississippi. Rescued from the river. The boat was nearly full. After picking me up, it received on board 2 scalded men who were floating near, and whose groans were heart-rending. We were deposited on the Mississippi shore, under guard of 4 or 5 soldiers in gray, and the yawl went back to receive the remainder. Among the saved I found Surgeon Davidson. He was unable to swim, but some one had carefully placed him upon a hay bale. On reaching the shore, he sat down upon a stool which he had rescued from the river, spread his overcoat upon his knee, and deposited his carpet sack beside him. It was the first case I ever knew of a man so hopelessly shipwrecked, who saved all his baggage, and did not even wet his feet. The boat soon returned. To my infinite relief, the first persons who sprang to the shore were Junius and Colburn. Sartorially, they had been less fortunate than I. One had lost his coat, and the other was without shoes, stockings, coat, vest, or hat. There, in the moonlight, guarded by Rebel bayonets, we counted the rescued, and found that just 16, less than half our number, were alive and unharmed. All the rest were killed, scalded, or wounded. Some of the scalded were piteous spectacles. The raw flesh seemed almost ready to drop from their faces, and they ran hither and thither, half wild, from excruciating pain. None of the wounded were unable to walk, though 1 or 2 had broken arms. The most had received slight contusions, which a few days would heal. The killed, wounded, and missing. The missing numbered 8 or 10, not one of whom was ever heard of afterward. It was impossible to obtain any correct list of their names, as several of them were strangers to us and to each other, and no record had been made of the persons starting upon the expedition. We were 2 miles below the city, whither the lieutenant of our guard now marched us. End of chapter 28. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 29 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Greg Giordano. Chapter 29. It is not for prisoners to be too silent. Love's labor lost. Standing by our colors. On the way, one of our party enjoined my colleague and myself, "You had better not say Tribune to the Rebels. Tell them you are correspondents of some less obnoxious journal." Months before, I had asked 3 Confederate officers, paroled prisoners within our lines, "What would you do with a Tribune correspondent if you captured him?" With the usual recklessness, 2 had answered, "We would hang him upon the nearest sapling." This remembrance was not cheering, but as we were the first correspondents of a radical Northern journal who had fallen into the enemy's hands, after a moment's interchange of views, we decided to stand by our colors and tell the plain truth. It proved much the wiser course. One of the rescued men, coatless and hatless, with his face blackened until he looked like a native of Timbuktu, addressed me familiarly. Unable to recognize him, I asked, "Who are you?" "Why," he replied, "I am Captain Ward." Confinement in the Vicksburg jail. When the explosion occurred, he was sitting on the hurricane roof of the tug. It was more exposed than any other position, but the officers of the boat had shown symptoms of fear, and he determined to be where his revolver would enable him to control them if they attempted to desert us. Some missile struck his head and stunned him. When he recovered consciousness, the tug had gone to the bottom, and he was struggling in the river. He had strength enough to clutch a rope hanging over the side of a barge, and keep his head above water. Permitting his sword and revolver, which greatly weighed him down, to sink, he called to his men on the blazing wreck. Under the hot fire of cannon and musketry, they formed a rope of their belts, and let it down to him. He fastened it under his arms. They lifted him up to the barge, whence he escaped by the hay bale line. At Vicksburg the commander of the city guards registered our names. "I hope, sir," said Colburn, "that you will give us comfortable quarters." With a half-surprised expression, the major replied, dryly, "Oh, yes, sir. We will do the best we can for you." The best proved ludicrously bad. Just before daylight we were taken into the city jail. Its foul yard was half filled with criminals and convicts, black and white, all dirty and covered with vermin. In its midst was an open sewer, 12 or 15 feet in diameter, the grand receptacle of all the prison filth. The rising sun of that sultry morning penetrated its reeking depths, and produced the atmosphere of a pest house. We dried our clothing before a fire in the yard, conversed with the villainous-looking jail-birds, and laughed about this unexpected result of our adventure. We had felt the danger of wounds or death, but it had not occurred to either of us that we might be captured. One of the private soldiers had paid $1 for the privilege of coming on the expedition. To our query whether he deemed the money well invested, he replied that he would not have missed the experience for 10 times the amount. One youth, confined in the jail for thieving, asked us the question, with which we were soon to grow familiar. "What did you all come down here for, to steal our niggers?" At noon we were taken out and marched through the streets. Junius's bare and bleeding feet excited the sympathy of a lady, who immediately sent him a pair of stockings, requesting if he ever met any of our soldiers suffering in the North, that he would do as much for them. The donor, Mrs. Arthur, was a very earnest Unionist, with little sympathy for "our soldiers," but used the phrase as one of the habitual subterfuges of the Loyalists. The first glimpse of Sambo. While we waited in the office of the provost marshal, I obtained a first brief glimpse of the inevitable negro. Just outside the open window, which extended to the floor, stood an African, with great shining eyes, expressing his sympathy through remarkable grimaces and contortions, bowing, scraping, and husking his white ivories like an ear of corn. Rebel citizens and soldiers were all about him, and, somewhat alarmed, I indicated by a look that he should be a little less demonstrative. But Sambo, as usual, knew what he was doing, and was not detected. The provost marshal, Captain Wells, of the 28th Louisiana Infantry, courteously assigned to us the upper story of the courthouse, posting a sentinel at the door. Paroled to return home. Major Watts, the Rebel agent of exchange, called upon us and administered the following parole: Confederate States of America. This is to certify that in accordance with a cartel in regard to an exchange of prisoners entered into between the governments of the United States of America and the Confederate States of America, on the 22nd day of July, 1862, Albert D. Richardson, citizen of New York, who was captured on the 4th day of May, at Vicksburg, and has since been held as a prisoner of war by the military authorities of the said Confederate States, is hereby paroled, with full leave to return to his country on the following conditions, namely, that he will not take up arms again, nor serve as military police or constabulary force in any fort, garrison, or field work, held by either of said parties, nor as a guard of prisoners, depots, or stores, nor discharge any duty usually performed by soldiers, until exchanged under the cartel referred to. The aforesaid Albert D. Richardson signifying his full and free consent to said conditions by his signature hereto, thereby solemnly pledges his word and honor to a due observance of the same. Albert D. Richardson. N. G. Watts, Major, Confederate States Army, and agent for exchange of prisoners. This parole was regular, formal, and final, taken at a regular point of exchange, by an officer duly appointed under the express provisions of the cartel. Major Watts informed us that he was prevented from sending us across the lines at Vicksburg, only because Grant's operations had suspended flag of truce communication. He assured us that while he was thus compelled to forward us to Richmond, the only other point of exchange, we should not be detained there beyond the arrival of the first truce boat. Turning the tables handsomely. These formalities ended, the Major, who was a polite, kind-hearted, rather pompous little officer, made an attempt at condolence and consolation. "Gentlemen," said he, with a good deal of self-complacency, "you are a long way from home. However, do not despond. I have met a great many of your people in this condition. I have paroled some thousands of them, first and last. In fact, I confidently expect, within the next 10 days, to see Major General Grant, who commands your army, a prisoner in this room." We knew something about that. Of course, we were familiar with the size of Grant's army, and, before we had been many hours in the Rebel lines, we found Union people who told us minutely the strength of Pemberton. So we replied to the prophet, that, while we had no sort of doubt of his seeing General Grant there, it would not be exactly in the capacity of a prisoner. Colburn, who had the good fortune, for that occasion, to be attached to the world, and who, on reaching Richmond, was sent home by the first truce boat, came back to Vicksburg in season to be in at the death. One of the first men he met, after the capture of the city, was Watts, to whom he rehearsed this little scene, with the characters reversed. "Major," said he, with dry humor, "you are a long distance from home, but do not despond. I have seen a good many of your people in this condition. In fact, I believe there are about 30,000 of them here to-day, including Lieutenant General Pemberton, who commands your army." Visits from many Rebels. We stayed in Vicksburg 2 days. Our noisy advent made us objects of attention. Several Rebel journalists visited us, with tenders of clothing, money, and any assistance they could render. Confederate officers and citizens called in large numbers, inquiring eagerly about the condition of the North and the public feeling touching the war. Some complained that Northern officers, while in confinement, had said to them, "While we are in favor of the Union, we disapprove altogether the war as conducted by this abolition administration, with its tendencies to negro equality," but that, after reaching home, the same persons were peculiarly radical and bloodthirsty. As political affairs were the only topic of conversation, we had excellent opportunity for preventing any similar misunderstanding touching ourselves. Courteously, but frankly, we told them that we were in favor of the war, of emancipation, and of arming the negroes. They manifested considerable feeling, but used no harsh expressions. 2 questions they invariably asked: "What are you going to do with us after you have subjugated us?" and "What will you do with the negroes after you have freed them?" They talked much of our leading officers, all seeming to consider Rosecrans the best general in the Union service. Nearly all used the stereotyped Rebel expression, "You can never conquer 7 millions of people on their own soil. We will fight to the last man. We will die in the last ditch." We reminded them that the determination they expressed was by no means peculiar to them, referring to Bancroft, in proof that even the Indian tribes, at war with the early settlers of New England, used exactly the same language. We asked one Texan colonel, noticeably voluble concerning the "last ditch," what he meant by it, if he really intended to fight after their army should be dispersed and their cities taken. "Oh, no," he replied. "You don't suppose I'm a fool, do you? As long as there is any show for us, we shall fight you. If you win, most of us will go to South America, Mexico, or Europe. Interview with Jacob Thompson. On Monday evening, Major General Forney, of Alabama, sent an officer to escort us to his headquarters. He received us with great frigidity, and we endeavored to be quite as icy as he. With some of his staff officers, genial young fellows educated in the North, we had a pleasant chat. Jacob Thompson of Mississippi, Buchanan's Secretary of the Interior, and now a colonel on the staff of Lieutenant General Pemberton, was at the same headquarters. With the suavity of an old politician, he conversed with us for 2 or 3 hours. He asserted that some of our soldiers had treated his aged mother with great cruelty. He declared that Northern dungeons now contained at least 3,000 inoffensive Southern citizens, who had never taken up arms, and were held only for alleged disloyalty. Many other Rebel officers talked a great deal about arbitrary arrests in the North. Several gravely assured us that, in the South, from the beginning of the war, no citizen had ever been arrested, except by due process of law, under charges well defined and publicly made. We were a little astounded, afterward, to learn how utterly barefaced was this falsehood. On Tuesday evening, we started for Jackson, Mississippi, in company with 40 other Union prisoners. They were mainly from Ohio regiments, young in years, but veteran soldiers, farmers' sons with intelligent, earnest faces. Pemberton's army was in motion. Our train passed slowly through his camps, and halted half an hour at several points among crowds of Rebel privates. The Ohio boys and their guards were on the best possible terms, drinking whiskey and playing euchre together. The former indulged in a good deal of verbal skirmishing with the soldiers outside, thrusting their heads from the car windows and shouting, "Look out, Rebs! The Yankees are coming! Keep on marching if you don't want old Grant to catch you!" "How are times in the North?" the Confederates replied. "Cotton $1.25 a pound in New York?" "How are times in the South? Flour $175 a barrel in Vicksburg, and none to be had at that." After waiting vainly for an answer to this quenching retort, the Buckeyes sang, "Yankee Doodle, the Star-Spangled Banner and John Brown's body lies a-mouldering in the ground," for the edification of their bewildered foes. Arrival in Jackson, Mississippi. Before dark, we reached Jackson. Though a prisoner, I entered it with far more pleasurable feelings than at my last visit, for my tongue was now free, and I was not sailing under false colors. The dreary little city was in a great panic. Before we had been 5 minutes in the street, a precocious young newsboy came running among us, and, while shouting, "Here's the Mississippian Extra," talked to us incessantly in a low tone. "How are you, Yanks? You have come in a capital time. Greatest panic you ever saw. Everybody flying out of town. Governor Pettus issued a proclamation telling the people to stand firm, and then ran away himself before the ink was dry." Kindness from Southern editors. We remained in Jackson 3 days. Upon parole, we were allowed to take our meals at a boarding house several squares from the prison, and to visit the office of The Appeal. This journal, originally published at Memphis, was removed to Grenada upon the approach of our forces. Grenada being threatened, it was transferred to Jackson, thence to Atlanta, and finally to Montgomery, Alabama. It was emphatically a moving appeal. Its editors very kindly supplied us with clothing and money. They seemed to be sick of the war, and to retain little faith in the Rebel cause, for which they had sacrificed so much, abandoning property in Memphis to the amount of $30,000. They now published the most enterprising and readable newspaper in the South. It was noticeably free from vituperation, calling the President Mr. Lincoln instead of the Illinois baboon, and characterizing us not as Yankee scoundrels, but as unwilling guests. Gentlemen who attempted to run the batteries on Sunday night, and after escaping death from shot and shell, from being scalded by the rushing steam, from roasting by the lively flames that enveloped their craft, were found in the river by a rescuing party, each clinging tenaciously to a bale of hay for safety. Grant's army was moving toward Jackson. We longed for his approach, straining our ears for the booming of his guns. The Rebels, in their usual strain, declared that the city could not be captured, and would be defended to the last drop of blood. But on the night before our departure, we were confidentially told that the Federal advance was already within 25 miles and certain to take the town. A project for escape. With 45 unarmed prisoners, we were placed on an ammunition train, which had not more than a dozen guards. The privates begged Captain Ward to lead them, and permit them to capture the train. We all deemed the project feasible. 10 minutes would suffice to blow up the cars. With 12 guns, we could easily march 20 miles through the sparse settlements to Grant's forces. But there were our paroles. A careful reading convinced us that if we failed in the attempt, the enemy would be justified, under the laws of war, in punishing us with death, and, after much debate, we abandoned the project. Rebel officers in Vicksburg had assured us that crossing the Confederacy from the Mississippi to the Atlantic upon the Southern railroads was a more hazardous undertaking than running the river batteries. The rolling stock was in wretched condition, and fatal accidents frequently occurred, but we traveled at a leisurely, old-fashioned rate, averaging 8 miles per hour, making long stops, and seldom running by night. End of chapter 29. Recording by Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 30 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Giordano. Chapter 30. A kind of excellent dumb discourse. Tempest. It did not require many days of captivity to teach us the infinite expressiveness and trustworthiness of the human eye. We began to recognize Union people by their friendly look before they spoke a word. A word with a Union woman. Our train stopped for dinner at a secluded Mississippi tavern. At the door of the long dining room stood the landlady, an intelligent woman of about 35. When I handed her a $20 Rebel note, she inquired, "Have you nothing smaller than this?" "No Confederate money," I answered. "State currency will answer just as well." "I have none of that. Nothing but this bill and United States Treasury notes." The indifferent face instantly kindled into friendliness and sympathy. "Are you one of the prisoners?" "Yes, madam." "Just from Vicksburg?" "Yes." "What do you think of the prospect?" "Grant is certain to capture the city." "Of course he will," with great earnestness, "if he only tries. The force there is incapable of resisting him." Other passengers coming within hearing, I moved away, but I would unhesitatingly have trusted that woman with my liberty or my life. Grierson's Great Mississippi Raid. Grierson's raid, then in progress, was the universal theme of conversation and wonder. That dashing cavalier, selecting his route with excellent judgment, evaded all the large forces which opposed him, and defeated all the small ones, while he rode leisurely the entire length of Mississippi, tearing up railroads and burning bridges. Occasionally he addressed the people in humorous harangues. To one old lady, who tremblingly begged that her property might not be destroyed, he replied, "You shall certainly be protected, madam. It is not my object to hurt anybody. It is not generally known, but the truth is, I am a candidate for governor, and am stumping the state." Our slow progress enabled us to converse much with the people, constantly preaching to them the gospel of the Union. But they had so long heard only the gospel according to Jefferson Davis, that they paid little heed to our threatenings of the judgment which was certain to come. In the dense woods which the railways traversed, the pine, the palm, and the magnolia grew side by side, festooned with long, hairy tufts of Spanish moss. On the plantations, the young cotton, 3 inches high, looked like sprouting beans. Colburn's solemn waggery was constantly cropping out. In our car one day he had a long discussion with a brawny Texan officer, who declared with great bitterness that he had assisted in hanging 3 abolitionists upon a single blackjack in sight of his own door. He concluded with the usual assertion: an enraged Texan officer. "We will fight to the last man. We will die in the last ditch." "Well, sir," replied Colburn with the utmost gravity, "if you should do that, and all be killed, we should regret it extremely." Like most Southerners, the Texan was insensible to satire. Understanding this to be perfectly sincere, he reiterated, "We shall do it, sir, we shall do it." "Well, sir, as I said before, if you do, and all happen to get killed, including the very last man himself, of course we of the North shall be quite heartbroken." Once comprehended, the mock condolence enraged the huge Texan fearfully. For a few seconds his eyes were the most wicked I ever saw. He looked ready to spring upon Colburn and tear him in pieces, but it was the last we heard of his bravado. One of our fellow prisoners had manifested great trepidation while we lay disabled in front of Vicksburg. He was probably no more frightened than the rest of us, but had less self-control, running to and fro on the burning barge, wringing his hands and shrieking, my God, we shall all be killed." Waggery of a captured scribe. 3 or 4 days later, Colburn asked him, "Were you ever under fire before Sunday night?" "Never," he replied, with uneasy, questioning looks. "Well, sir," solemnly continued the satirist, "I think, in view of that fact, that you behaved with more coolness than any man I ever saw." While we preserved our gravity with the utmost difficulty, the victim scrutinized his tormentor very suspiciously; but that serious, immovable face told no tales, and he finally received the compliment as serious. From that time it was Colburn's daily delight to remark, with ever-increasing admiration, "Mr. , I cannot help remembering how marvelously self-possessed you were during those exciting minutes. I never saw your coolness equaled by a man under fire for the first time." Before we reached Richmond, the new-fledged hero received his praises with complacent and serene condescension. He will, doubtless, tell his children and grandchildren of the encomium his courage won from companions, who, born and nursed in danger's path, had dared her worst. At Demopolis, Alabama, we encountered a planter removing from Mississippi, where Grierson and Grant were rapidly depreciating slave property. He had with him a long gang of negroes, some chained together in pairs, with handcuffs riveted to their wrists. While the train stopped, a young fellow from Kentucky, captain and commissary in the Confederate army, took me up to his room on pretext of a quiet drink. "When I went into the war," said he, "I thought it would be a nice little diversion of about 2 weeks, with a good deal of fun and no fighting. Now, I would give my right arm to escape from it. There is no such good fortune for me. When you reach the North, write to my friends at home, giving them my love and saying that I wish I had followed their advice." A benevolent lady was at the station, with her carriage, distributing cakes among the Rebel soldiers and the Union prisoners. At Selma, a new officer took charge of our party. The post commandant instructed him how to treat the privates, and, pointing to the 2 officers and the 3 journalists, added, "You will consider these gentlemen not under your guard, but under your escort." The Alabama River and Montgomery. We took a steamer up the Alabama River. As we sat looking out upon the beautiful stream, it was amusing to hear the comments of the negro chambermaids. "How mean the Southern soldiers look! But just see those Yankees! Anybody might know that they are God's own people." The pilot of the boat, a native Alabamian, took me aside, stating that he was an unconditional Union man, and inquiring eagerly about the North, which, he feared, might abandon the contest. We spent Sunday, May 11th, in the pleasant city of Montgomery, strolling at pleasure through the shaded streets, and at evening taking a bath in the Alabama, swimming round a huge Rebel ram, then nearly completed. We gained some knowledge of its character and dimensions, which, after reaching Richmond, was succeeded in transmitting to the government. The officer in charge of our party spent the night in camp with his men, but we slept at the Exchange Hotel. When we registered our names, the bystanders, with their broad-brimmed hats, long pipes, and heavy Southern faces, manifested a good deal of curiosity to see what they termed two of old Greeley's correspondents. They asked us many questions of the North and of our army experiences. Several said emphatically that, ere long, the people would take this thing out of the hands of politicians and settle it themselves. Atlanta editors advocate hanging us. Reaching Atlanta, we were placed in the filthy, vermin-infested military prison. Encouraged by the courtesies we had received from Rebel journals, we sent, through the commandant, a card to one of the newspaper offices, asking for a few exchanges. The blundering messenger took it to the wrong establishment, leaving it at the office of an intensely bitter sheet called the Confederate. The next morning we were not allowed to purchase newspapers. Learning that the Confederate commented upon our request, we induced an attaché of the prison to smuggle a copy to us, and found the following leader: "Last evening some correspondents of the New York World and New York Tribune were brought here among a batch of prisoners captured at Vicksburg a few days ago. They had not been here a half hour before the impudent scamps got one of the sentinels guarding the barracks to go round to the newspaper offices in this city with their card, requesting the favor of some exchange papers to read. Their impudence is beyond comprehension, upon any other consideration than that they belong to the Yankee press gang. Yankees are everywhere more impudent than any honest race of people can be, and a Yankee newspaperman is the quintessence of all impudence. We thought we had seen and understood something of this Yankee accomplishment in times gone by. Some specimens of it have been seen in the South, but the unheard-of effrontery that prompted these villains, who, caught in company with the thieving, murdering vandals who have invaded our country, despoiled our homes, murdered our citizens, destroyed our property, violated our wives, sisters, and daughters, to boldly claim of the press of the South the courtesies and civilities which gentlemen of the press usually extend to each other, is above and beyond all the unblushing audacity we ever imagined. They had come along with northern vandals to chronicle their rapes, arsons, plunders, and murders, and to herald them to the world as deeds of heroism, greatness, and glory. They are our vilest and most unprincipled enemies, far more deeply steeped in guilt, and far more richly deserving death, than the vilest vandal that ever invaded the sanctity of our soil and outraged our homes and our peace. We would greatly prefer to assist in hanging these enemies to humanity, than to show them any civilities or courtesies. The common robber, thief, and murderer is more respectable, in our estimation, than these men, for he never tries to make his crimes respectable, but always to conceal them. These men, however, have come into our country with the open robbers and murderers of our people, for the express purpose of whitewashing their hellish deeds, and presenting them to the world as great deeds of virtuous heroism. They deserve a rope's end, and will not receive their just deserts till their crimes are punished with death. A pair of renegade Vermonters. The Rebel authorities were very sensitive to newspaper censure. With unusual rigor, they now refused us permission to go outside the prison for meals, though offering to have them sent in, at our expense, from the leading hotel. They told us that the Confederate was edited by 2 renegade Vermonters. "I am not very fond of Yankees myself," remarked Honeycutt, the heavy-jawed, broad-necked, coarse-featured lieutenant commanding the prison. "I am as much in favor of hanging them as anybody. But these Vermonters, who haven't been here 6 months, are a little too violent. They don't own any niggers. 'Tisn't natural. There's something wrong about them. If I were going to hang Yankees at a venture, I think I would begin with them." An Irish warden brought us, from a Jew outside, 300 Confederate dollars, in exchange for 100 in United States currency. For a $50 Rebel note, he procured me a cap of Southern manufacture, to replace my hat, which had been snatched from my head by a South Carolina officer, passing upon a railroad train meeting our own. The new cap, of grayish cotton, a marvel of roughness and ugliness, elicited roars of laughter from my comrades. On the journey thus far, we had gone almost wherever we pleased, unguarded and unaccompanied. But from Atlanta to Richmond, we were treated with rigor and very closely watched. A Rebel officer begged of Junius his fine pearl-handled pocket-knife. Receiving it, he at once conceived an affection for a gold ring upon the prisoner's finger. Even the courtesy of my colleague was not proof against this second impertinence, and he contemptuously declined the request. Treated with unusual rigor. The captain in charge of us stated that his orders were imperative to keep all newspapers from us, and on no account to permit us to leave the railway carriage. But finding that we still obtained daily journals from fellow passengers, he made a virtue of necessity, and gracefully acquiesced. At last, he even allowed us to take our meals at the station, upon being invited to participate in them at the expense of his prisoners. End of Chapter 30. Recording by Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 31 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Giordano. Chapter 31. Give me to drink mandragora, that I may sleep out this great gap of time. Antony and Cleopatra. Arrival in Richmond. At 5 o'clock on the morning of Saturday, May 16th, we reached Richmond. At that early hour, the clothing depot of the Confederate government was surrounded by a crowd of poor, ill-clad women seeking work. We were marched to the Libby prison. Up to this time we had never been searched. I had even kept my revolver in my pocket until reaching Jackson, Mississippi, where, knowing I could not much longer conceal it, I gave it to a friend. Now a Rebel sergeant carefully examined our clothing. All money, except a few dollars, was taken from us, and the flippant little prison clerk, named Ross, with some inquiries not altogether affectionate concerning the health of Mr. Greeley, gave us receipts. As we passed through the guarded iron gateway, I glanced instinctively above the portal in search of its fitting legend: "Abandon all hope who enter here." Up 3 flights of stairs we were escorted into a room, 50 feet by 125, filled with officers lying in blankets upon the floor and upon rude bunks. Some shouted, "More Yankees! More Yankees!" while many crowded about us to hear our story and learn the news from the West. Incarcerated in Libby Prison. We soon found friends, and became domesticated in our novel quarters. With the American tendency toward organization, the prisoners divided into companies of 4 each. Our journalistic trio and Captain Ward ceased to be individuals, becoming merely Mess Number 21. The provisions, at this time consisting of good flour, bread, and salt pork, were brought into the room in bulk. A commissary, elected by the captives from their own number, divided them, delivering its quota to each mess. Picking up 2 or 3 rusty tin plates and rheumatic knives and forks, we commenced housekeeping. The labor of preparation was not arduous. It consisted in making little sacks of cotton cloth for salt, sugar, pepper, and rice, fitting up a shelf for our dishes, and spreading upon the floor blankets, obtained from our new comrades, and originally sent to Richmond by the United States government for the benefit of prisoners. The Libby authorities and white and negro attachés were always hungry for greenbacks, and glad to give Confederate currency in exchange. The rates varied greatly. The lowest was $2 for one. During my imprisonment, I bought 14 for one, and, a few weeks after our escape, 30 were given for one. A prison sergeant went out every morning to purchase supplies. He seemed honest, and through him we could obtain, at extravagant prices, dried apples, sugar, eggs, molasses, meal, flour, and corn burnt and ground as a substitute for coffee. Without these additions, our rations would hardly have supported life. In our mess each man, in turn, did the cooking for an entire day. In that hot, stifling room, frying pork, baking griddle cakes, and boiling coffee, over the crazy, smoking, broken stove, around which there was a constant crowd, were disagreeable in the extreme. The prison hours were long, but the cooking days recurred with unpleasant frequency. We scrubbed our room 2 or 3 times a week, and it was fumigated every morning. At one end stood a huge wooden tank, with an abundant supply of cold water, in which we could bathe at pleasure. Sufferings from vermin. The vermin were the most revolting feature of the prison, and the one to which it was the most difficult to become resigned. No amount of personal cleanliness could guard our bodies against the insatiate lice. Only by examining underclothing and destroying them once or twice a day could they be kept from swarming upon us. For the first week I could not think of them without shuddering and faintness, but in time I learned to make my daily etymological researches with calm complacency. In Nashville, 2 weeks before my capture, I met Colonel A. D. Streight of Indiana. At the head of a provisional brigade from Rosecrans' army, he was about starting on a raid through northern Alabama and Georgia, the expedition promising more romance and novelty than ordinary army experiences. Now grown a little monotonous, I desired to accompany him, but other duties prevented. I had been in Libby just 4 hours, when in walked Streight, followed by the officers of his entire brigade. We had taken very different routes, but they brought us to the same terminus. Straight's command had been furnished with mules, averaging about 2 years old, and quite unused to the saddle. Utterly worthless, they soon broke down, and with much difficulty he remounted his men upon horses, pressed from the citizens, but the delay proved fatal. The rebel General Forrest overtook him with a largely superior force. Streight was an enterprising, brave officer, and his exhausted men behaved admirably in 4 or 5 fights, but at last, near Rome, Georgia, after losing 1/3 of his command, the colonel was compelled to surrender. The rebels were very exultant, and Forrest, originally a slave dealer in Memphis, and a greater falsifier than Beauregard himself, telegraphed that, with 400 men, he had captured 2,800. Lieutenant Charles Pavey of the 80th Illinois, who commanded Straight's artillery, came in with his coat torn to shreds. A piece of shell had struck him in the back, inflicting only a flesh wound. Upon feeling the shock, He instinctively clapped his hands to his stomach, to ascertain if there was a hole there, under the impression that the entire shell had passed through his body. Prisoners denounced as blasphemous. The prisoners bore their confinement with good humor and hilarity. During the long evenings they joined in the Star-Spangled Banner, Old Hundred, Old John Brown, and other patriotic and religious airs. The Richmond Whig, shocked that the profane and ungodly Yankees should presume to sing Old Hundred, denounced it as a piece of blasphemy. Captain Brown and his officers, of the United States gunboat Indianola, were pointed out to me as men who had actually been in prison for 3 months. I regarded them with pity and wonder. It seemed utterly impossible that I could endure confinement for half that time. After experiences inclined me to patronize newcomers, and regard with lofty condescension men who had been prisoners only 12 or 15 months. The father of the Marshalsea became an intelligible and sympathetic personage, with whom we should have hobnobbed delightfully. Thievery of a Virginia gentleman. Simultaneously with our arrival in Richmond, a Rebel officer of the Exchange Bureau received a request from the editor of The World for the release of Mr. Colburn. It proved as efficient as if it had been an order from Jefferson Davis. After 10 days' confinement in Libby, Colburn was sent home by the first truce boat. A thoroughly loyal gentleman and an unselfish, devoted friend, he was induced to go only by the assurance that while he could do no good by remaining, he might be of service to us in the North. At his departure he left for me, with Captain Thomas P. Turner, commandant of the prison, $50 in United States currency. A day or two afterward, Turner handed the sum to me in Confederate rags, dollar for dollar, asserting that this was the identical money he had received. The perpetrator of this petty knavery was educated at West Point, and claimed to be a Virginia gentleman. Junius suffered greatly from intermittent fever. The weather was torrid. In the roof was a little scuttle, to which we ascended by a ladder. The column of air rushing up through that narrow aperture was foul, suffocating, and hot as if coming from an oven. At night we went out on the roof for 2 or 3 hours to breathe the outdoor atmosphere. When the authorities discovered it, they informed us, through Richard Turner, an ex-Baltimorean, half blackleg and half gambler, who was the inspector of the prison, that if we persisted, they would close the scuttle. It was a refined and elaborate method of torture. On one occasion, this same Turner struck a New York captain in the face for courteously protesting against being deprived of a little fragment of shell which he had brought from the field as a relic. A Rebel sergeant inflicted a blow upon another Union captain, who chanced to be jostled against him by the crowd. For slight offenses, officers were placed in an underground cell so dark and foul that I saw a Pennsylvania lieutenant come out, after 5 weeks' confinement there, his beard so covered with mold that one could pluck a double handful from it. Prisoners murdered by the guards. Prisoners putting their heads for a moment between the bars of the windows, and often for only approaching the apertures, were liable to be shot. One officer, standing near a window, was ordered by the sentinel to move back. The rattling carriages made the command inaudible. The guard instantly shot him through the head, and he never spoke again. Colonel Streight was the most prominent prisoner. He talked to the Rebel authorities with imprudent but delightful frankness. More than once I heard him say to them, "You dare not carry out that threat. You know our government will never permit it, but will promptly retaliate upon your own officers, whom it holds." When our rations of heavy corn bread and tainted meat grew very short, he addressed a letter to James A. Seddon, Confederate Secretary of War, protesting in behalf of his brigade, and inquiring whether he designed starving prisoners to death. The Rebels hated him with peculiar bitterness. The 5 Richmond dailies helped us greatly in filling up the long hours. At daylight, an old slave, named Ben, would arouse us from our slumbers, shouting, "Great news in the papers! Great news from the Army of Virginia! Great telegraphic news from the Southwest!" 4th of July celebration interrupted. He dispersed his sheets at 25 cents per copy, but they afterward went up to 50. A lieutenant in Grant's army, while charging one of the batteries in the rear of Vicksburg, received a shot in the face which entered one eye, destroying it altogether. 10 days after he arrived in Libby, he walked about our room with a handkerchief tied around his head, smoking complacently, apparently considering a bullet in the brain a very slight annoyance. We attempted to celebrate the 4th of July. Captain Driscoll of Cincinnati, with other ingenious officers, had manufactured from shirts a national flag, which was hung above the head of Colonel Streight, who occupied the chair, or rather the bed, which necessity substituted. 2 or 3 speeches had been made, and several hours of oratory were expected, when a sergeant came up and said, "Captain Turner orders that you stop this verse." Observing the flag, he called upon several officers to assist him in taking it down. Of course, none did so. He finally reached it himself, tore it down, and bore it to the prison office. A long discussion ensued about obeying Turner's order. After nearly as much time had been consumed in debate as it would have required to carry out the program, and speak to all the toasts, dry toasts, it was voted to comply. So the meeting, first adopting a number of intensely patriotic resolutions, incontinently adjourned. The horrors of Belle Isle. The rebel authorities confiscated large sums of money sent from home to the prisoners, and sometimes stopped the purchase of supplies, asserting that it was done in retaliation for similar treatment of their own soldiers confined in the North. Still, our officers fared incomparably better than the Union privates who were half starved upon Belle Isle, in sight of our prison. We did not fully accredit the reports which reached us touching the sufferings of these prisoners, though the engravings of their emaciation and tortures in the New York illustrated papers, which sometimes drifted to us, so enraged the rebels that we often called their attention to them. But our own paroled officers, who were permitted to distribute among the privates clothing sent by our government, assured us that they were substantially true. End of Chapter 31. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 32 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Kasper. Chapter 32. Who was so firm, so constant, that this coil would not infect his reason? Tempest. When sorrows come, they come not single spies, but in battalions. Hamlet. On the 6th of July, an order came to our apartments for all the captains to go down into a lower room. At this time, as usual, there was constant talk about resuming the exchange. They went below with light hearts, supposing they were about to be paroled and sent north. Half an hour after, when the first one returned, his white, haggard face showed that he had been through a trying scene. After being drawn up in line, they were required to draw lots, to select 2 of their number for execution, in retaliation for 2 rebel officers tried and shot in Kentucky by Burnside for recruiting within our lines. The unhappy designation fell upon Captain Sawyer of the 1st New Jersey Cavalry and Captain Flynn of the 51st Indiana Infantry. They were taken to the office of General Winder, who assured them that the sentence would be carried out, and without pity or decency selected that hour to revile them as Yankee scoundrels who had come down here to kill our sons, burn our houses, and devastate our country. In reply to these taunts they bore themselves with dignity and calmness. "When I went into the war," responded Flynn, "I knew I might be killed. I don't know but I would just as soon die in this way as any other." "I have a wife and child," said Sawyer, "who are very dear to me, but if I had 100 lives, I would gladly give them all for my country." In 2 hours they came back to their quarters. Sawyer was externally nervous, Flynn calm. Both expected that the order would be carried out. We were confident it would not. I predicted to Sawyer, "They will never dare to shoot you." "I will bet you $100 they do," was his impulsive reply. I said to Flynn, "There is not 1 chance in 10 of their executing you." "I know it," he answered, "but when we drew lots I took 1 chance in 35 and then lost." Footnote: Our government, upon learning of this, ordered the commandant at Fortress Monroe, the moment he should learn, officially or otherwise, that Sawyer and Flynn had been executed, to shoot in retaliation 2 Rebel officers, sons of Generals Lee and Winder. On the reception of this news in the Richmond papers at daylight one morning, the prisoners cheered and shouted with delight. As they supposed, that settled the question. Nothing more was heard about executing our officers, and soon after Sawyer and Flynn were exchanged, months before their less fortunate comrades. End footnote. On the same evening came intelligence that at an obscure town in Pennsylvania called Gettysburg, Meade had received a Waterloo defeat, was flying in confusion to the mountains of Pennsylvania after losing 40,000 prisoners who were actually on their way to Richmond. It was entertaining to read the speculations of the Rebel papers as to what they could do with these 40,000 Yankees, where they could find men to guard them and room for them, how in the world they could feed them without starving the people of Richmond. We did not fully believe the report, but it touched us very nearly. Those reverses to our army came home drearily to the hearts of men who were waiting hopelessly in Rebel prisons, and weighed them down like millstones. Success kindled a corresponding joy. I have seen sick and dying prisoners on cold and filthy floors of the wretched hospitals, filled with a new vitality, their sad, pleading eyes lighted with a new hope, their wan faces flushed and their speech jubilant, when they learned that all was going well with the cause. It made life more endurable and death less bitter. Already suffering from anxiety for Flynn and Sawyer, and disheartened by the reports from Pennsylvania, we received intelligence that Grant had been utterly repulsed before the works of Vicksburg, the siege raised, and the campaign closed in defeat and disaster. It was a very black night when this grief was added to the first. The prison was gloomy and silent many hours earlier than usual. Our hearts were too heavy for speech. But suddenly there came a great revulsion. Among the negro prisoners was an old man of 70, who had particularly attracted my attention from the fact that when I happened to speak to him about the national conflict, he replied, after the manner of Copperheads, that it was a speculator's war on both sides, in which he felt no sort of interest, that it would do nobody any good, that he cared not when or how it ended. I wondered whether the old African was shamming, lest his conversation should be reported, to the curtailing of his privileges, or whether he really was that anomaly, a black man who felt no interest in the war. But about 5 o'clock one afternoon he came up into our room, and when the door was closed behind him, so that he could not be seen by the officers or guards, he made a rush for an open space upon the floor, and immediately began to dance, in a manner very remarkable for a man of 70, and rheumatic at that. We all gathered around him and asked, "General," that was his sobriquet in prison, "what does this mean?" "The Yankees has taken Vicksburg! The Yankees has taken Vicksburg!" And then he began to dance again. As soon as we could calm him into a little coherence, he drew from his pocket a newspaper extra, the ink not yet dry, which he had stolen from one of the Rebel officers. There it was. The Yankees had taken Vicksburg, with more than 30,000 prisoners. Good tidings, like bad, seldom come alone. Shortly after, we learned that there was also a slight mistake about Gettysburg, that Lee, instead of Meade, was flying in confusion, and that while our people had captured 15 or 20,000 rebels, those 40,000 Yankee prisoners were conspicuous for their absence. How our hearts leaped up at this cheering news! How suddenly that foul prison air grew sweet and pure as the fragrant breath of the mountains! There was laughing, there was singing, there was dancing, which the old negro did not altogether monopolize. Someone shouted, "Glory, hallelujah!" Mr. McCabe, an Ohio chaplain, whose clear, ringing tones as he led the singing cheered many of our heaviest hours, instantly took the hint, and started that beautiful hymn by Mrs. Howe, of which "Glory, hallelujah" is the chorus. "For mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord." Every voice in the room joined in it. I never saw men more stirred and thrilled than were those 300 or 400 prisoners as they heard the impressive closing stanza. "In the beauty of the lilies Christ was born across the sea, with a glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free." Despite reading, conversing, and cutting out finger rings, napkin rings, breast pins, and crosses from the beef bones extracted from our rations, in which some prisoners were exceedingly skillful, the hours were very heavy. A debating club was formed, and much time was spent in discussing animal magnetism and other topics. Occasionally we had mock courts, which developed a good deal of originality and wit. Late in July, a mania for study began to prevail. Classes were formed in Greek, Latin, German, French, Spanish, algebra, geometry, and rhetoric. We sent out to the Richmond stores for textbooks, and all found instructors, as the motley company of officers embraced natives of every civilized country. July 30th was a memorable day. The prisoners had become greatly excited on the momentous question of small messes versus large messes. There were only 3 cooking stoves for the accommodation of 375 officers. A majority thought it more convenient to divide into messes of 20, while others, favoring small messes of from 4 to 8 each, determined to retain those organizations. The prisoners now occupied 5 rooms, communicating with each other. A public meeting was called in our apartment, with Colonel Straight in the chair. A fiery discussion ensued. The large mess party insisted that the majority must rule, and the minority submit to be formed into messes of 20. The small mess party replied, "We will not be coerced. We are 1/3 of all the prisoners. We insist upon our right to 1/3 of the kitchen, 1/3 of the fuel, and 1 of the 3 cooking stoves. It is nobody's business but our own whether we have messes of 2 or 100. I was never present at any debate, parliamentary, political, or religious, which developed more earnestness and bitterness. The meeting passed a resolution insisting upon large messes. The small mess party refused to vote upon it, and declared that they would never submit. The question was finally decided by permitting all to do exactly as they pleased. Prisoners kept in the underground cells heard revolting stories. They were informed by the guards that the bodies of the dead, usually left in an adjoining room for a day or 2 before burial, were frequently eaten by rats. From want of vegetables and variety of diet, scurvy became common. With many others, I suffered somewhat from it. On the 13th of August, Major Morris, of the 6th Pennsylvania Cavalry, died suddenly from a malignant form of this disease. His fellow prisoners desired to have his body embalmed. The Rebel authorities had $100 in United States currency belonging to the Major, but they refused to apply it to this purpose. $400 in Confederate currency was therefore subscribed by the prisoners. Several brother officers of the deceased were permitted to follow the remains to the cemetery. 30 or 40 Northern citizens were confined in a room under us. They were thrust in with Yankee deserters of the worst character, and treated with the greatest barbarity. Their rations were very short, they were allowed to purchase nothing. We cut a hole through the floor, and every evening dropped down crackers and bread contributed from the various messes. When they saw the food coming, they would crowd beneath the aperture, with upturned faces and eager eyes, springing to clutch every crumb, sometimes ready to fight over the smallest morsels, and looking more like ravenous animals than human beings. Some of them, accustomed to luxury at home, ate watermelon rinds and devoured morsels which they extracted from the spittoons and from other places still more revolting. Several schemes of escape were ingenious and original. Impudence was the trump card. 4 or 5 officers took French leave by procuring Confederate uniforms which enabled them to pass as guards. Captain John F. Porter of New York, obtaining a citizen's suit, walked out of the prison in broad daylight, passing all the sentinels, who supposed him to be a clergyman or some other pacific resident of Richmond. A lady in the city secreted him. By the negroes he sent a message to his late comrades, asking for money, which they immediately transmitted. Obtaining a pilot, he made his way through the swamps to the Union lines, in season to claim on the appointed day the hand of a young lady who awaited him at home. He was an enterprising bridegroom. During the long evenings, when we were faint, bilious, and weak from our thin diet, some of my comrades, with morbid eloquence, would dwell upon all luxuries that tempt the Epicurean palate, debating in detail what dishes they would order were they at the best hotels of New York or Philadelphia. These tantalizing discussions were so annoying that they invariably drove me from the group, sometimes exciting a desire to strike those who would drag forward the unpleasant subject and keep me reminded of the hunger which I was striving to forget. The exchange was altogether suspended, and new prisoners were constantly arriving, until Libby contained several hundred officers. Extravagant rumors of all sorts were constantly afloat among the captives, hardly a day passing without some sensation story. They were not usually pure invention, but in prison, as elsewhere during exciting periods, the air seemed to generate wild reports, which, in passing from mouth to mouth, grew to wonderful proportions. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Kasper. Chapter 33. I had rather than £40 I were at home. Twelfth Night, or what you will. On the evening of September 2nd, all the Northern citizens were transferred from Libby to Castle Thunder. The open air caused a strange sensation of faintness. We grew weak and dizzy in walking the 300 yards between the prisons. That night we were thrust into an unventilated, filthy, subterranean room, nearly as loathsome as the Vicksburg jail. But we smoked our pipes serenely, remembering that fortune is turning and inconstant, and variations and mutabilities, and wondering what that capricious lady would next decree. At intervals our sleep upon the dirty floor was disturbed by the playful gambols of the rats over our hands and faces. The next morning we were drawn up in line, and our names registered by an old warden named Cooper, who, in spectacles and faded silk hat, looked like one of Dickens's beadles. His query whether we possessed moneys was uniformly answered in the negative. When he asked if we had knives or concealed weapons, all gave the same response, except one waggish prisoner who averred that he had a 10-inch Columbiad in his vest pocket. The commandant of Castle Thunder was Captain George W. Alexander, an ex-Marylander, who had participated with the French lady in the capture of the steamer St. Nicholas near Point Lookout, and was afterward confined for some months at Fort McHenry. Footnote: Captain Thomas, in the character of a French lady,
took passage on the steamer at Baltimore with several followers disguised as mechanics. Near Point Lookout, they overpowered the crew and captured the vessel, converting her into a privateer. Afterward, while attempting to repeat the enterprise, they were made prisoners. End footnote. Captain Alexander formerly belonged to the United States Navy in the capacity of assistant engineer. He made literary pretensions, writing thin plays for the Richmond theaters and sorry rebel war ballads. Pompous and excessively vain, delighting in gauntlets, top boots, huge revolvers, and a red sash, he was sometimes furiously angry, but in the main kind to captives. He caused us to be placed in the citizens' room, which he called the prison parlor. Its walls were whitewashed, its 4 windows were iron-barred, its air tainted by exhalations from the adjoining condemned cell, which was fearfully foul. It was lighted with gas, and had a single stove for cooking, a few bunks, and a clean floor. Castle Thunder contained about 1,500 inmates, Northern citizens, Southern Unionists, Yankee deserters, Confederate convicts, and 82 free negroes captured with Federal officers who employed them as servants in the field. The prison's reputation was worse than that of Libby, but as usual we found the devil not quite so black as he was painted. We missed sadly the society of the Union officers, but the commandant and attachés, unlike the Turners, treated us courteously, never indulging in epithets and insults. In the citizens' room there were 2 Northerners, named Lewis and Scully, sent to Richmond in the secret service of our government by General Scott before the Battle of Bull Run, and confined ever since. One of them was a Catholic, through the influence of whose priest both had thus far been preserved, but they held existence by a frail tenure, and I could not wonder that long anxiety had turned Lewis's hair gray and given to both nervous, haggard faces. In all Southern prisons I was forced to admire the fidelity with which the Roman Church looks after its members. Priests frequently visited all places of confinement to inquire for Catholics and minister both to their spiritual and bodily needs. The chaplain at Castle Thunder was a Presbyterian. He scattered documents and preached every Sunday in the yard or one of the large rooms. He would have given tracts on the sin of dancing to men without any legs. The Reverend William G. Scandlin and Dr. McDonald of Boston, agents of the United States Sanitary Commission, were held with us. The doctor was dangerously ill from dysentery. The commission had never discriminated between suffering Unionists and Confederates, extending to both the same bounty and tenderness. Yet the Rebels kept these gentlemen, whom they had captured on the way to Harper's Ferry with sanitary supplies, for more than 3 months. Junius was very feeble, but during the weary months which followed, he manifested wonderful vitality. His indignation toward the enemy, and his earnest determination not to die in a Rebel prison, greatly helped his endurance. Like the Duchess of Marlborough, he refused either to be bled or to give up the ghost. A Virginia citizen was brought in on the charge of attempting to trade in greenbacks, a penitentiary under Confederate law. Before he had been in our room 5 minutes, one of the sub-wardens entered, asking, "Is there anybody here who has greenbacks? I am paying $4 for one today." The negroes were used for scrubbing and carrying messages from the office of the prison to the different apartments. Invariably our friends, they surreptitiously carried notes to acquaintances in the other rooms, and often to Unionists outside. While we were at Libby, an intelligent mulatto prisoner from Philadelphia was whipped for some trivial offense. His piercing shrieks followed each application of the lash.
One of my messmates who counted them stated that he received 327 blows. A month afterward I examined his back and found it still gridironed with scars. At the castle the negroes frequently received from 5 to 25 lashes. I saw boys not more than 8 years old turned over a barrel and cowhided. One woman, upward of 60, was whipped in the same manner. This negress was known as Old Sally. She earned a good deal of Confederate money by washing for prisoners, and spent nearly the whole of it in purchasing supplies for unfortunates who were without means. She had been confined in different prisons for nearly 3 years. The next oldest inmate was a little Dorrit of a cur, born and raised in the castle. Notwithstanding her lifelong associations, she manifested the usual canine antipathy toward negroes and tatterdemalions. Soon after our arrival, Spencer Kellogg of Philadelphia, one of our fellow prisoners, was executed as a Yankee spy. He had been in the Secret Service of the United States, but belonged to the Western Navy at the time of his capture. He bore himself with great coolness and self-possession, assuring the Rebels that he was glad to die for his country. On the scaffold he did not manifest the slightest tremor. While the rope was being adjusted, he accidentally knocked off the hat of a bystander, to whom he turned and said with great suavity, "I beg your pardon, sir." The loyalty of the Southern Unionists was intense. One Tennessean, whose hair was white with age, was taken before Major Carrington, the provost marshal, who said to him, "You are so old that I have concluded to send you home if you will take the oath." "Sir," replied the prisoner, "if you knew me personally, I should think you meant to insult me. I have lived 70 years, and God helping me, I will not now do an act to embitter the short remnant of my life, and one which I should regret through eternity. I have 4 boys in the Union Army. They all went there by my advice. Were I young enough to carry a musket, I would be with them today, fighting against the rebellion." That sturdy old Loyalist at last died in prison. There were many kindred cases. Nearly all the men of this class confined with us were from the mountain regions of the South. Many were ragged, all were poor. They very seldom heard from their families. They were compelled to live solely upon the prison rations, often a perpetual compromise with starvation. Some had been in confinement for 2 or 3 years, and their homes desolated and burned. Unlike the North, they knew what war meant. Yet the lamp of their loyalty burned with inextinguishable brightness. They never denounced the government, which sometimes neglected them to a criminal degree. They never desponded, through the gloomiest days, when imbecility in the cabinet and timidity in the field threatened to ruin the Union cause. They seldom yielded an iota of principle to their keepers. Hungry, cold, and naked, waiting through the slow months and years, often sick, often dying, they continued true as steel. History has few such records of steadfast devotion. Greet it reverently, with uncovered head, as the Holy of Holies in our temple of patriotism. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Kasper. Chapter 34. One fading moment's mirth, with 20 watchful, weary, tedious nights. 2 Gentlemen of Verona. We consumed many of the long hours in conversing, reading, and whist-playing. Night after night we strolled wearily up and down our narrow room, ignorant of the outer world, save through glimpses caught from the barred windows of the clear blue sky and the pitying stars. Still, endeavoring to make the best of it, we were often mirthful and boisterous. 2 correspondents of the Herald, Mr. S.T. Bulkley and Mr. L.A. Hendrick, were partners in our captivity. Hendrick's irrepressible waggery never slept. One evening a Virginia ruralist, whose intellect was not of the brightest, was brought in for some violation of Confederate law. After pouring his sorrows into the sympathetic ear of the correspondent, he suddenly asked, "What are you here for?" "I am the victim," replied Hendrick, "of gross and flagrant injustice. I am the inventor of a new piece of artillery known as the Hendrick gun. Its range far exceeds every other cannon in the world. A week ago I was testing it from the Richmond defenses, where it is mounted. One of its shots accidentally struck and sunk a blockade runner just entering the port of Wilmington. It was not my fault. I didn't aim at the steamer. I was just trying the gun for the benefit of the country. But confounded Richmond authorities insisted upon it that I should pay for the vessel. I told them I would see them first, and they shut me up in Castle Thunder. But I never will pay in the world." "You are quite right. I would not if I were you," replied the innocent Virginian. "It is the greatest outrage I ever heard of." A fellow prisoner had been elected commissary of our room to divide and distribute the rations. One evening a court was organized to try him for malfeasance in office. The indictment charged that he issued soup only when he ought to issue meat, stealing the beef and selling it for his personal benefit. One correspondent appeared as prosecuting attorney, another as counsel for the defense, and a third as presiding judge. An extract from a Richmond journal being objected to as testimony, it was decided that anything published by any newspaper must necessarily be true, and was competent evidence in that court. A great deal of remarkable law was cited in Greek, Latin, German, and French. Counsel were fined for contempt of court, jurors placed under arrest for going to sleep. When the spectators became boisterous, the sheriff was ordered to clear the courtroom, and during certain testimony the judge requested that the ladies withdraw. The jury returned a verdict of guilty, and after being harangued in touching terms upon the enormity of his offense, the culprit was sentenced to eat a quart of his own soup at a single meal. It was a hilarious affair for that loathsome place, which swarmed with vermin, and where the silence was broken nightly by the clanking and rattling of the chains of convicts. Many prison inmates exhibited daring and ingenuity in attempting to escape. Castle Thunder was vigilantly and securely guarded, with a score of sentinels inside and a cordon of sentinels without. In the condemned cell adjoining our room was a Rebel officer named Booth, with 3 comrades under sentence of death on charge of murder. All were heavily ironed. Nightly, as the time appointed for their execution approached, they surprised us by dancing, rattling their chains, and singing. At 1 o'clock on the morning of October 22nd, we were awakened by shouts and musket shots. The whole castle was alarmed, and the guard turned out. With a saw made from a case knife, Booth had cut a hole through the floor of his cell, his comrades the while singing and dancing to drown the noise. They were compelled to be very cautious, as a sentinel paced within 6 feet of them, under instructions to watch them closely. Filing off their irons, they descended cautiously through the aperture into a storeroom, where they found 4 muskets. In the darkness they removed the lock from the door, and each taking a gun, crept into another room opening to the street, struck down the sentinel, and felled a second with the butt of a musket, knocking him 10 or 12 feet. At the outer door, a guard who had taken the alarm presented his gun. Before he could fire, Booth shot him fatally through the head. The 3 late prisoners ran up the street, several ineffectual shots being fired after them by the guards, who dared not leave their posts. At the long bridge across the James River, they knocked down another sentinel who attempted to stop them. Traveling by night through the woods, they soon reached the Union lines. A considerable number of prisoners smeared their faces with croton oil to produce eruptions. The surgeon, called in at exactly the right stage, pronounced the disease smallpox. They were driven toward the smallpox hospital in unguarded ambulances, from which they jumped and ran for their lives. It was a profound mystery to the physician that patients should be so agile until, examining one face after the eruptions began to subside, he detected the imposition. In Tennessee, 2 Indiana captains were found within the Rebel lines. They were actually in the Secret Service of the government, reconnoitering Confederate camps, but they passed themselves off as deserters and were brought to the castle. One told me his story, adding, "They offer to release us if we will take the oath of allegiance to the Southern Confederacy, but I cannot do that. I want to rejoin my regiment and fight the Rebels while the war lasts. I must escape, and I cannot afford to lose any time." He kept his own counsel, but the next night took up a plank and descended to a subterranean room, whence he began digging a tunnel. After several nights' labor, when almost completed, the tunnel was discovered by the prison authorities. He immediately commenced another. That also was found a few hours before it would have proved a success. Then he tried the croton oil, and in 10 days he was again under the old flag. One prisoner, procuring from the negroes a suit of old clothing, a slouched hat, and a piece of burnt cork, assumed the garments and blackened his face. With a bucket in his hand, he followed the negroes down 3 flights of stairs and past 4 sentinels. Hiding in the negro quarters until after dark, he then leaped from a window in the very face of a sentinel, but disappeared around a corner before the soldier could fire. Another was sent to General Winder's office for examination. On the way, he told his stolid guard that he was clerk of the castle, and ordered him, "Go up this street to the next corner, and wait there for me. I am compelled to visit the provost marshal's office. Be sure and wait. I will meet you in 15 minutes." The unsuspecting guard obeyed the order, and the prisoner leisurely walked off. Captain Lafayette Jones, of Carter County, Tennessee, was held on the charge of bushwhacking and recruiting for the Federal army within the Rebel lines. If brought to trial, he would undoubtedly have been convicted and shot. He succeeded in deluding the officers of the prison about his own identity, and was released upon enlisting in the Rebel army under the name of Leander Johannes. George W. Hudson, of New York, had been caught in Louisiana while acting as a spy in the Union service. Returning to the prison from a preliminary examination before General Winder, he said, "They have found all my papers which were sewn in the lining of my valise. There is evidence enough to hang me 20 times over. I have no hope unless I can escape." He canvassed a number of plans, at last deciding upon one. Then he remarked with great nonchalance, "Well, I am not quite ready yet. I must send out to buy a valise and get my clothes washed, so that I can leave in good shape." 3 or 4 days later, having completed these arrangements, he wrote an order for his own discharge, forging General Winder's signature. It was a close imitation of Winder's genuine papers, upon which prisoners were discharged daily. Hudson employed a negro to leave this document unobserved upon the desk of the prison adjutant. Just then I was confined in a cell for an attempt to escape. One morning someone tapped at my door. Looking out through the little aperture, I saw Hudson, valise in hand, with the warden behind him. "I have come to say good-bye. My discharge has arrived." Then, in a whisper, "Put your ear up here. My plan is working to a charm. It is the prettiest thing you ever saw." He bade me adieu, conversed a few minutes with the prison officers, and walked leisurely up the street. A Union lady sheltered him, and when the Rebels next heard of Hudson, he was with the Army of the Potomac, serving upon the staff of General Meade. Robert Slocum, of the 19th Massachusetts Volunteers, was taken to Richmond as a prisoner of war. In 2 days he escaped, and procured from friendly negroes citizens' clothing. Then, passing himself off as an Englishman recently arrived in America by a blockade runner, he attempted to leave the port of Wilmington for Nassau. Through some informality in his passport, he was arrested and lodged in Castle Thunder. Employing an attorney, he secured his release. Still adhering to his original story, he remained in Richmond for many months. He frequently sent us letters, supplies, and provisions, and made many attempts to aid us in escaping. One day he wrote me an entertaining description of President Davis's levee, at which he had spent the previous evening. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Kasper. Chapter 35. Misery acquaints a man with strange bedfellows. The Tempest. Several days of our confinement in Castle Thunder were spent in a little cell with burglars, thieves, bounty jumpers, and confidence men. Our association with these strange companions happened in this wise. One day we completed an arrangement with a corporal of the guard, by which, with the aid of 4 of his men, he was to let us out at midnight. We had a friend in Richmond, but did not know precisely where his house was situated. We were very anxious to learn, and fortunately, on this very day, he sent a meal to a prisoner in our room. Recognizing the plate, I asked the intelligent young Baltimore negro who brought it, "Is my friend waiting below?" "Yes, sir." "Can't you get me an opportunity to see him for one moment?" "I think so, sir. Come with me and we will try." The boy led me through the passages and down the stairs, past 4 guards, who supposed that he had been sent by the prison authorities. As we reached the lower floor, I saw my friend standing in the street door, with 2 officers of the prison beside him. By a look, I beckoned him. He walked toward me, and I toward him, until we met at the little railing which separated us. There, over the bayonet of the sentinel, this whispered conversation followed. "We hope to get out tonight. Can we find refuge in your house?" "Certainly. At what hour will you come?" "We hope between 12 and 1 o'clock. Where is your place?" He told me the street and number. By this time the Rebel officers, discovering what was going on, grew indignant and very profane. They peremptorily ordered my friend into the street. He went out wearing a look of mild and injured innocence. The negro had shrewdly slipped out of sight the moment he brought us together, and thus escaped severe punishment. The officers ordered me back to my quarters, and as I went up the stairs I heard a volley of oaths. They were not especially incensed at me, recognizing the fact that a prisoner under guard has a right to do anything he can, but were indignant and chagrined at that want of discipline which permitted an inmate of the safest apartment in the castle to pass 4 sentinels to the street door and converse with an unauthorized person. 10 minutes after, a boy came up from the office with the message, this time genuine, that another visitor wished to see me.
I went down, and there, immediately beyond the bars through which we were allowed to communicate with outsiders, I saw a lady who called me by name. I did not recognize her, but her eyes told me that she was a friend. A Rebel officer was standing near to see that no improper communication passed between us. She conversed upon indifferent subjects, but soon found opportunity for saying, "I am the wife of your friend who has just left you. He dared not come again. I succeeded in obtaining admission. I have a note for you. I cannot give it to you now, for this officer is looking. But when I bid you good-bye, I will slip it into your hand." The letter contained the warmest protestations of friendship, saying, "We will do anything in the world for you. You shall have shelter at our house, or, if you think that too public, at any house you choose among our friends. We will find you the best pilot in Richmond to take you through the lines. We will give you clothing, we will give you money, everything you need. If you wish, we will send a half-dozen young men to steal up in front of the castle at midnight, and for a moment to throw a blanket over the head of each of the sentinels who stand beside the door." At 1 o'clock that night, the Rebel corporal came to our door, and said softly, "All things are ready. I have my 4 men at the proper posts. We can pass you to the street without difficulty. Should you meet any pickets beyond, the countersign for tonight is Shiloh. I know you all, and implicitly trust you, but some of my men do not, and before passing out your party of 6, they want to see that you have in your possession the money you propose to give us." This was $70 in United States currency, together with 2 gold watches. This request was reasonable, and Bulkley handed his portion of the money to the corporal. A moment later he returned with it from the gaslight, and said, "There is a mistake about this. Here are 5 $1 notes, not $5 notes." My friend was very confident there was no error, and we were forced to the conclusion that the guards designed to obtain our money without giving us our liberty, so the plan was baffled. The next morning proved that the corporal was right. My friend had offered him the wrong roll of notes. We hoped very shortly to try again, but considerable finessing was required to get the right sentinels upon the right posts. Before it could be done, we were placed in a dungeon on the charge of attempting to escape. We were kept there 10 days. Our fellows in this confinement were the burglars and confidence men, lewd fellows of the baser sort, without principle or refinement, living by their wits. They frankly related many of their experiences in enlisting and re-enlisting for large bounties as substitutes in the Rebel service, decoying negroes from their masters and then selling them, stealing horses, etc. But they treated us with personal courtesy, and though their own rations were wretchedly short, never molested our dried beef, ham, and other provisions, which any night they could safely have purloined. Smallpox was very prevalent during the winter months. An Illinois prisoner named Putman had a remarkable experience. He was first vaccinated, and 2 or 3 days after, attacked with varioloid. Just as he recovered from that, he was taken with malignant smallpox, while the vaccine matter was still working in his arm, which was an almost unbroken sore from elbow to shoulder. In a few weeks he returned to the prison with pits all over his face as large as peas. Smallpox patients were sometimes kept in our close room for 2 or 3 days after the eruptions appeared. One of my own messmates barely survived this disease. We were allowed to purchase whatever supplies the Richmond market afforded, and to have our meals prepared in the prison kitchen by paying the old negro who presided there. These were privileges enjoyed by none of the other inmates. Supplies commanded very high prices. It was a favorite jest in the city that the people had to carry money in their baskets and bring home marketing in their porte-monnaies.
Our mess consisted of the 4 correspondents and Mr. Charles Thompson, a citizen of Connecticut, whose democratic proclivities, age, and gravity invariably elected him spokesman when we wished to communicate with the prison authorities. As they regarded us with special hostility, we kept in the background, but Mr. Thompson's quiet tenacity, which no refusal could dishearten, and the greenbacks, which no attaché could resist, secured us many favors. Northern letters from our own families reached us with considerable regularity. Those sent by other persons were mostly withheld. Robert Ould, the rebel commissioner of exchange, with petty malignity, never permitted one of the many written from the Tribune office to reach us. All enclosures, excepting money, and sometimes including it, were stolen with uniform consistency. I finally wrote upon one of my missives, which was to go North, "Will the person who systematically abstracts newspaper slips, babies' pictures, and postage stamps from my letters permit the enclosed little poem to reach its destination, unless entirely certain that it is contraband and dangerous to the public service?" Apparently a little ashamed, the rebel censor thereafter ceased his peculations. For a time, boxes of supplies from the North were forwarded to us with fidelity and promptness. Supposing that this could not last long, we determined to make hay while the sun shone. One day, dining from the contents of a home box, in cutting through the butter, my knife struck something hard. We sounded, and brought to the surface a little phial hermetically sealed. We opened it, and there found greenbacks. Upon that hint we acted. While it was impossible to obtain letters from the North, we could always smuggle them thither by exchanged prisoners, who would sew them up in their clothing, or in some other manner conceal them. We immediately began to send many orders for boxes. All but 2 or 3 came safely to hand, and brought forth butter in a lordly dish. Treasury notes were also sent bound in covers of books so deftly as to defy detection. One of my messmates thus received $250 in a single Bible. The supplies of money obtained in this manner lasted through nearly all our remaining imprisonment, and were of infinite service. All the prisoners who were taken to Richmond with us had received identically the same paroles. In every case except ours, the Rebels recognized the paroles and sent the persons holding them through the lines, but they utterly disregarded ours. We felt it a sort of duty to keep them occasionally reminded of their solemn, deliberate, written obligation to us. We first did this through our attorney, General Humphrey Marshall of Kentucky. His relations with Robert Ould were very close. Upon receiving heavy fees in United States currency, he had secured the release of several citizens, after all other endeavors had failed. The prisoners believed that Ould shared the fees. General Marshall made a strong statement of our case in writing, adding to the application for release, "I am instructed by these gentlemen not to ask any favors at your hands, but to enforce their clear, legal, unquestionable rights under this parole." Commissioner Ould endorsed upon this application that he repudiated the parole altogether. In reporting to us, General Marshall said, "I don't feel at liberty to accept a fee from you, because I consider your case hopeless." Early in the new year, we addressed a memorial to Mr. Seddon, the Rebel Secretary of War, in which we attempted to argue the case upon its legal merits, and to prove what a flagrant, atrocious violation of official faith was involved in our detention. We plumed ourselves a good deal on our legal logic, but Mr. Seddon returned a very convincing refutation of our argument. He simply wrote an order,
that we be sent to the Rebel Penitentiary at Salisbury, North Carolina, to be held until the end of the war, as hostages for Rebel citizens confined in the North, and for the general good conduct of our government towards them. Like the historic Roman, content to be refuted by an emperor who was master of 50 legions, we yielded gracefully to the argument of the secretary who had the whole Confederate army at his back, and thus we were sent to Salisbury. On the night before our departure, the warden, a Maryland refugee named Wiley, ordered us below into a very filthy apartment to be ready for the morning train. We appealed to Captain Richardson, commandant of the castle, who, countermanding the order, permitted us to remain in our own more comfortable quarters during that night. 10 minutes after, one of the little negroes came to our room, and beckoning me to bend down, he whispered, "What do you think Mr. Wiley says about Captain Richardson's letting you stay here tonight? As soon as the captain went out, he said, 'It's a shame for Richardson and Brown to receive so many more favors than the other prisoners. Why, blanky blank them, they were abolitionists before the war.'" On the way to Salisbury, we were very closely guarded, but there were many times during the night when we might easily have jumped from the car window. At Raleigh, a pleasant little city of 5,000 people, named in honor of the great Sir Walter, the temptation was very strong. In the confusion and darkness through which we passed from one train to another, we might easily have eluded the guards, but we were feeble, a long distance from our army lines, and quite unfamiliar with the country. It was a golden opportunity neglected, for it is always comparatively easy for captives to escape while in transitu, and very difficult when once within the walls of a military prison. On the evening of February 3rd, we reached Salisbury and were taken to the Confederate States Penitentiary. It was a brick structure, 100 feet by 40, 4 stories in height, originally erected for a cotton factory. In addition to the main building, there were 6 smaller ones of brick, which had formerly been tenement houses, and a new frame hospital, with clean hay mattresses, for about 40 patients. The buildings, which would hold about 500 prisoners, were all filled. Confederate convicts, Yankee deserters, about 20 enlisted men of our Navy, and 3 United States officers confined as hostages, 150 Southern Unionists, and 50 Northern citizens composed the inmates. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Giordano. Chapter 36. The miserable have no other medicine, but only hope, measure for measure. Canst thou not minister to a mind diseased, pluck from the memory a rooted sorrow? Macbeth. Truly saith the Italian proverb, there are no ugly loves and no handsome prisons. Still, we found Salisbury comparatively endurable. Captain Swift Galloway, commanding, though a hardy Confederate, was kind and courteous to the captives. Our sleeping apartment, crowded with uncleanly men, and foul with the vilest exhalations, was filthy and vermin-infested beyond description. No northern farmer, fit to be a northern farmer, would have kept his horse or his ox in it. The open air and pure water. But the yard of 4 acres, like some old college grounds, with great oak trees and a well of sweet, pure water, was open to us during the whole day. There, the first time for 9 months, our feet pressed the mother earth, and the blessed open air fanned our cheeks. Mr. Luke Blackmer of Salisbury kindly placed his library of several thousand volumes at our disposal. Whenever we wished for books, we had only to address a note to him, through the prison authorities, and, in a few hours, a little negro, with a basket of them on his head, would come in at the gate. It seemed more like life and less like the tomb than any prison we had inhabited before. The crushing weight of imprisonment. And yet those long summer months were very dreary to bear, for we had upon us the one crushing weight of captivity. It is not hunger or cold, sickness or death, which makes prison life so hard to bear, but it is the utter idleness, emptiness, aimlessness of such a life. It is being, through all the long hours of each day and night, for weeks, months, years, if one lives so long, absolutely without employment, mental or physical, with nothing to fill the vacant mind, which always becomes morbid and turns inward to prey upon itself. What exile from his country can flee himself as well? It was doubtless this which gave us the look peculiar to the captive, the disturbed, half-wild expression of the eye, the contraction of the wrinkled brow, which indicates trouble at the heart. We were most struck with this in the morning, when, on first going out of our sleeping quarters, we passed down by the hospital, and stopped beside the bench where those were laid who had died during the night. As we lifted the cloth to see who had found release, the one thing which always impressed me was the perfect calm, the sweet, ineffable peace, which those white, thin faces wore. For months I never saw it without a twinge of envy. Until then, I never felt the meaning of the words, where the wicked cease from troubling, and the weary are at rest. Until then, I never realized the wealth of the assurance, He giveth His beloved sleep. Bad news from home. Some prisoners had an additional weight to bear. They were Southern Unionists, Tennesseans, North Carolinians, West Virginians, and Mississippians, whose families lived on the border. They knew that they were liable any day to have their houses robbed or burned by the enemy, and their wives and little ones turned out to the mercy of the elements or the charity of friends. This gnawing anxiety took away their elasticity and power of endurance. They had far less capacity for resisting disease and hardship than the Northerners, and died in the proportion of 4 or 5 to 1. I could hardly wonder at the fervor with which, in their devotional exercises, night after night, they sung the only hymn which they ever attempted. There I shall bathe my weary soul in seas of heavenly rest, and not a wave of trouble roll across this peaceful breast. The cup of others, yet, had a still bitterer ingredient, which filled it to overflowing. I wonder profoundly that anyone drinking of it ever lived to tell his story. They had received bad news from home, news that those nearest and dearest, finding their load of life too heavy, had laid it wearily down. During the long prison hours, such had nothing to think of but the vacant place, the hushed voice, and the desolate hearth. Hope, the one thing which buoys up the prisoner, was gone. That picture of home, which had looked before as heaven looks to the enthusiastic devotee, was forever darkened. The prisoner knew, if the otherwise glad hour of his release should ever come, no warmth of welcome, no greeting of friendship, no rejoicing of affection, could ever replace for him the infinite value of the love he had lost. The Great Libby Tunnel. Early in the spring, we were delighted to learn from Richmond that Colonel Streight had succeeded in escaping from Libby. The officers constructed a long tunnel, which proved a perfect success, liberating 114 of them. Streight, whose proportions tended towards the Falstaffian, was very apprehensive that he could not work his way through it. Narrowly escaping the fate of the greedy fox which stuck in the hole, he finally squeezed through. The rebels hated him so bitterly that, by the unanimous wish of his fellow prisoners, he was the first man to pass out. A Union woman of Richmond concealed him for nearly 2 weeks. The first officers who reached our lines announced to the New York papers that Streight had arrived at Fortress Monroe. This caused the Richmond authorities to relinquish their search, and finally, under a skillful pilot, having traveled with great caution for 11 nights to accomplish less than 100 miles, Streight reached the protection of the Stars and Stripes. Our prison rations of corn bread and beef were tolerable, in quantity and quality. Salisbury Market also afforded a few articles, of which eggs were the great staple. We indulged extravagantly in that mild form of dissipation, our mess of 5 at one time having on hand 72 dozen, which represented, in Confederate currency, about $200. We soon made the acquaintance of several loyal North Carolinians. Citizens of respectability were permitted to visit the prison. Those of Union proclivities invariably found opportunity to converse with us. Like all Loyalists of the South, white and black, they trusted Northern prisoners implicitly. The reign of terror was so great that they often feared to repose confidence in each other, and cautioned us against repeating their expressions of loyalty to their neighbors and friends, whose Union sympathies were just as strong as theirs. Horrible sufferings of Union officers. Captains Julius L. Litchfield of the 4th Maine Infantry, Charles Kendall of the Signal Corps, and Edward E. Chase of the 1st Rhode Island Cavalry were imprisoned in the upper room of the factory. Held as hostages for certain Rebel officers in the Alton, Illinois Penitentiary, they were sentenced to confinement and hard labor during the war. In one instance only was the hard labor imposed. In the prison yard, they were ordered to remove several heavy stones a few yards, and then carry them back. For some minutes they stood beside the Rebel sergeant, silently and with folded arms. Then Chase thus instructed the guard: "Go to Captain Galloway and tell him, with my compliments, that perhaps I was just as delicately nurtured as he; that, if he were in my place, he would hardly do this work, and that I will see the whole Confederacy in the bottomless pit before I lift a single stone." Chase and his comrades were never afterward ordered to labor. Other Union officers, held as hostages, arrived from time to time. 8, who came from Richmond, had been confined 145 days in that horrible Libby cell, where the mold accumulated on the beard of the Pennsylvania lieutenant. While there they suffered intensely from cold, ate daily all their scanty ration the moment it was issued, and were compelled to fast for the rest of the 24 hours, save when they could catch rats, which they eagerly devoured. Some came out with broken constitutions, and all were frightfully pallid and emaciated. Starving and freezing are words easily said, but these gentlemen learned their actual significance. 4 of them were held for Kentucky bushwhackers, whom one of our military courts had sentenced to death, which they clearly deserved under well-defined laws of war. Had they been promptly executed, the Rebels would never have dared, in retaliation, to hurt the hair of a prisoner's head. But Mr. Lincoln's kindness of heart induced him to commute their sentence to imprisonment, and made him unwittingly the cause of this barbarity toward our own officers. The hostages were plucky and enterprising, frequently attempting to escape. One night, they suspended from their 4th-story window a rope which they had constructed of blankets. Captain Ives, of the 10th Massachusetts Infantry, descended in safety. A daring and loyal Rebel deserter from East Tennessee, named Carroll, who designed to pilot them to our lines, attempted to follow, but the rope broke, and he fell the whole distance, striking upon his head. It would have killed most men, but Carroll, after spending the night in the guard house, bathed his swollen head and troubled himself no further about the matter. Captain B.C.G. Reed, from Zanesville, Ohio, was constantly trying to secure his own release. It always seemed to make him unhappy when he passed 2 or 3 weeks without making attempts to escape. They usually resulted in his being handcuffed and ballasted by a ball and chain, or confined in a filthy cell. a cool method of escape. But, sooner or later, perseverance achieves. Once, while so weak from inflammatory rheumatism, contracted in a Richmond dungeon, that he could hardly walk, he made a successful endeavor, in company with Captain Litchfield. At 9 o'clock on a rainy March night, with their blankets wrapped about them, they coolly walked up to the gate. They rebuked the guard who halted them, indignantly asking him if he did not know that they belonged at headquarters. Impudence won the day. The innocent sentinel permitted them to pass. They went directly through Captain Galloway's office, which fortunately happened to be empty, reached the outer fence. Litchfield helped over his weak companion, and the world was all before them, where to choose. They traveled 120 miles, but, in the mountains of East Tennessee, were recaptured and brought back. Nothing daunted, Reed repeated the attempt again and again. Finally, he jumped from a train of cars in the city of Charleston, found a negro who secreted him, and by night conveyed him in a skiff to our forces at Battery Wagner. Reed returned to his command in Thomas's army, and was subsequently killed in one of the battles before Nashville. Entering the service as a private, and fairly winning promotion, he was an excellent type of the thinking bayonets, of the young men who freely gave their lives for our dear country's sake. Captured through an obstinate mule. Early in the summer, our mess was agreeably enlarged by the arrival of Mr. William E. Davis, correspondent of the Cincinnati Gazette, and clerk of the Ohio Senate. Davis owed his capture to the stupidity of a mule. Riding leisurely along a road within the lines of General Sherman's army, more than a mile from the front, he was compelled to pass through a little gap left between two corps, which had not quite connected. He was suddenly confronted by a double-barreled shotgun, presented by a Rebel standing behind a tree, who commanded him to halt. Not easily intimidated, Davis attempted to turn his mule and ride for a life and liberty. With the true instinct of his race, the animal resisted the rein, seeming to require a 10-acre lot and 3 days for turning around, wherefore the rider fell into the hands of the Philistines. Books whiled away many weary hours. As Edmond Dantes, in the Count of Monte Cristo, came out from his 12 years of imprisonment, a very well-read man, we ought to have acquired limitless lore, but reading at last palled upon our tastes, and we would none of it. Concealing money when searched. Our Salisbury friends supplied us liberally with money. The editors of the migratory Memphis Appeal frequently offered to me any amount which I might desire, and made many attempts to secure my exchange. The prison authorities sometimes searched us, but friendly guards, or officers of Union proclivities, would always give us timely notice, enabling us to secrete our money. One, nominally Rebel lieutenant, after we were drawn up in line and the searching had begun, would sometimes receive bank notes from us, and hand them back when we were returned to our own quarters. Once, as we were being examined, I had $40 in United States currency concealed in my hat. That was an article of dress which had never been examined, but now, looking down the line, I saw the guards suddenly commence taking off the prisoners' hats, carefully scrutinizing them. Removing the money from mine, I handed it to Lieutenant Holman of Vermont, but turning around, I observed that 2 Rebel officers immediately behind us had witnessed the movement. Holman promptly passed the notes to Junius, who stood near, reading a ponderous volume, and who placed them between the leaves of his book. Holman was at once taken from the line and searched rigorously from head to foot, but the Rebels were unable to find the coveted greenbacks. The prison officers, under rigid orders from the Richmond authorities, would sometimes retain money received by mail. $200 in Confederate notes were thus withheld from me for more than a year. Determined that the Rebel officers should not enjoy much peace of mind, I addressed them letter after letter, reciting their various subterfuges. At last, upon my demanding that they should either give me the money, or refuse positively over their own signatures. The amount was forthcoming. Thousands of dollars belonging to prisoners were confiscated upon frivolous pretexts or no pretext whatever. Attempts to escape frustrated. Persistent ill fortune still followed all our attempts to escape. Once we perfected an arrangement with a friendly guard, by which, at midnight, he was to pass us over the fence upon his beat. Before our quarters were locked for the night, Junius and myself hid under the hospital, where, through the faithful sentinel, escape would be certain. But just then we chanced to be nearly without money, and Davis waited for a Union attaché of the prison to bring him $400 from a friend outside. The messenger, for the first and last time in 11 months, becoming intoxicated that afternoon, arrived with the money 5 minutes too late. Davis was unable to join us. We determined not to leave him, expecting to repeat the attempt on the following night, but the next day the guard was conscribed and sent to Lee's army. These constant failures subjected us to many jests from our fellow prisoners. Once, in a dog-day freak, Junius had every hair shaved from his head, leaving his pallid face diversified only by a great German mustache. He replied, to all badinage, that he was not the correspondent for whom his interlocutors mistook him, but the venerable and famous Chinaman, No Go. Yankee deserters whipped and hanged. The Yankee deserters, having no friends to protect them, were treated with great harshness. During a single day, 6 were tied up to a post and received, in the aggregate, 127 lashes with the cat-o'-nine tails upon their bare backs, as punishment for digging a tunnel. Many of them were bounty jumpers and desperadoes. They robbed each newly arriving deserter of all his money, beating him unmercifully if he resisted. After being thus whipped, at their own request their status was changed, and they were sent as prisoners of war to Andersonville, Georgia. There, the Union prisoners, detecting them in several robberies and murders, organized a court-martial, tried them, and hung 6 of them upon trees within the garrison, with ropes furnished by the Rebel commandant. For 7 months no letters, even from our own families, were permitted to reach us. This added much to our weariness. I never knew the pathos of Sterne's simple story until I heard Junius read it one sad summer night in our prison quarters. For weeks afterwards rung in my ears the cry of the poor starling, "I cannot get out! I cannot get out!" End of Chapter 36. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 37 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Greg Giordano. Chapter 37. Not a soul but felt a fever of the mad, and played some tricks of desperation. Tempest. All trouble, torment, wonder, and amazement inhabit here. Ibid. Great influx of prisoners. Early in October the condition of the Salisbury garrison suddenly changed. Nearly 10,000 prisoners of war, half naked and without shelter, were crowded into its narrow limits, which could not reasonably accommodate more than 600. It was converted into a scene of suffering and death, which no pen can adequately describe. For every hour, day and night, we were surrounded by horrors which burned into our memories like a hot iron. We had never before been in a prison containing our private soldiers. In spite of many assurances to the contrary, we had been skeptical as to the barbarities which they were said to suffer at Belle Isle and Andersonville. We could not believe that men bearing the American name would be guilty of such atrocities. Now, looking calmly upon our last 2 months in Salisbury, it seems hardly possible to exaggerate the incredible cruelty of the Rebel authorities. When captured, the prisoners were robbed of the greater part of their clothing. When they reached Salisbury, all were thinly clad, thousands were barefooted, not 1 in 20 had an overcoat or blanket, and many hundreds were without coats or blouses. Starving in the midst of food. For several weeks they were furnished with no shelter whatever. Afterward, 1 Sibley tent and 1 A tent was issued to each 100 men. With the closest crowding, these contained about one half of them. The rest burrowed in the earth, crept under buildings, or dragged out the nights in the open air upon the muddy, snowy, or frozen ground. In October, November, and December, snow fell several times. It was piteous beyond description to see the poor fellows, coatless, hatless, and shoeless, shivering about the yard. They were organized into divisions of 1,000 each, and subdivided into squads of 100. Almost daily one or more divisions was without food for 24 hours. Several times some of them received no rations for 48 hours. The few who had money paid from $5 to $20 in Rebel currency for a little loaf of bread. Some sold the coats from their backs and the shoes from their feet to purchase food. When a subordinate asked the post commandant, Major John H. G., "Shall I give the prisoners full rations?" he replied, "No, G.D. them, give them quarter rations." Yet, at this very time, one of our Salisbury friends, a trustworthy and Christian gentleman, assured us, in a stolen interview, "It is within my personal knowledge that the great commissary warehouse in this town is filled to the roof with corn and pork. I know that the prison commissary finds it difficult to obtain storage for his supplies." After our escape, we learned from personal observation that the region abounded in corn and pork. Salisbury was a general depot for army supplies. Freezing in the midst of fuel. That section of country is densely wooded. The cars brought fuel to the door of our prison. If the Rebels were short of tents, they might easily have paroled 200 or 300 prisoners to go out and cut logs, with which, in a single week, barracks could have been constructed for every captive. But the commandant would not consent. He did not even furnish half the needed fuel. Cold and hunger began to tell fearfully upon the robust young men, fresh from the field, who crowded the prison. Sickness was very prevalent and very fatal. It invariably appeared in the form of pneumonia, catarrh, diarrhea, or dysentery, but was directly traceable to freezing and starvation. Therefore the medicines were of little avail. The weakened men were powerless to resist disease, and they were carried to the dead house in appalling numbers. By appointment of the prison authorities, my 2 comrades and myself were placed in charge of all the hospitals, 9 in number, inside the garrison. The scenes which constantly surrounded us were enough to shake the firmest nerves. But there was work to be done for the relief of our suffering companions. We could accomplish very little, hardly more than to give a cup of cold water, and see that the patients were treated with sympathy and kindness. Mr. Davis was general superintendent, and brought to his arduous duties good judgment, untiring industry, and uniform kindness. Junius was charged with supplying medicines to the outdoor patients. The hospitals, when crowded, would hold about 600, but there were always many more invalids unable to obtain admission. These wretched men waited wearily for death in their tents, in subterranean holes, under hospitals, or in the open air. My comrades' tender sympathy softened the last hours of many a poor fellow who had long been a stranger to the falling music of a gracious word or the stray sunshine of a smile. Rebel surgeons generally humane. I was appointed to supervise all the hospital books, keeping a record of each patient's name, disease, admission, and discharge or death. At my own solicitation, the Rebel surgeon-in-chief also authorized me to receive the clothing left by the dead, and reissue it among the living. I endeavored to do this systematically, keeping lists of the needy, who indeed were 9/10 of all the prisoners. The deaths ranged from 20 to 48 daily, leaving many garments to be distributed. Day after day, in bitterly cold weather, pale, fragile boys, who should have been at home with their mothers and sisters, came to me with no clothing whatever except a pair of worn cotton pantaloons and a thin cotton shirt. Dr. Richard O. Curry, a refugee from Knoxville, was the surgeon in charge. Though a genuine Rebel, he was just and kind-hearted, doing his utmost to change the horrible condition of affairs. Again and again he sent written protests to Richmond, which brought several successive inspectors to examine the prison and hospitals, but no change of treatment. We were reluctantly driven to the belief that the Richmond authorities deliberately adopted this plan to reduce the strength of our armies. The Medusa head of slavery had turned their hearts to stone. At this time they held nearly 40,000 prisoners. In our garrison, the inmates were dying at the rate of 13% a month upon the aggregate. About as many more were enlisting in the Rebel army. Thus our soldiers were destroyed at the rate of more than 25% a month, with no corresponding loss to the enemy. Terrible scenes in the hospitals. Frequently, for 2 or 3 days, Dr. Curry would refrain from entering the garrison, reluctant to look upon the revolting scenes from which we could find no escape. I am glad to be able to throw one ray of light into so dark a picture. Nearly all the surgeons evinced that humanity which ought to characterize their profession. They were much the best class of Rebels we encountered. They denounced unsparingly the manner in which prisoners were treated, and endeavored to mitigate their sufferings. To call the foul pens, where the patients were confined, hospitals, was a perversion of the English tongue. We could not obtain brooms to keep them clean. We could not get cold water to wash the hands and faces of those sick and dying men. In that region, where every farmer's barnyard contained grain sacks, we could not procure clean straw enough to place under them. More than half the time they were compelled to lie huddled upon the cold, naked, filthy floors, without even that degree of warmth and cleanliness usually afforded to brutes. The wasted forms and sad, pleading eyes of those sufferers, waiting wearily for the tide of life to ebb away, without the commonest comforts, without one word of sympathy or one tear of affection, will never cease to haunt me. At all hours of the day and night, on every side, we heard the terrible hack, 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 in whose pneumonic tones every prisoner seemed to be coughing his life away. It was the most fearful sound in that fearful place. The rattling dead cart. The last scene of all was the dead cart, with its rigid forms piled upon each other like logs, the arms swaying, the white, ghastly faces staring, with dropped jaws and stony eyes, while it rattled along, bearing its precious freight just outside the walls, to be thrown in a mass into trenches and covered with a little earth. When received, there was no sick or wounded men among the prisoners. But before they had been in Salisbury 6 weeks, Junius, with better facilities for knowing than anyone else, insisted that among 8,000 there were not 500 well men. The Rebel surgeons coincided in this belief. The rations, issued very irregularly, were insufficient to support life. Men grew feeble before living upon them a single week, but could not buy food from the town, and were not permitted to receive even a meal sent by friends from the outside. Our positions in the hospitals enabled us to purchase supplies and fare better. Prisoners eagerly devoured the potato skins from our table. They ate rats, dogs, and cats. Many searched the yard for bones and scraps among the most revolting substances. They constantly besieged us for admission to the hospitals or for shelter and food, which we were unable to give. It seemed almost sinful for us to enjoy protection from the weather and food enough to support life in the midst of all this distress. On wet days the mud was very deep, and the shoeless wretches wallowed pitifully through it, seeking vainly for cover and warmth. 200 negro prisoners were almost naked, and could find no shelter whatever, except by burrowing in the earth. The authorities treated them with unusual rigor, and guards murdered them with impunity. No song, no athletic game, few sounds of laughter broke the silence of the garrison. It was a hall of Eblis, devoid of its gold-besprinkled pavements, crystal vases, and dazzling saloons, but with all its oppressive silence, livid lips, sunken eyes, and ghastly figures, at whose hearts the consuming fire was never quenched. Constant association with suffering deadened our sensibilities. We were soon able to pass through the hospitals, little moved by their terrible spectacles, except when patients addressed us, exciting a personal interest. Credulity of our government. The credulity and trustfulness of our government toward the enemy passed belief. Month after month it sent by the truce boats many tons of private boxes for Union prisoners, while the Rebels, not satisfied with their usual practice of stealing a portion under the rose, upon one trivial pretext or other, openly confiscated every pound of them. At the same time, returning truce boats were loaded with boxes sent to Rebel prisoners from their friends in the South, and express lines crowded with supplies from their sympathizers in the North. The government held a large excess of prisoners, and the Rebels were anxious to exchange man for man. But our authorities acted upon the cold-blooded theory of Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War, that we could not afford to give well-fed, rugged men for invalids and skeletons, that returned prisoners were infinitely more valuable to the Rebels than to us, because their soldiers were inexorably kept in the army, while many of ours, whose terms of service had expired, would not re-enlist. The private soldier who neglects his duty is taken out and shot. Officials seem to forget that the soldier's obligation of obedience devolves upon the government the obligation of protection. It was clearly the duty of our authorities either to exchange our own soldiers or to protect them, not by indiscriminate cruelty, but by well-considered, systematic retaliation in kind, until the Richmond authorities should treat prisoners with ordinary humanity. It was very easy to select a number of Rebel officers, corresponding to the Union prisoners in the Salisbury garrison, and give them precisely the same kind and amount of food, clothing, and shelter. General Butler's example of retaliation. When the Confederate government placed certain of our negro prisoners under fire, at work upon the fortifications of Richmond, General Butler, in a brief letter, informed them that he had stationed an equal number of Rebel officers, equally exposed and spade in hand, upon his fortifications. When his letter reached Richmond, before that day's sun went down, the negroes were returned to Libby Prison, and ever afterward treated as prisoners of war. But, by the mawkish sensibilities of a few Northern statesmen and editors, our government was encouraged to neglect the matter, and thus permitted the needless murder of its own soldiers, a stain upon the nation's honor, and an inexcusable cruelty to thousands of aching hearts. End of Chapter 37. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 38 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Greg Giordano. Chapter 38. I have supped full with horrors. Macbeth. The weariest and most loathed worldly life that ache, age, penury, and imprisonment can lay on nature. Measure for measure. Attempted outbreak and massacre. On the 26th of November, while we were eating at dinner, John Lovell came up from the yard and whispered me, "There is to be an insurrection. The prisoners are preparing to break out." We had heard similar reports so frequently as to lose all faith in them. But this was true. Without deliberation or concert of action, upon the impulse of the moment, a portion of the prisoners acted. Suffering greatly from hunger, many having received no food for 48 hours, they said, "Let us break out of this horrible place. We may just as well die upon the guns of the guards as by slow starvation. A number, armed with clubs, sprang upon a Rebel relief of 16 men, just entering the yard. Though weak and emaciated, these prisoners performed their part promptly and gallantly. Man for man, they wrenched the guns from the soldiers. One Rebel resisted, and was bayoneted where he stood. Instantly, the building against which he leaned was reddened by a great stain of blood. Another raised his musket, but, before he could fire, fell to the ground, shot through the head. Every gun was taken from the terrified relief, who immediately ran back to their camp outside. Had parties of 400 or 500 then rushed at the fence in half a dozen different places, they might have confused the guards, and somewhere made an opening. But some thousands ran to it at one point only. Having neither crowbars nor axes, they could not readily effect a breach. At once every musket in the garrison was turned upon them. 2 field pieces opened with grape and canister. The insurrection, which had not occupied more than 3 minutes, was a failure, and the uninjured at once returned to their quarters. The yard was now perfectly quiet. The portion of it which we occupied was several hundred yards from the scene of the mêlée. In our vicinity there had been no disturbance whatever. Yet the guards stood upon the fence for 20 minutes, with deliberate aim firing into the tents, upon helpless and innocent men. Several prisoners were killed within a dozen yards of our building. One was wounded while leaning against it. The bullets rattled against the logs, but none chanced to pass through the wide apertures between them, and enter our apartment. 16 prisoners were killed and 60 wounded, of whom not 1 in 10 had participated in the outbreak, while most were ignorant of it until they heard the guns. Cold-blooded murders frequent. After this massacre, cold-blooded murders were very frequent. Any guard, standing upon the fence, at any hour of the day or night, could deliberately raise his musket and shoot into any group of prisoners, black or white, without the slightest rebuke from the authorities. He would not even be taken off his post for it. One Union officer was thus killed when there could be no pretext that he was violating any prison rule. Moses Smith, a negro soldier of the 7th Maryland Infantry, was shot through the head while standing inoffensively beside my own quarters, conversing with John Lovell. One of many instances was that of 2 white Connecticut soldiers who were shot within their tents. We induced one of the surgeons to inquire at headquarters the cause of the homicide. The answer received was, that the guard saw 3 negroes in range, and, knowing he would never have so good an opportunity again, fired at them, but missed aim and killed the wrong men. It seemed to be regarded as a harmless jest. Hostility to Tribune correspondence. Though my comrades and myself, either by finesse or bribery, often succeeded in obtaining special privileges from the prison officers, the hostility of the Confederate authorities was unrelenting. Our attorney, Mr. Blackmer, after visiting Richmond on our behalf, returned and assured us that he saw no hope of our release before the end of the war, unless we could effect our escape. Robert Ould, who usually denied that he regarded us with special hostility, on one occasion, in his cups, remarked to the United States Commissioner, "The Tribune did more than any other agency to bring on the war. It is useless for you to ask the exchange of its correspondents. They are just the men we want, and just the men we are going to hold." Our government, through blundering rather than design, released a large number of Rebel journalists without requiring our exchange. Finally, while among the horrors of Salisbury, we learned that Edward A. Pollard, a malignant Rebel and an editor of the Richmond Examiner, most virulent of all the Southern papers, was paroled to the city of Brooklyn, after confinement for a few weeks in the North. This news cut us like a knife. We, after nearly 2 years of captivity, in that foul, vermin-infested prison, among all its atrocities, he, at large, among the comforts and luxuries of one of the pleasantest cities in the world. The thought was so bitter, that, for weeks after hearing the intelligence, we did not speak of it to each other. Mr. Welles, Secretary of the Navy, was the person who set Pollard at liberty. I record the fact, not that any special importance attaches to our individual experience, but because hundreds of Union prisoners were subjected to kindred injustice. A cruel injustice. At the Salisbury Penitentiary was a respectable woman from North Carolina who was confined for 2 months, in the same quarters with the male inmates. Her crime was giving a meal to a Rebel deserter. In Richmond, a Virginian of 70 was shut up with us for a long time, on the charge of feeding his own son, who had deserted from the army. In September, a number of Rebel convicts, armed with clubs and knives, forcibly took from John Lovell a Union flag, which he had thus far concealed. After the prisoners of war arrived, they vented their indignation upon the convicts, wherever they could catch them. For several days, Rebels venturing into the yard were certain to return to their quarters with bruised faces and blackened eyes. Rebel expectations of peace. During the peace mania, which seemed to possess the North, at the time of McClellan's nomination, the Rebels were very hopeful. Lieutenant Stockton, the post adjutant, one day observed, "You will go home very soon. We shall have peace within a month." "On what do you base your opinion?" I asked. "The tone of your newspapers and politicians. McClellan is certain to be elected President, and peace will immediately follow." "You Southerners are the most credulous people in the whole world. You have been so long strangers to freedom of speech and the press, that you cannot comprehend it at all. There are half a dozen public men and as many newspapers in the North, who really belong to your side, and express their Rebel sympathies with little or no disguise. Can you not see that they never receive any accessions? Point out a single important convert made by them since the beginning of the war. Before Sumter, these same men told you that, if we attempted coercion, it would produce war in the North, and you believed them. Again and again they have told you, as now, that the loyal States would soon give up the conflict, and you still believe them. Wait until the people vote, in November, and then tell me what you think. In due time came news of Mr. Lincoln's re-election. The prisoners received it with intense satisfaction. I conveyed it to the Union officers, from whom we were separated by bayonets, tossing to them a biscuit containing a concealed note. A few minutes after, their cheering and shouting excited the surprise and indignation of the prison authorities. The next morning, I asked Stockton how he now regarded the peace prospect. Shaking his head, he sadly replied, "It is too deep for me. I cannot see the end." A private belonging to the 59th Massachusetts Infantry had left Boston, a new recruit, just 6 weeks before we met him. In the interval he participated in 2 great battles and 5 skirmishes, was wounded in the leg, captured, escaped from his guards while en route for Georgia, traveled 3 days on foot, was then recaptured and brought to Salisbury. His 6 weeks' experience had been fruitful and varied. That hope deferred which maketh the heart sick began to tell seriously upon our mental health. We grew morbid and bitter, and were often upon the verge of quarreling among ourselves. I remember even feeling a pang of jealousy and indignation at an account of some enjoyment and hilarity among my friends at home. The prison like the tomb. Our prison was like the tomb. No voice from the North entered its gloomy portal. Knowing that we had been unjustly neglected by our own government, wondering if we were indeed forsaken by God and man, we seemed to lose all human interest, and to care little whether we lived or died. But I suppose lurking, unconscious hope still buoyed us up. Could we have known positively that we must endure 8 months more of that imprisonment, I think we should have received with joy and gratitude our sentence to be taken out and shot. Frequently prisoners asked us, sometimes with tears in their eyes, "What shall we do? We grow weaker day by day. Staying here, we shall be certain to follow our comrades to the hospital and the dead house. The rebels assure us that if we will enlist, we shall have abundant food and clothing, and we may find a chance of escaping to our own lines." I always answered that they owe no obligation to God or man to remain and starve to death. Of the 2,000 who did enlist, nearly all designed to desert at the first opportunity. The remaining comrades had no toleration for them. If one who had joined the rebels came back into the yard for a moment, his life was in imminent peril. 2 or 3 times such persons were shockingly beaten, and only saved from death by the interference of the rebel guards. This ferocity was but the expression of the deep, unselfish patriotism of our private soldiers. These men, who carried muskets and received but a mere pittance, were so earnest that they were almost ready to kill their comrades for joining the enemy, even to escape a slow, torturing death. Something about tunneling. We grew very familiar with the occult science of tunneling. Its modus operandi is this: the workman, having sunk a hole in the ground 3, 6, or 8 feet, as the case may require, strikes off horizontally, lying flat on his face, and digging with whatever tool he can find, usually a case knife. The excavation is made just large enough for one man to creep through it. The great difficulty is to conceal the dirt. In Salisbury, however, this obstacle did not exist, for many of the prisoners lived in holes in the ground, which they were constantly changing or enlarging. Hence the yard abounded in hillocks of fresh earth, upon which that taken from the tunnels could be spread nightly without exciting notice. After the great influx of prisoners of war in October, a large tunneling business was done. I knew of 15 in course of construction at one time, and doubtless there were many more. The commandant adopted an ingenious and effectual method of rendering them abortive. In digging laterally in the ground, at the distance of 30 or 40 feet, the air becomes so foul that lights will not burn, and men breathe with difficulty. In the great tunnel, 65 feet long, by which Colonel Streight and many other officers escaped from Libby Prison, this embarrassment was obviated by a bit of Yankee ingenuity. The officers, with tacks, blankets, and boards, constructed a pair of huge bellows, like those used by blacksmiths. Then, while one of them worked with his case knife, progressing 4 or 5 feet in 12 hours, and a second filled his haversack with dirt, and removed it, of course backing out, and crawling in on his return, as the tunnel was a single track, and had no turntable. A third sat at the mouth, pumping vigorously, and thus supplied the workers with fresh air. The tunnelers ingeniously baffled. At Salisbury this was impracticable. I suppose a paper of tacks could not have been purchased there for $1,000. There were none to be had. Of course we could not pierce holes up to the surface of the ground for ventilation, as that would expose everything. Originally there was but one line of guards, posted some 25 feet apart, upon the fence which surrounded the garrison, and constantly walking to and fro, meeting each other and turning back at the limits of each post. Under this arrangement, it was necessary to tunnel about 40 feet to go under the fence, and come up far enough beyond it to emerge from the earth on a dark night without being seen or heard by the sentinels. When the commandant learned, through prisoners actually suffering for food, and ready to do almost anything for bread, that tunneling was going on. He tried to ascertain where the excavations were located, but in vain, because none of the shaky Unionists had been informed. Therefore he established a second line of guards, 100 feet outside of those on the fence, who also paced back and forth in the same manner, until they met, forming a second line impervious to Yankees. This necessitated tunneling at least 140 feet, which, without ventilation, was just as much out of the question as to tunnel 140 miles. End of chapter 38. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 39 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Kasper. Part 4. The Escape. Chapter 39. A good wit will make use of anything. I will turn diseases to commodity. King Henry IV. We were constantly trying to escape. During the last 15 months of our imprisonment, I think there was no day when we had not some plan which we hoped soon to put in execution. We were always talking and theorizing about the subject. Indeed, we theorized too much. We magnified obstacles. We gave our keepers credit for greater shrewdness and closer observation than they were capable of. We would not start until all things combined to promise success. Therefore, as the slow months wore away, again and again we saw men of less capacity but greater daring escape by modes which had appeared to us utterly chimerical and impracticable. Fortune, too, persistently baffled us. At the vital moment when freedom seemed just within our grasp, some unforeseen obstacle always intervened to foil our plans. Still, assuming a confidence we did not feel, we daily promised each other to persist until we gained our liberty or lost our lives. After the malignity which the Richmond authorities had manifested toward us, escape seemed 1,000-fold preferable to release by exchange. I should hardly dare to estimate the combined length of tunnels in which we were concerned. They were always discovered, usually on the eve of completion. My associate was wont to declare that we should never escape in that way, unless we constructed an underground road to Knoxville, 200 miles as the bird flies. Even if we passed the prison walls, the chance of reaching our lines seemed almost hopeless. We were in the heart of the Confederacy. During the 10 months we spent in Salisbury, at least 70 persons escaped, but nearly all were brought back, though a few were shot in the mountains. We knew of only 5 who had reached the North. Junius, certain to see the gloomy side of every picture, frequently said, to walk the same distance in Ohio or Massachusetts, where we could travel by daylight upon public thoroughfares, stop at each village for rest and refreshment, and sleep in warm beds every night, we should consider a severe hardship. Think of this terrible tramp of 200 miles by night, in midwinter, over 2 ranges of mountains, creeping stealthily through the enemy's country, weak, hungry, shelterless. Can any of us live to accomplish it? When, at last, we did essay it, the journey proved nearly twice as long, and infinitely severer than even he had conceived. Among the officers of the prison, there were 3 stanch Union men, a lieutenant, a surgeon, and Lieutenant John R. Wellborn. They were our devoted friends. Their homes, families, and interests were in the South. Attempting to escape, they were likely to be captured and imprisoned. Remaining, they must enter the army in some capacity, and they preferred wearing swords to carrying muskets. Hundreds of Loyalists were in the same predicament, and adopted the same course. These gentlemen were of service to us in 1,000 ways. They supplied us with money, books, and provisions, bore messages between us and other friends in the village, and kept us constantly advised of military and political events known to the officials but concealed from the public. Lieutenant Wellborn came to the garrison only about a month before our departure. He belonged to a secret organization known as the Sons of America, instituted expressly to assist Union men, whether prisoners or refugees, in escaping to the North. Its members were bound by solemn oath to aid brothers in distress. They recognized each other by the signs, grips, and passwords common to all secret societies. We soon discovered that Wellborn was not only of the order, but a very earnest and self-sacrificing member. He was singularly daring. At our first stolen interview, he said, "You shall be out very soon, at all hazards." Had he been detected in aiding us, it would have cost him his life, but he was quite ready to peril it. Beyond the inner line of sentinels, which was the much more difficult one to pass, stood a Rebel hospital, where all medicines for the garrison were stored. When we were placed in charge of the Union hospitals, Mr. Davis was furnished with a pass to go out for the medical supplies. It was the inflexible rule of the prison that all persons having such passes should give parole not to escape. Davis would have assumed no such obligation, but in the confusion incident to the great influx of prisoners of war, and because it was the business of several Rebel officers, the commandant, the medical director, and the post adjutant, instead of the duty of one man to see it done, he was never asked for the parole. A few days later, the prison authorities gave similar passes to Junius and to Captain Thomas E. Wolfe of Connecticut, master of a merchant vessel, who had been a prisoner nearly as long as we. We attempted to convince them, through several deluded Rebel attachés, that it was essential to the proper conduct of the medical department that I, too, should be supplied with a pass. Doubtless we should have succeeded in time, had not an incident occurred to hasten our movements. On Sunday, December 18th, we learned that General Bradley T. Johnson, of Maryland, had arrived, and on the following day would supersede Major G. as commandant of the prison. Johnson was a soldier who knew how business should be done, and he would doubtless put a stop to this loose arrangement about passes. Not a moment was to be lost, and we determined to escape that very night. I engaged several prisoners, without informing them for what purpose, in copying from my hospital books the names of the dead. I felt that to relieve friends at home we ought to make an effort to carry through this information, as long as there was the slightest possibility of success. My own books contained only the names of the prisoners who died in the hospitals. Outdoor patients, those deceased in their own quarters or in no quarters whatever, were recorded in a separate book by the Rebel clerk in the outside hospital. I dared not send to him for their names on a Sunday, lest it should excite his suspicion. But the list from my own records was appalling. It comprised over 1,400 prisoners, deceased within 60 days, and showed that they were now dying at the rate of 13% a month on the entire number, a rate of mortality which would depopulate any city in the world in 48 hours, and send the people flying in all directions as from a pestilence. Yet when those prisoners came there, they were young and vigorous, like our soldiers generally in the field. There was not a sick or wounded man among them. It was a fearful revelation of the work which cold and starvation had done. When I put on extra underclothing for the possible journey, it was without conscious expectation, almost without any hope whatsoever, of success. I had assumed the same garments, for the same purpose, at the very least 30 times before, within 15 months, only to be disappointed, and that was enough to dampen the most sanguine temperament. We believed that our attempt, if detected, would be made the excuse for treating us with peculiar rigor. But in the event of discovery, we were likely to be sent back to our own quarters for the night, and not ironed or confined in a cell until the next morning. Lieutenant Wellborn was on duty that day. We made him privy to our plan. He agreed that, if it proved unsuccessful, to smuggle in muskets for us, and we proposed to wrap ourselves in gray blankets, slouch our hats down over our eyes, and pass out at midnight as rebel soldiers when he relieved the guard. Once in the camp, he could conduct us outside. On that Sunday evening, half an hour before dark, the latest moment at which the guards could be passed, even by authorized persons, without the countersign, Messrs. Brown, Wolfe, and Davis went outside as if to order their medical supplies for the sick prisoners. As they passed in and out a dozen times a day, and their faces were quite familiar to the sentinels, they were not compelled to show their passes, and Junius left his behind with me. A few minutes later, taking a long box filled with bottles in which the medicines were usually brought, and giving it to a little lad who assisted me in my hospital duties, I started to follow them. As if in great haste, we walked rapidly toward the fence. While leaning against trees or standing in the hospital doors, half a dozen friends looked on to see how the plan worked. When we reached the gate, I took the box from the boy and said to him, of course for the benefit of the sentinel, "I'm going outside to get these bottles filled. I shall be back in about 15 minutes, and I want you to remain right here to take them and distribute them among the hospitals. Do not go away now." The lad, understanding the matter perfectly, replied, "Yes, sir," and I attempted to pass the sentinel by mere assurance. I had learned long before how far a man may go, even in captivity, by sheer native impudence, by moving straight on, without hesitation, with a confident look, just as if he had a right to go, and no one had any right to question him. Several times, as already related, I saw captives who had procured citizens' clothes thus walk past the guards in broad daylight out of rebel prisons. I think I could have done it on this occasion, but for the fact that it had been tried successfully twice or thrice, and the guard severely punished. The sentinel stopped me with his musket, demanding, "Have you a pass, sir?" "Certainly I have a pass," I replied, with all the indignation I could assume. "Have you not seen it often enough to know it by this time?" Apparently a little confounded, he replied modestly, "Probably I have, but they are very strict with us, and I was not quite sure." I gave to him this genuine pass belonging to my associate. Headquarters, Confederate States Military Prison, Salisbury, North Carolina, December 5th, 1864. Junius H. Brown, citizen, has permission to pass the inner gate of the prison to assist in carrying medicines to the military prison hospitals until further orders. J. A. Fuqua, Captain and Assistant Commandant of the post. We had speculated for a long time about my using a spurious pass, and my two comrades had prepared several with a skill and exactness which proved that if their talents had been turned in that direction they might have made first-class forgers. But we finally decided that the veritable pass was better, because if the guard had any doubt about it, I could tell him to send it into headquarters for examination, and the answer returned would, of course, be that it was genuine. But it was not submitted to any such inspection. The sentinel spelled it out slowly, then folded and returned it to me, saying, "That pass is all right. I know Captain Fuqua's handwriting. Go on, sir. Excuse me for detaining you." I thought him excusable under the circumstances, and walked out. My great fear was that during the half hour which must elapse before I could go outside the garrison, I might encounter some rebel officer or attaché who knew me. Before I had taken 10 steps, I saw, sauntering to and fro on the piazza of the headquarters building, a deserter from our service named Davidson, who recognized and bowed to me. I thought he would not betray me, but was still fearful of it. I went on, and a few yards farther, coming toward me in that narrow lane where it was impossible to avoid him, I saw the one rebel officer who knew me better than any other, and who frequently came into my quarters, Lieutenant Stockton, the post adjutant. Observing him in the distance, I thought I recognized in him that old ill fortune which had so long and steadfastly baffled us. But I had the satisfaction of knowing that my associates were on the lookout from a window, and if they saw me involved in any trouble, they would at once pass the outer gate, if possible, and make good their own escape. When we met, I bade Stockton good evening, and talked for a few minutes upon the weather or some other subject in which I did not feel any profound interest. Then he passed into headquarters, and I went on. Yet a few yards farther, I encountered a third rebel, named Smith, who knew me well, and whose quarters inside the garrison were within 50 feet of my own. There were not half a dozen Confederates about the prison who were familiar with me, but it seemed as if at this moment they were coming together in a grand convention. Not daring to enter the rebel hospital, where I was certain to be recognized, I laid down my box of medicines behind a door and sought shelter in a little outbuilding. While I remained there, waiting for the blessed darkness, I constantly expected to see a sergeant with a file of soldiers come to take me back into the yard. But none came. It was rare good fortune. Stockton, Smith, and Davidson all knew, if they had their wits about them, that I had no more right there than in the village itself. I suppose their thoughtlessness must have been caused by the peculiarly honest and businesslike look of that medicine box. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Secret Service by Albert Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Kasper. Chapter 40. Wheresoe'er you are that bide the pelting of this pitiless storm, how shall your houseless heads and unfed sides, your looped and windowed raggedness, defend you? King Lear. At dark my 3 friends joined me. We went through the outer gate, in full view of a sentinel, who supposed we were rebel surgeons or nurses. And then, on that rainy Sunday night, for the first time in 20 months, we found ourselves walking freely in a public street, without a rebel bayonet before or behind us. Reaching an open field a mile from the prison, we crouched down upon the soaked ground in a bed of reeds, while Davis went to find a friend who had long before promised us shelter. While lying there, we heard a man walking through the darkness directly toward us. We hugged the earth and held our breaths, listening to the beating of our own hearts. He passed, so near that his coat brushed my cheek. We were beside a path which led across the field from one house to another. Davis soon returned, and called us with a low "Hist!" We crept to the fence where he waited. "It is all right," he said. "Follow me." He led us through bushes and lanes until we found our friend leaning against a tree in the rain, waiting for us. "Thank God," he exclaimed, "you are out at last. I wish I could extend to you the hospitalities of my house, but it is full of visitors, and they are all rebels. However, I will take you to a tolerably safe place. I have to leave town by a night train in half an hour, but I will tell someone where you are, and he will come and see you tomorrow." He conducted us to a barn in full sight of the prison, directed us how to hide,
wrung our hands, bade us Godspeed, and returned to his house and his unsuspecting guests. We climbed up the ladder into the haymow. Davis and Wolfe burrowed down perpendicularly into the fodder, as if sinking an oil well, until they were covered, heads and all. Junius and myself, after 2 hours of perspiring labor, tunneled into a safe position under the eaves, where we lay stretched at full length, head to head, luxuriating in the fresh air which came in through the cracks. Wonderfully pure and delicious it seemed, contrasted with the foul, vitiated atmosphere we had just left. How sweet smelled the hay and the husks! How infinite the measureless content which filled us at the remembrance that at last we were free! Hearing the prison sentinels as they shouted, "10 o'clock, all's well," we sank, like Abu Ben Adhem, into a deep dream of peace. Our object in remaining here was twofold. We desired to meet Wellborn and obtain minute directions about the route, which thus far he had found no opportunity to give us. Besides, we anticipated a vigilant search. The Rebel authorities were thoroughly familiar with the habits of escaping prisoners, who invariably acted as if there were never to be any more nights after the first, and walked as far as their strength would permit. Thus exhausted, they were unable to resist or run if overtaken. The commandant would be likely to send out and picket all the probable routes near the points we could reach by a hard night's travel. We thought it good policy to keep inside these scouts. While they held the advance, they would hardly obtain tidings of us. We could learn from the negroes where they guarded the roads and fords, and thus easily evade them. Our shelter, in full view of the garrison, within sound of its morning drum beat, was the one place of all others where they would never think of searching for us. On the second morning after our disappearance, the Salisbury Daily Watchman announced the escape, and said that it caused some chagrin, as we were the most important prisoners in the garrison. But it added that we were morally certain to be brought back within a week, as scouts had been sent out in all directions, and the country thoroughly alarmed. Some of these scouts went 90 miles from Salisbury, but were naturally unable to learn anything concerning us. 2. Monday, December 19th. Remained hidden in the barn. There was a house only a few yards away, and we could hear the conversation of the inmates whenever the doors were open. White and negro children came up into the hayloft, sometimes running and jumping directly over the heads of Wolfe and Davis. At dark, another friend, a commissioned officer in the Rebel army, came out to us with a canteen of water, which, quite without food, we had wanted sadly during the day. He was unable to bring us provisions. His wife was a Southern lady. Reluctant to cause her anxiety for his liberty and property imperiled by aiding us, or from some other reason, he did not take her into the secret. Like most frugal wives, where young and adult negroes abound, she kept her provisions under lock and key, and he found it impossible to procure even a loaf of bread without her knowledge. With his parting benediction, we returned to the field where we had waited the night before, and found Lieutenant Wellborn, punctual to appointment, with another escaped prisoner, Charles Thurston, of the 6th New Hampshire Infantry. Thurston had 2 valuable possessions, great address, and the uniform of a Confederate private. At 10 o'clock on Sunday night, learning of our escape, and thinking us a good party to accompany, he walked out of the prison yard behind 2 Rebel detectives, the sentinel taking him for a third officer. Slouching his hat over his face, with matchless effrontery, he sat down on a log, among the Rebel guards. In a few minutes he caught the eye of Wellborn, who soon led him by all the sentinels, giving the countersign as he passed, until he was outside the garrison, and then hid him in a barn 1/2 mile from our place of shelter. The negroes fed him during the day, and now here he was, jovial, sanguine, daring, ready to start for the North Pole itself. Wellborn gave us written directions how to reach friends in a stanch Union settlement 50 miles away. It was hard to part from the noble fellow. At that very moment he was under arrest and awaiting trial by court-martial on the charge of aiding prisoners to escape. In due time he was acquitted. 3 months later he reached our lines at Knoxville with 30 Union prisoners whom he had conducted from Salisbury. We said adieu and went out into the starry silence. Plowing through the mud for 3 miles, we struck the Western Railroad and followed it. Beside it were several camps with great fires blazing in front of them. Uncertain whether they were occupied by guards or wood choppers, we kept on the safe side and flanked them by wide detours through the almost impenetrable forest. We were very weak. In the garrison we had been burying from 12 to 20 men per day from pneumonia. I had suffered from it for more than a month, and my cough was peculiarly hollow and stubborn. My lungs were still sore and sensitive, and walking greatly exhausted me. It was difficult, even when supported by the arm of one of my friends, to keep up with the party. At midnight I was compelled to lie, half unconscious, upon the ground for 3/4 of an hour before I could go on. We accomplished 12 miles during the night. At 3 o'clock in the morning we went into the pine woods and rested upon the frozen ground. 3. Tuesday, December 20th. We supposed our hiding place very secluded, but daylight revealed that it was in the midst of a settlement. Barking dogs, crowing fowls, and shouting negroes could be heard from the farms all about us. It was very cold, and we dared not build a fire. None of us were adequately clothed, and Junius had not even an overcoat. It was impossible to bring extra garments which would have excited the attention of the sentinel at the gate. We could sleep for a few minutes on the pine leaves, but soon the chilly air, penetrating every fiber, would awaken us. There was a road, only a few yards from our pine thicket, upon which we saw horsemen and farmers with loads of wood, but no negroes unaccompanied by white men. Soon after it began to rain, but necessity, that inexorable policeman, bade us move on. When we approached a large plantation, leaving us behind in a fence corner, Thurston went forward to reconnoiter. He found the negro quarters occupied by a middle-aged man and woman. They were very busy that night, cooking for and serving the young white people who had a pleasure party at the master's house within a stone's throw of the slave cabin. But when they learned that there were hungry Yankees in the neighborhood, they immediately prepared and brought out to us an enormous supper of fresh pork and cornbread. It was now 9 o'clock on Tuesday night, and we had eaten nothing since 3 o'clock Sunday afternoon, save about 3 ounces of bread and 4 ounces of meat to the man. We had that to think of which made us forget the gnawings of hunger, though we suffered somewhat from a feeling of faintness. Now in the barn, with the rain pattering on the roof, we devoured supper in an incredibly brief period, and begged the slave to go back with his basket and bring just as much more. About midnight the negro found time to pilot us through the dense darkness and pouring rain back to the railroad, from which we had strayed 3 miles. The night was bitterly cold, and in half an hour we were as wet as if again shipwrecked in the Mississippi. For 5 weary miles we plodded on, with the stinging rain pelting our faces. Then we stopped at a plantation and found the negroes. They told us it was unsafe to remain, several white men being at home, and no good hiding place near, but directed us to a neighbor's. There the slaves sent us to a roadside barn, which we reached just before daylight. End of chapter 40.